You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis is ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up weekdays. Catch us live, somebody, let's go.
Good morning. Woo! Good morning, my people. Good afternoon and good evening. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in great spirits, because another day above the dirt is a blessing. Let's not forget that. Hello, hello, hello. How you guys doing? Good morning. Time to wake your way up and get into some crazy stuff that's been going on in this Diddy trial. Let me tell you, we're going to be doing some recap before we go into the obvious testimonies, the continuation of Deontay Nash's testimony. Apparently they're going into they're in the middle of cross, or they're going to be going into cross here very shortly. Again, yeah, it's going to be crazy. All right, so hopefully you guys are all doing well out there. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching this show today. It really, really does mean a lot. It really does mean the world to me. And I'm going to give you as much information and try to keep it entertaining all at the same time, because let's be real, sitting here and reading transcripts all day can be boring and as daunting as hell. Okay? Just saying. But we're back into it. All right? So hopefully you are entertained. Okay? Hopefully you appreciate it. Are you not entertained? Is the ongoing question here. And hopefully you are. And if you are, please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it. Do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, please make sure you hit that follow button. I'm on all those platforms, baby. So follow on all those platforms. Subscribe here on my main channel. Subscribe right here on this main channel if you're watching on the YouTubes. And also go to my second channel, the Pascal Show Clips. Make sure you're subscribed over there as well. Trust me, there's new stuff coming out. Most likely later this weekend, or first the top of the next week for sure on the second channel. It's been a little crazy with the Diddy stuff and everything. So make sure you subscribe to both channels. The second channel, one more time, is called the Pascal Show Clips. So make sure you're subscribed over there. All right. Hit that notification bell on both platforms so you know whenever I go live. Make that sure, ring that bell, and make sure it's set to all. So you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it's random. And a lot of times it's breaking news, at least not right now, because obviously we know this is all scheduled stuff. But usually it's breaking news stuff, okay? Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. Check out my locals. And of course, check out PascalMerch.com. In case you didn't know, we got some really great stuff over there. And hoodies like this right over there at PascalMerch.com. Go check it out. It's a whole outfit, okay? You seriously, I'm wearing the pants right now as we speak. Bam. Okay? So go check it out. PascalMerch.com. Okay? Get yourself stocked up for the fall and winter anyway. Anyway, let's get over into the conversation, shall we? All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. It really means the world. Seriously, it means a lot. Okay. Thank you so much for tuning in, being a part of the conversation, being a part of this whole thing. Now, we do have to go back a little bit, because obviously they're just getting started. But there were some things that happened yesterday that I didn't get a chance to kind of cover with you, with all y'all. So I wanted to get a chance to go through the final parts. Excuse me, hold on. Just kind of waking up too. It's like all the stuff is getting out in my face. You know what I mean? But here's the thing. I wanted to make sure that we saw a little bit of the conversation and the cross that they had with Nash. Okay, now let me just tell you something. Deontay Nash is a character. Okay, he is definitely in there to tell his side of the story. What we heard yesterday from prosecution during his direct is that not only was he a victim of Diddy's violence, but he also witnessed violence from Diddy as well on Cassie, trying to protect her, trying to stop this stuff from happening, right? Stop the craziness that Diddy would inflict upon Cassie. He literally jumped on his back. It was him and another girl, Mia, who's allegedly going to be allegedly going to be testifying later on today. And I'll tell you what, it's absolutely crazy, right? What he says here. For sure, he says that he was in the room or, on right next to Cassie as Diddy was threatening to expose Cassie's freak off tapes, show them to her parents' respective workplaces, get them fired from their jobs, make her life a living hell. Not only just ruin her own personal life, but also ruin the ones that love her, their lives as well. Ruin the ones that love the ones that surround her that she loves. He was going to do everything he can to destroy her, right? We heard all of those things before we had to break, before we had to stop for the day. And of course, I will give you guys a fair warning. Okay, sorry for this left turn, but I do want to remind you. There will be some breaks. Okay, there will be some breaks throughout today. I may have to leave end early. I don't know yet, but I will let you guys know for sure if I have to leave early or not today. Okay, but just so you know, tomorrow I will not be live. There will be videos, of course, but I will not be live. Okay. But of course, we'll be back on Monday, going live, talking about all this and then some, and covering everything in regards to this trial, just so you guys know. Okay. But he says he witnessed a lot of different things, not only just how vicious Diddy was or is, okay, but that he saw a lot of different things. Now, yesterday, a lot of wild things happened too. Let's not forget. Diddy's team tried to go for a mistrial. Again. For the second time, if I understand, they were trying for another mistrial. Why? And this had nothing to do with Deontay Nash. This had to do with the arson investigator in regards to Kid Cudi's car going up in flames. Prosecution asked a very good question. I think a very logical and understandable question, leading question, or a question, bouncing off of information that this particular Ignacio, or sorry, yeah, is it Ignacio or Jimenez? I think it's Jimenez. I think it was Jimenez. Sorry. Whatever. Arson investigator basically said that, hey, there were fingerprint cards made from the scene. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, they said, well, what happened to those? What happened? What happened to those the fingerprint cards? And of course, the arson investigator basically said, well, they disappeared. They got destroyed. And they said, who authorized the destruction of those cards? And he said, I don't know. Somebody within LAPD. He said, and then, of course, prosecution said, so you mean to tell me you didn't authorize the destruction of those cards, or anyone close to you, or anyone that you work closely with? You didn't authorize that. And he said, no. The defense erupts in objection and then immediately moves for this trial to be thrown out, saying this is a mistrial. How dare the prosecution ask this question, making it seem like somebody in this courtroom, Diddy, is the person that made those fingerprint cards go bye-bye, right? Of course, the judge ain't having this. He said, miss me with the nonsense. We're going to continue on. We're going to stop. I'm going to ask the jury to forget that question, forget that knowledge. We're going to keep it moving. And guess what happened? That's exactly what they did. But I'm telling you right now, the jury already heard it. The damage is already done. Okay? The damage is already done. There's no way that they can take that back. Yes, they can sit there and try to forget that piece, but I can see the jury sitting there going, well, they did say, like, he clearly has some sort of power. He clearly has some sort of influence, right? Well, of course, that was a very interesting piece of information, and I think it was a very smart move on the side of prosecution. Let me just be real with you on that. But then, of course, like I said, Deontay went up there, and it's funny because every single report I've seen so far, everyone's like, Deontay with his sass. He just sauntered up. He sashayed up to that stand, and he said his things. I'm like, damn, how many ways can you tell me he was gay without telling me he was gay? You know what I'm saying? But nonetheless, he came in, and he had a scathing testimony on Diddy thus far. So we have got to take a look at this because, of course, this is pretty insane. All right. Hold on. Sorry, guys. So I'm going around the spot where we left off yesterday. Okay. And then, of course, the trial extended a whole other hour yesterday. So they were supposed to be done around 4:00 Eastern Standard Time. At least that's what they asked for. Can we extend it for one more hour? Don't worry, we'll be wrapped up today. But apparently the defense was dragging their feet throughout the entire time, right? Throughout the entire time that they had their cross, which obviously really aggravated the jury and really aggravated the judge, which is not what you want to have happen. That's not what you want. You want to be respectful, get the job done, stay on line, like stay on point. But as we've seen so far, this defense team has been very messy from the jump. Every time they ask for something to be done, every time the court asks for them to meet a deadline, they have not done that. They randomly come up with random new evidence that was never submitted before. They're constantly cutting corners. So, and I know that has nothing to do with the actual case itself, but as far as optics for the jury, it's not a great look. Shoot, it's not a great look for the court of public opinion as well, especially those who are sitting there on the fence going, I don't know if Diddy's guilty or not. If they're acting sloppy out here, okay, if they're acting sloppy out here in the court, it can change the court of public opinion's opinion quickly, right? Just through that. So they really need to stitch up and, get their stuff together. But I will say this, though, real quick. Aside from me talking about, red tape stuff, okay, logistics and all that, following certain criteria and everything, I will say that when they do go up, there have been moments where they've had some strong moments. The defense, they've had some strong moments. Okay. When Capricorn Clark went up there, which was a big testimony, and it was bad for Diddy too. But they did bring up a lot of questions that the defense that would poke holes and give the jury some things to think about for sure when it comes to the deliberation. So it's not all a wash on the defense side. Like I said, they've had some shining moments. And of course, we got to see what they do later on in this trial. But I'm telling you, this is going to be a very interesting one for sure. But real quick, let me get this here really quick. Corey, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate the super chat. What up, my good looking people? What up, everybody? Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Yes. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Rachel, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you so much. Maura, welcome back. Thank you so much for re-upping. And of course, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you so much for the 5 memberships, and all 5 of you, welcome to the family. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And again, please consider becoming a member by hitting that join button down below. It helps the show. It helps the platform. Okay. And, we're going to get into this conversation. So let's get into this. All right. And we're going to go through this pretty quickly, but I do want to go through just a little bit of what he was saying. Remember that he was asking, hey, what did he call Cassie? We're going to start right there. Okay. I'm moving back a few posts back, but he said, what did he call Cassie? The B word, hoe, CC, baby girl, and and slut. All right. How would you call it? He would call it outright. I guess he would call her an outright hoe or slut anyway. Then they said, how did she react? She would be sad. Did he make any threats? Yes, that he would attack her, put his hands on her, that he'd send her S tapes out. How often would he say he would attack her or put his paws on her in that way? Quite a few. It drove her crazy. She would be super emotional. She might stay in her house for days. How often did Diddy say you could not go without his permission? Or so you cannot go out without his permission. He said, Nash said twice. The first time we went to a gay club with Kyle and Adrian. Then we went to her LA apartment. Puff called and told her that she better bring her ass to his house. She, of course, panicked. So, what did you understand Combs was saying? Objection overruled. She packed her stuff and she went straight to his house. Did you attend the Vanity Fair party? Yes. It was it was the Oscars after party in 2014 with Cassie, and Diddy was there. How did she look? She looked bomb. Her hair was objection overruled. Her hair was long. Did he pick me up and he threatened me? So I pinned her hair up. And we heard that story, right? She did she ever record music, or how often did she record music? Often, he said. What was your role? I helped pick songs. I probably should have been called an exec. Objection sustained. Her mixtape, was it ever sold? No, but it was put out there for free, but it did well. A top download. How much of her music was released? I'm being generous when I say about 10% of her music. This was a good place to take a break, so they took a break. Okay. And they're talking about, exhibits, information that involves Mia, the other witness that's going to be stepping out and talking here soon, or talking today. Allegedly, Mia will be taking the stand later today. Okay. What were you and Mia helping Cassie pack for? The OVO festival. Okay. So who came to the door? Puff. He said, B word, didn't I tell you to answer your phone? Then he dragged her by the hair and he put his paws on her. How hard was he how hard was he striking her? Objection overruled. Very hard. We ran to the bathroom, but Puff pushed it open. He continued to attack Cassie with his fist. What did you do to try to help Cassie? I jumped on his back. He threw me off. Mia did too. Her head hit the bed frame. She was bleeding, but Puff continued attacking her. Where was Mia? Getting towels. What did Diddy say to you, Mia and Cassie? He said, look at what you made me do. He said she'd go to a plastic surgeon. With who? D-Rock. He was Puff's security. After that, when did you see her? The very next day. It was like FaceTime or something like that. She had a gash on in her eyebrow. Were you once cooking with Cassie when Diddy got violent? Yeah. Puff came out of nowhere. What did Diddy say? He said, y'all better get out of my house. He was grabbing her by the hair. He pushed her out the door, then began to do the same to me, but I don't have any hair. So he popped me. He told me to go downstairs and wait. They came down and Puffy was berating us as we drove off. We got a phone call. Objection. New question from the judge says, ask this a different way. A call from who? Puff. He told us to stop and he came to the window and he said he'd put her S tapes on the internet. Puff said he'd send her S tapes to her parents to get them fired, that her brother was a B word, and that only he, Diddy, could protect her. What did you tell her? That Puff is on those S tapes too. She said he's not. He was taping her with other men. What did she say about wanting or not wanting to have relations with other men? Objection overruled. That she said that she didn't want to. I drove her to Sunset Boulevard to get a taxi. Why? Well, because Ubers wasn't really a thing yet. Puff came to my house looking for her. He looked in my oven. Remember, we talked about that yesterday. Why would he walk into the house and go, oh, where is he? Where is she? And look into a doggone oven. Who does that, right? I'm not sure why. Puff took my phone and Cassie called from a hotel. Puff said, let's go there. Bad boy staff stayed there, like stayed at his crib. What did he say? He said, go get her. I went to Cassie's hotel. This is terrifying. And this is terrible too. He went to Cassie's hotel room, D-Rock and Tony, with D-Rock and Tony. She said she jumped up and she was frightened. She said she would jump off the balcony. How high was it? It wasn't the first floor, but downstairs I saw 4 or 5 of Puff's security waiting. So again, it's crazy that she goes from it's crazy that she leaves, then security shows up, and once again she's just like, I'm trapped. That she's willing to do the unthinkable by taking a leap, right? I'm out. I'm done. I'm out. I don't want to do this anymore. I can't escape this man, right? It's crazy. So Nash continuing, Puff told me, you played me. I drove off, but Diddy's security followed me. I turned off my lights and drove really, really fast. So I guess he lost him. Then he went to the Universal Sheraton to hide out, I'm sure. Did he go home the next day? Yes. I found my backpack was stolen. It had $1,000 in it. Why did you keep $1,000 in cash? So when Puffy was mad, I could check into a hotel without giving my name? What happened in 2015? I saw Puff slap Cassie in the face. He said, get this B word out of here. What did you do? I got her out. That was at the Perfect Match premiere. The Perfect Match premiere. Let's go there. Did you see? What did you see? Cassie had a black eye. When was Diddy violent with you at a music video shoot? Yes, I was outside smoking a cigarette. He came up to me and he threw me on a car, starting to choke me out. Puff said, y'all keep going out. Did you report anything to the police? No, I was afraid of retaliation from Puff. Did you get anyone on staff? I think they're like, did you tell anyone on staff? KK, Christina Coram. What did she say? That she would talk to him. This is where we stopped yesterday. That KK would just go and talk to him. And that's it. Yeah, we'll have a conversation. I'll talk to him about it. Sure. But of course, you know what happened, right? Did anything change? Hell no. How often did you help Cassie hide? Often. What did he do? He would blow our phones up. KK would too. KK would too. She would say Puff was calm. Cassie would go back. After all that, Cassie would go back after all that BS, all that she would go back. Because KK would be calling in and be like, no, he's calm. He just wants to talk to you. No, he's fine. He just wants to have a face-to-face. No, he won't hurt you. He won't put his hands on you. Just come back. It's like, Deontay, trust me. He's okay. She'll be fine. And then she would eventually go back. If this woman, KK, is not testifying, I don't know what. This woman better be testifying. On either side, I don't care. And I'm surprised she hasn't caught no charges whatsoever so far, guys. Yeah, right? She has not caught any charges so far. And if this is 100% true, hamburger. But moving on. Did Cassie tell you she was going to a hotel with Diddy? Yes, she said that weekly. She would pack spicy toys. Did she say she wanted to go? Objection overruled. She said she didn't want to go. So on her 29th birthday, can you give me a little bit of details? Can you tell me a little bit about that? Diddy asked me, should he surprise her on her birthday? And what did you say? Girl, I was not about to tell him not to surprise her. Did she use the word freak off with you? Not like freak off. Not like freak off. More like freak off. Huh. Like a verb. Yes. Interesting. That's interesting. Not like freak off. More like freak off. Like a verb? Yes. Where did you go after the blind dragon? 875 Comstock, like 17A, apartment 17A. Diddy said, y'all gonna get some D tonight. What did Cassie say? That she didn't want to go, but he made her. They left the house. She was super high. New Year's Eve, 2017. Where were you? Vegas, with Cassie and the staff, all the same floor of the hotel. All on the same floor of the hotel. Puff's room was at the end of the hall. What did Diddy tell you? That Cassie had been asleep for 24 hours. I had to take her up. I had to wake her up. Sorry. Did she wake up? She woke up for me. What did Diddy say? That he spent all his money, so she had to. Then there was a low budget producer. I don't know what that part is. I guess throwing shade at somebody. That he spent all this money, so she had to. Then there was a low budget producer. How many of your meetings with prosecutors did you end early? How many meetings with prosecutors did you end early? Probably all of them. Did you stay in touch with Mr. Combs? Yes. What was your tone? Loving. Why? I don't hate him. It's not in me. No further questions. Now, I'm going to go into the defense cross. And this is where we're getting more up to date, right? So we might stay until, we already talked about that. We already know about them staying longer. So how are you? He says, blessed. When he met with the government, his defense, when he met with the government, you had an attorney present. I think when they met is when you met with the government, you had an attorney present, correct? Yes. The subpoena didn't mean you had to go to their office, right? So you hired a civil lawyer, Mr. Dunn, to represent you, considering litigation against Diddy. No. Does this document show that? It's their assumption, but no. I have counsel to protect me. I don't do federal court. On March 10th, 2025, did you not tell Mrs. Comey or Miss Comey that you are considering a civil complaint against Diddy? No. DX 1800. Can you pull up that example? What is this? Cassie in the video for the mixtape. And 1801, Cassie and Usher. He's in the chat now. This is the 2016 Bad Boy reunion show. Did you pick out that dress? Honestly, I don't remember. You didn't start as a celebrity stylist. It was Diddy that introduced you to Cassie, right? I met her. And yes, it's Mrs. Fine. Because apparently he said Cassie Ventura. And he said, no. It's Mrs. Fine. Nash corrected the defense. So It's Diddy who made you a celebrity stylist. He said, sure, go ahead. Deontay's amazing. I'm going ahead. I'm going ahead. I am going ahead. As a celebrity stylist, you pick the clothes. Like for Mrs. Fine's wedding, right? Yeah. Do you know Groovy Lou? Yeah. As head of Bad Boy, it was in Diddy's interest that his artists look good, right? I suppose. And Bad Boy paid for Cassie's studio time, right? Yes. Miss Ventura can't go to the studio under Diddy's pays, I guess, unless Diddy pays. What is this? And then, of course, they say, what is this? Oh, what is Young and Reckless? A streetwear clothing brand. Cassie owned a part of it. Mr. Combs had nothing to do with it. He had to approve everything. Wasn't Brianna, the other one that was dangled over a balcony? Remember her? So she goes by Banna, okay? Wasn't Banna involved? Yeah, she was as a stylist. Who else were you styling for in 2016? Cassie, Puff, Mace, and Lil' Kim. Major artists. And on the mixtape, you were the executive producer, but got no credit. Meek Mill was on the mixtape too, right? Yes. Pusha T, yes. Can I take a break? So then I guess they take a break. And then they ask, how much more? And they say, no way I'll be finished by 4. That's what the defense says. Okay. And he says, well, we'll go to 4. Okay. They come back. Defense says, nice coat. Nash says, thank you. What size is that? Not your size. Right answer. Mr. Combs, Diddy, was the final decision maker. No. Some of them look terrible. You are friends with Miss Fine. Yes, I am. Sorry. Deontay's a hit. Okay. When's the last time you spoke with Banna? Yesterday. Not about testimony, right? Right. She saw it on the news. When did you speak with Cassie? Yesterday. I congratulated her on having the baby. So let's go back a little bit. You saw her take substances. Is that true? Yayo, E, the little M, mushrooms, and a little bit of that ass. I'm not like privy to that. Not to get into your business, but have you ever used Yayo? Yes. You smoked trees before meeting prosecutors? Yes. And Maureen cut it short. You told her you were zooted? Hi. That I was smoking. Making a video costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Not necessarily. Who was Mia? Puff's assistant. Mia also is a pseudonym for another girl's name, for another woman. We do not know her actual government, God-given name, but she is hiding behind the pseudonym of Mia, just so you know. This is the same woman that hopped on the back of Diddy with Nash when Diddy was viciously attacking Cassie when she fell, hit her eyebrow, or cut her face on the side of a bed frame, okay? Because she fell asleep while packing to get ready for this event, okay? Just so you guys know, okay? Just a little heads up. So, let's continue on. So you and Mia jumped on Diddy's back to protect Cassie from him, right? And to protect him from doing something worse. And D-Rock tried to protect you and not protect Diddy? Yeah, actually, that's true. So we're at 4:00. All right. Who are the witnesses after Mia? We think she will go long, but after her, Enrique Santos. So okay. So they, of course, adjourn for the day. So that was yesterday. And let me just be real. Deontay got some, he definitely is sassy. He's definitely entertaining. Okay, that's without question. And if you're getting your coffee, on right now, put a number 2. Put a number 2 in the chat. Okay, if you're getting your coffee in right now, getting your breakfast and all that, put a number 2 in the chat. But this is interesting. Definitely interesting. So let us get into where we are at now. Oh, come on. Boom. Okay. Court is now in session. It's already been in session for the last 40-something minutes so far. Okay. Please hit that like button down below if you can. That'd be greatly appreciated. Hit that like button. Please and thank you. Of course, don't forget to subscribe. Okay. Subscribe. All right. And for Diddy, just so you know, this is a big hoodie. So this is a triple XL. Real talk. Triple XL. Bang. But I like a lot more room in my hoodies. So triple XL. All right. Yeah. What size is that hoodie? Not your size. But yeah. Hold on real quick. Rachel, thank you so much for the super chat. Even though they're told to forget, I don't think that they're actually going to forget what they heard. Absolutely. That's the thing. And I feel like that's going to be the argument here is that, and I'm sure that if he's found guilty on every charge, this is probably going to be that main argument that they're going to be putting out there. Oh, there was bad moves by the prosecution. They stepped over the line multiple times. We deserve a retrial, right? That's what I feel like is going to happen. That's the BS I think that's going to happen for sure. Tyler, thank you so much for being a member for over 27 months. I appreciate it. Thank you for your coverage, pushing for accountability while also not pushing a narrative. Yes. Well, it's a faulty fence that we sit on. You know what I mean? Trying to keep everything down the middle as best as we can. But, it is what it is. I really do think that Diddy's in serious trouble. I do. I think that they have shown a considerable amount of stuff so far with the Capricorn Clark, with her testimony, with Cassie's testimony, with the police. Now that we've seen things from the investigation on police, the arson investigator as well. There's a lot there. There's a lot that was being said, and it's crazy. It confirms a lot. Oh, the Kid Cudi, because obviously a lot of that has to do with the Kid Cudi situation, right? But they need to show more, right? They need to keep going, and we're still we're still in the very beginning. We're not even halfway through this trial yet, so I'm sure prosecution is going to continue cooking here in just a minute. They're just getting almost all pistons firing at once, right? Rianne, thank you so much for gifting a membership. I appreciate it. Welcome to the family. And all y'all who just became new members, please do me a favor, okay? Do the positive, do the solid, all right? Pay it forward, all right? Open the door for somebody, make somebody a cup of coffee, whatever. Just it's the simple things that really do make the world a better place. So if you can, spread the positivity, just like Rianne just gave you all some new memberships, right? Excuse me. Also, Grace, thank you so much for being a member for almost 2 years. Okay. If you don't hit the like, okay, or if you don't hit the like up, you get the baby oil. Don't mess with Grace in that baby oil. All right. But let's get into this. Okay. So Nash is back on the witness stand for cross-examination. The witness admitted he didn't initially tell prosecutors that Cassie had been allegedly attacked by Diddy by his feet. Okay. In one particular attack he witnessed. Nash said he wanted to answer questions in the most narrow way possible. They didn't ask, he told the defense. I gave as little as possible. I only answered what I was asked. Wow. Here's another thing that's interesting. Sorry for going backwards a little bit, but this is interesting. So there will be no sketches of witness Mia. So when victim number 4 goes to the stand, the artist, the sketch artist that's there, and I know there's been people roasting the hell out of the sketch artist's drawings and all that. And I'm like, well, they're drawings, it is what it is, right? Allegedly, well, not allegedly, they are now saying, the judge is saying there will not be any drawings of this woman at all, which makes sense. You got to remember, it doesn't matter because there's still going to be somebody, if they were to sketch her, this Mia woman, there's going to be some stats. I know exactly who that is. You see what I'm saying? So it does make sense that they are not allowing sketching of this witness, and rightfully so. So I'm glad that they're not doing that. Protect the people, because it takes a lot of guts to get up here and speak out against not only just your former employer, but also someone who's an absolute diabolical monster. He has connections, guys. That goes without saying. Like, that's the understatement of this entire trial. But I'm going to say it anyway, one more time. This mother lover got connections, and it goes deep. Okay? It goes deep. So, fingerprint cards just missing. Come on, y'all. Just randomly, they just left. How could that possibly happen? You're the LAPD. All right? This man goes deep. And I don't mean it like that, but might as well. Pun intended. High key, low key. All right. Real quick, big Migs. Welcome to the family, man. Welcome to the family. Thank you so much for becoming a member, man. Big Migs. Larry, how did Larry Hoover got pardoned yesterday? I haven't even gotten a chance to talk to you guys about that as well. The Grizzlies got pardoned yesterday. NBA YoungBoy got pardoned yesterday. Like, what is going on with this world? Okay, some people are thinking that this is a very good possibility. It's a very good possibility that Diddy really could get pardoned by Trump. Real talk. People are celebrating about the Grizzlies. Yay, the Grizzlies. God, just don't make more reality shows. I'm done. There's too many reality shows in this world. But anyway, ain't that crazy? So now people are sitting there going, oh, yeah, he most definitely is going to get pardoned. Well, if I'd be surprised if he does get pardoned. If he's found guilty, of course. First, he has to be found guilty, and then he has to go into prison, federal prison. It'll be interesting to see if he actually gets pardoned. But people are literally saying that there's a stronger possibility now than ever before. That sounded like very Trump that I just said what I just said. Okay. But there's a possibility. like never before. But still, I don't know. I don't know. So the judge denied the government's bid to cut all sound and video of key prosecution witness Mia. But he did order a ban against courtroom sketches of her. So there will be sound and video of her at some point recorded, but she will not be sketched, which is fine. Because eventually when this whole trial is over, I'm sure Mia's identity will be revealed. Okay? Let's be real. That I feel like that's going to happen at some point. Okay? It's going to happen at some point. So prosecution did ask for video and audio of her testimony not to be shown in a courtroom overflowed room, but it's going to happen no matter what. So the judge said, nope, it'd be improper to totally keep her testimony out from getting out of this courtroom. Though he did agree with that a ban of sketches of her would be fair, right? So again, people in the overflow room, because there's an overflow room for this trial, they are literally, they are going to be able to see her face as well. So by the way, that means as soon as the trial's over, as soon as she's done testifying, someone could expose her name, right? Someone could definitely expose her name. Would that be illegal? If they walked out and they're like, oh my God, it was J-Lo. You know what I mean? Mia was actually Gina. Somebody could actually still say that woman's name no matter what. Now, could they face charges for doing something like that? I have no earthly clue. But it would be interesting nonetheless if that was to happen. Right? So let's continue on. Okay, went back into the jury room as evidence. Who's going to be cross-examining Mia, Mr. Steele? What if we redact that part of about Biggie's unaliving? It's more than that. You can see the articles are not relevant to this case. It's that the scrapbook was put together. You've been given some leeway. I'll leave it to you. So the defense says, I don't want to waive the issue. Thank you. The social media posts, there's an objection. I overrule it. The text messages, my sense is there are parts in the threads that are hearsay. They're trying to show that the defendant was going through some quote unquote heavy-ish. And that's why he was asking this way. What about her smelling her own armpit? Huh? I don't know. I don't know why that's relevant. I'm assuming is what he's 401. So then I guess they're just going over certain pieces of evidence that they're going to be bringing in. Okay. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, the defense, okay. 8:55 a.m. The defense sent me a slew of messages about Deontay Nash. Like they just sent prosecution this stuff right before the trial. If I'm reading this correctly, at 8:55 a.m., literally right before they started the trial today, the defense sent the prosecution a slew of messages about Deontay Nash. So they're saying this should be those text messages should be excluded because I just got them 5 minutes ago. I haven't even gotten a chance to read them. So defense, what are these? So defense says we want 2 photos in. The rest are for impeachment. I was told of the photos last night. Fine. Like I said, they're sending them these random things at the last minute. Okay? At the last freaking minute. Okay? And let me just say this really quick. Ain't no J-Lo. No. J-Lo's not testifying. Nobody said J-Lo is testifying. Okay. I want to make that abundantly clear. I'm reading the chat. Okay. I am reading over here, but I'm also reading the chat. Let me make this abundantly clear. J-Lo's out there performing at the AMAs and making out with her dancers and stuff. She's busy trying to do whatever she's doing on stage. She has not been subpoenaed that we know of. If she is, it'll be a surprise, just so you guys know. J-Lo, I repeat, has not been subpoenaed to testify that we know of. And this is for all of us, the whole public. No one knows if she has been or not. So she's out there doing choreography and boom cacking everywhere. Okay. So just so you know. All right, let's get back into this. Yeah. So don't be like, oh, Pascal just said, J-Lo gonna be testifying. She is not testifying. I repeat. Let's move on though. So, like I said, last minute they're getting all this random stuff. Last minute they're getting this stuff. What the hell? Okay. So of course prosecution's like, why you come on now. You first said that you had all the stuff submitted for evidence, and now you just keep throwing in last minute crap. But this is what the defense has been doing since day one, y'all. This is what I mean by it looks optically terrible. Because prosecution, the only thing that they've done is bring in one surprise witness, which was George Kaplan. So far, every other person has been on the docket. All their evidence has been already submitted. They've been playing everything by the book, except for that surprise witness. Other than that, they've been on point. But defense, they keep trying to throw curveballs. They're literally throwing ish on the wall and trying to see what sticks. So, like I said, they're like 5 minutes before we started this trial, I received messages from the defense that have text messages that I guess involved Deontay Nash. They're just giving me that stuff. We haven't even gotten a chance to read that stuff. We haven't even gotten a chance to look through these photos that they gave us last night. But okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Do your thing. Just if you're going to submit some of it and you're not going to submit the others, that's fine. Do your thing. If they want to be sloppy Joe, then go ahead and be slop. That's basically what they're saying. All right. So they say, bring Mr. Nash in. Then our jury. So we rebooked this witness. We booked this witness's flight for 2 p.m. We're hoping he will be off the stand in time to take that flight. All rise. So again, yesterday, defense said that they were going to go through their cross pretty swiftly and that he would be done by yesterday. And guess what happened? He's still here. He still has to testify. So they had to rebook his flight for today because the defense was dragging their feet when they were cross-examining him. So you've worked with Pusha T, Usher. See what I'm saying? What was it like working on that set in that music video? Did you enjoy it? Was it enjoyable? That mixtape. You say you were supposed to be a music executive producer on the album, but you never got a credit. Did you not? No, I didn't. So how did it feel? It's like that. It's like, who cares? Ask the right questions so he can get on the plane and take his booty back home. But that's not what they're doing. They were dragging their feet. Because you want to know why? I think they're dreading the other conversation that they're about to have, the other testimony that they're about to have with Mia. I said it, dagnabbit. And yeah, I think it was filibustering for sure. So, tell me, what's Cassie's favorite color to wear? Like, it's like, who cares? Who cares? because they don't have any questions for him. They don't. They literally said in one of them, it's really expensive to make a music video, is it not? And Nash is like, not necessarily. Like, some can be really expensive, some can be really cheap. Why are we talking about this? You know what I mean? It's so ridiculous. All right. So hopefully they will get this done so he can get to his plane on time. So all rise. Court is now in session, right? So defense, they're cross. How are you? Deontay says, blessed. So they pull up examples or exhibits, right? So text from you. Defense, what was Capricorn Clark's role in 2011? Did she have anything to do with the mixtape, Cassie's mixtape? No, she was gone at that time. What did she work on when she was actually there? Maybe photo shoots, you guys, maybe this photo shoots you guys showed yesterday. I learned a lot from Capricorn, to be really honest, actually. Do you recall a picture of Cassie and green hair? Yeah, that was a group idea. I walked the carpet with Cassie in New York at the VMAs. It was a curated look. We all made decisions on that one. You had to get that approval, though, from Diddy, right? Yep, I did. I had to get approval from Diddy. You say Diddy was kicking Cassie on the ground. The unfortunate eye gash incident, during the unfortunate eye gash incident, correct? Yes. You didn't tell the prosecutors that she was kicked with he used his feet on her while she was actually bleeding out. They didn't ask. I only answered what they asked. Remember that, because that's a lot of what I feel George Kaplan, David James, any of these other people that were witnesses, even Capricorn Clark, I feel like there's a lot of things that are not being asked. There aren't enough follow-up questions coming up during this. You see what I'm saying? To get more detail, which is really frustrating. That's the one thing I'm very frustrated about with prosecution, where it's like, follow up with that next question, that big question. Don't leave room. You know, what happened? Did you see him put his feet on her? Was he continuing to attack her? Was it only just his fists? You know what I mean? Like, ask all the questions. And that's the one thing that's really crappy about this. It's like, with prosecution, a little bit, it a little bit feels like very broad strokes when it comes to the questioning. And it's like, let's get finite, right? Let's put a scalpel to this mother lover, not a cleaver, right? But that's just me. So again, that's a part where they're like, well, he says, I was only asked certain questions, so I answered those questions that were asked to me. That's it. So, and again, it's like, man, that gives room to make it look like Deontay could be lying. You see what I'm saying? When it's like, well, at the time when I was questioning those things, they didn't ask me if he put his feet on her. I just said that she was attacked. And they're like, well, technically you didn't say it then, so you must be lying now. Jury. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Moving on. Cassie was in a relationship with Kid Cudi while she was in a relationship with Diddy. Oh, okay. You didn't know? I thought she and Diddy had broken up. So everyone thought they were on a break. Rachel and Ross, right? We were on a break, man. So Cassie was in South Africa. You were at the Revolt conference in Miami, correct? Yes. I was there to style Lil' Kim. Lil' Kim. Anyway, so you, I don't know what that is. So yes, I put her together with Michael B. Jordan. Oh, I mean, he fine. She fine. Why not? Judge says, hold on. So he is the one who connected the dots. Okay. He helped Michael B. Jordan put his plug into Cassie's electrical socket. I don't know why I did that, but he helped it hook it up. You feel me? And he said, hey, they're both hot. They're both good looking. They were both single at the time. So why the hell not? I'm going to help my girl out. You feel me? I got my girl. And then just says, hold on. What? What does this have to do with anything? The defense. So Gina was in Miami too. No. You don't put that one on me. They kept me away from seeing Gina. I didn't see anything about Gina. Cassie got upset. She did. Why does he keep humiliating me in my career? She was upset. Not really. You set her up with Michael B. Jordan, though. Yeah. And Mia drove it home, making sure she had his number. So it was a team. It was a team effort. Yeah, he is entertaining, Jamaica. This man be hella entertaining, girl. Jamaica. Okay? This guy, I wish all testimony was this entertaining. I mean, not all of them are going to be like that. A lot of them are very terrible, but you know, violent and terrible. But at the same time, hamburger. He is funny. I love that jacket. Thank you. What size is that? Not your size. Tell me you don't like the defense without telling me you don't like the defense. You feel me? Anyway, he helped set up the whole thing between Cassie and Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan's the conversation has been bringing him back into the group chat. Okay, he has been brought back into the group chat. But Mia also is the other person that helped bring it all together. He walked over. I'm sure Mia walked over there and said, "Hey, he thinks she thinks you're cute. Here's her number. I'll make sure you guys connect." And apparently they did. Okay. So a bad boy employee set her up with Michael Jordan. That's Michael B. Jordan. Don't mess that up. Okay, moving on. Do you know Andre Branch? No, because there's clearly Michael. For those of y'all who don't know sports, okay, for those of y'all who don't sports, there's Michael Jordan and then there's Michael B. Jordan. Just so you know. Michael Jordan, one of the greatest basketball players to ever live. I know some people be like, he trash. But one of the best to ever live. One of the GOATs, okay? And then there's movie star Michael B. Jordan, just so you know, okay? Just for those who don't sports. Moving on. Do you know Andre Branch? No. You were aware Cassie was in a relationship with Andre Branch. Remember, this was a football player that we did not hear before. Just so you know, we did not hear this man's name before. But this is, I think, the one where Diddy took the phone and ran down the street. All right. So again, do you know Andre Branch? No. You were aware Cassie was in a relationship with Andre Branch. Oh, that cute football player? Yes. But I never met him. And in 2016 with Brandon of the NFL. I mean, NBA. Sorry. In these texts, you talk with Cassie about Michael B. Jordan. You say, no one better say ish to me. LY. What is LY? Yeah, I figured it was love you. Love you. Or maybe it's a typo. LY know everything. I don't remember. I'm sure we were being antagonized by your client. So hold on. I'm just refreshing this real quick. In these texts, you talk with Cassie about Michael B. Jordan. You say, no one better say ish to me. LY, what is LY? Love you. Or maybe it was a typo. I don't know. LY know everything. I don't remember. I'm sure we were being antagonized by your client. Cassie was upset by Gina, right? She'd say, girl, let's go out and do our thing. Do what she want to do. Actually, we were both pretty chill, stayed in the house a lot. But that would be fair. Let's read these text messages. You do the blue. Oh, you got some names in here. Just go ahead. Where are you going? And then, of course, defense is reading as Cassie. Secret trip out of town. Girl. The courtroom laughs. Good friends don't pry. That's not my method. I just replied, girl. So, defense says, highlight the green part. Cassie is telling you October 30th, 2013, after the incident that with the cut on her face, she says, I've already been turning up too much. You say you saw her with a black eye on FaceTime around the time of the Intercontinental. I saw it in person. When her makeup would wear off, you could see it. And then judge says, defense, I guess let defense ask you the question. So it was like, stop jumping on top of him, I guess. So defense says, you read these. After Cassie says the N is wasted, we both did the same. So Nash says, is there a lot of people? Is there a lot of people there? Oh, it's talking about a Gwen Stefani song. He said, take your broke ass home and ride into the sunset. And we did. Did she mention to you about having, three-ways with other men? No, she didn't tell me any of that. Mr. Nash, read that to yourself. Then lift up, then look up, okay, when you're ready. On May 10th, 2025, you told the government that the videos came from her phone. No, I told them that he would tape her on her phone. Isn't it true she said videos were from her phone? He would record her on her phone. I stand firm on that. You say Diddy said, you won't do this thing for me. And he says, yes. You said you saw Diddy pointing in Cassie's face at the blind dragon, right? But you never told the government, right? The first thing you said at this trial. I guess so. I gave them very little by phone. She said she didn't want to go. You helped pick her clothes for court, didn't you? She couldn't fit anything. She needed clothes. For the pregnancy? Right. On that Friday, after she finished, she called you and said, I'm done. It wasn't even like that. Did you get Cassie super, super high? What? No, I did not. Mr. Nash, this 29th birthday. So this 29th birthday, you say you packed S toys in her duffel bag from her bedroom, right? Correct. Mr. Combs didn't say grab those toys, right? They were going. So on the golf cart, let's talk about Las Vegas, New Year's Eve, 2016, 2017. You said you were told Cassie was sleeping all day. Correct. So let's pick up example DX 1847 for the parties only. What's this? Cassie. The low budget producer you mentioned was there, right? Yes. Right next to me. Snoring. Who is the low budget producer? And why is that low budget producer sharing a bed with Deontay Nash? Now I'd like to know. Yes, right next to me, snoring. You say Cassie told another man what? Sorry, you say Cassie told you another man was coming over and asked you to leave. Yeah, she asked both of us to leave. Your reaction was yes. You saw a man walking around knocking on the door and they let him in, right? Yes. They weren't on substances, right? Uh, we were doing them in separate places. Once I start working, I just start going. I was packing a bag. I was packing my 10 body bags. I was packing my 10 body bags. I don't know what that means. Hopefully that'll be explained in some of the articles here shortly. So we were doing them in our separate places. Once I start working, I just start going. I was packing my 10 body bags. I don't know what that means. Does anybody know what that means? Anyway, moving on. So, defense says, then they went to a hotel, and again, she didn't tell you she didn't want to go, correct? Actually, she said she wanted to stay home, work on her music. Read the green. Enjoy y'all time together. Y'all don't get much of this. That's you telling Cassie in January of 2017 to enjoy her time with Diddy, correct? Yes, that was me saying that. Cassie wrote, I spoke up for myself. And you wrote, you wish you were there with them on vacation. No, I meant in Mexico, not with them. Okay. And that's where we're stopping for right now because there's no updates so far. But that's very interesting. You see what the defense is trying to do, right? That he was he was condoning the behavior. That he was okay with the behavior. You see what I'm saying? That he was all right with it. You knew that she, there were this time and this particular time, she wanted to do those freak offs. She wanted to go kick it. When you say you guys were doing substances, were you really doing substance? Was she really under the influence during the time when that guy came over, to go and be a part of this freak off? Like they're trying to make it seem like she was a willing participant in the whole situation and that he, Nash, was okay with it. Like they're like, hey, I don't see what we don't see any showing any reservations or any problems with her being involved in these freak offs or anything. Looks like you were fine with it. Looks like you were cool with it. Look at your text messages between each other. I mean, that's the defense's job. It's to poke holes, right? Let's see what they say here. Maybe they'll explain it even further here. Okay. But let's see here. So let's see here. Where are we at? So the first day mentioned, the day's first mention of Michael B. Jordan after breaking up with Diddy, Cassie began communicating with Michael B. Jordan. Dating, talking, getting to know each other. This is what the witness said during the cross-examination. Cassie didn't mention freak-offs for many years to Nash. So Nash admitted under cross-examination that from 2008 to 2013, Cassie never mentioned to him about these freak-offs that she performed for Diddy. The defense implication would be that the freak-offs weren't as troubling as Cassie has described it. If she failed to mention them, if she failed to mention them to a friend like Nash. So this, like I said, it's like, wait a second. She seems like she was totally fine with it. If it was such a big deal and they were so close and so friendly with each other, wouldn't he have conversations with her about like, sweetheart, don't do it. Just come over here and hang out with me. Spend your time with me, blah, 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 right? But that's not the case, right? Or at least that's what they're trying to say. That's not the case. Then also the other thing is too, which is interesting because they also said, when was the last time you talked to Mia? I talked to her yesterday. When was the last time you talked to Cassie? You actually styled her for her testimony, did you not? Almost as if they're trying to make it seem like she could be manipulating his testimony before he even walks into the courtroom. As he's helping her pick out the outfits she's going to wear and what she's going to do to go into this whole trial, she could still be planting seeds in his head too. I get what the defense is trying to do here. You see what I'm saying? Oh, she was manipulating him to say certain things because he's Team Cassie. This is one of her close friends. See what I'm saying? That's what it seems like here, which is very, very interesting. But moving on, Nash testifies that he saw Cassie with a black eye on FaceTime. Deontay testified that he saw Mia on video call with Cassie, and she had a black eye visible. And he even said it. They talked about it. I saw it when the makeup, he said, I saw it in person. When her makeup wears off, you can see it. So her makeup was wearing off. He could see what was going on. He saw the gash on her eyebrow when she fell because Diddy viciously attacked her. Mia and Deontay were trying to protect her, but he didn't care. He just attacks her like she's nothing, right? Those things are true. I believe those to be true. Okay. Well, I mean, obviously we saw the gash on her eyebrow because there's actual physical evidence of those things, right? But nonetheless, this is, it's all terrible. It's all terrible, guys. Let's see if there's anything more. Okay, we got a couple. So Cassie wrote, this is the defense. Cassie wrote, the next room is on the beach. This one on the golf course. I have everything organized. I wrote, LOL. LOL, do you all have a lot of ish? And then as Cassie, the defense says, yes, we made it all fit. Girl, you always on vacation. That's what Nash said. So you stayed in touch with Diddy. Yeah, because he was cutting up. Oh, I get it. You did a seafood thing with Cassie. Correct. Pulling up another example. You know Kim Porter, who tragically passed. Nash says yes. I'm wondering where they're going with this. Because again, this is what's also interesting about this too, is that something just popped in my head and I just want to bring it up. Something I think is very interesting is they did mention something about Biggie Smalls. Right before the jury got brought in, right before Nash even took the stand for today, there was a conversation about Biggie Smalls. I'm wondering if that conversation is going to be, or Biggie Smalls' name in his tragic demise is going to be brought in as a topic for this trial, which would be wild because it's like, why would Biggie Smalls' name have anything to do with this? And why would the defense be bringing that up as well, right? Tim, thank you so much for the super chat. Free Diddy, F what they saying. Yeah, there's a lot of people that feel what you're feeling, Tim D. Okay, a lot of people think they should just free him. Real talk. Spacey Stacy, thank you so much for being giving one membership. Thank you so much. Thank you so very, very much. And like I said, pay it forward if you can. But they did talk about that, right? Notorious B.I.G. That's interesting. So I wonder why they would bring that in, right? So I am kind of curious about that as well. We'll see what happens, though. We'll see what happens. But of course, they brought back Kim Porter into the conversation. So I am kind of curious as to what is going on. So, example, all right, DX 1814. You know Kim Porter, who tragically passed, correct? Yes, I do. You knew Andre Harrell passed, right? Yeah. You text Diddy to make sure he was okay, right? Correct. Diddy wrote to you, the trainer? You could have given me a heads up. Ah, he's talking about Alex Fine. You could have given me a heads up. Black heart emoji. How is she? How is she? He meant Cassie, right? Yes. So he's salty about Alex Fine with his fine stepping to Cassie and being her savior, right? Getting her out of the situation that she was in. Getting her away from the diddler. Ain't that something? He said, you could have given me a heads up. Like, with what? How would he know that this trainer would turn into her future husband and the father of her children? How would Nash know that? Right? What kind of heads up? You know what he looks like. You've seen him. He was training you too. You see what I'm saying? You know what this guy looks like. It's not like he's just some, he's not an ugly guy. Okay. You were working with him too. And you think that somebody's going to stay with you forever, treating them like this in that way that he was treating her? Come on now. Eventually, they're going to find some way to get the hell out of this, right? Eventually, she's going to try to find refuge somewhere in the arms of another man or in the arms of an attorney. This was only going to end the way it ended. Either with her with another man or her gone, like her, deceased, or her suing the hell out of Diddy. There's only 3 options there. This was inevitable. He should not be surprised or heartbroken or whatever. That's not Nash's responsibility. It's your responsibility to keep your hands to your doggone self. So, just because there's a new update. So, Diddy wrote to you, the trainer, you could have given me a heads up. Black heart emoji. How is she? And he says, he meant Cassie when he said, how is she, right? Yes. In 2020, you wrote to Diddy, I love you. Anything you need, I got you. Nash said, yes, I did say that. Diddy won an award that year, and you congratulated him, right? I don't think so. I asked how to RSVP to his party for someone else. Claire Summers. Wow. No way. Hold on. No freaking way. No freaking way. Hold on. Is this the same Claire Summers that I know? It is this Claire Summers that I know. Wow. She's a sweetheart too. Wow. Okay, so Claire Summers is a fashion blogger. All right. I've interviewed her a couple times. A lot of those clips you can find on my IG. And because she comes and does a lot of fashion shows and covers some fashion shows here in my neck of the woods. And that's crazy that her name just got mentioned in here. Whoa. Wow. Wow. But anyway, she's a sweetheart. She is so sweet. She is cool as hell. Okay. And loves her some fashion. And she has a very, very popular Instagram page called Fashion Bomb Daily. So definitely check her stuff out. Very, very sweet person. So that is crazy that she has just been mentioned. And there's only one Clara Solmers, just so you know, that I know of. That's crazy. Okay, so moving on. Wow. Okay. So he was like, no. I didn't text him to congratulate him. I was asking how to RSVP to his party for one of my friends because she wanted to get RSVP to be at that event when he got that award. So moving on. Defense says, Cassie told you about a secret trip. Then prosecution says, I object. Sustained. Okay. All right. So you deeply care for Diddy, for Cassie. I mean, you were friends for 15 years. Yes. She kept secrets from you, though? And I do from her. We don't have to tell each other everything. He's got a point there. He do have a point. He do have a point. So, defense seeking to show Cassie was a willing partner in these freak-offs. So, Nash recalled a time. That's a time. Recalled a time when he spotted a random man joining Cassie in her Las Vegas hotel without Diddy's presence. The testimony could feed the defense. The testimony could feed the defense's narrative that Cassie had relations with strangers as a normal part of her life and not as a forced act at Diddy's direction. But it could still be that. Remember, he would be in other rooms sometimes, maybe in other places sometimes, FaceTiming with them while and giving them directions while they're doing a freak off, and he's somewhere else. She even said this in her testimony, that he would literally be watching and seeing what's going on while he's at the office, while he is somewhere completely different from where they are. That's massive. So again, she could have been putting those things together, and he could have been off playing golf somewhere, watching the freak off while he's out there, golfing or out for a meeting at a specific place, and he's got this whole thing going on. That's still possible. So the freak-offs allegedly ordered by Diddy are central to prosecution's allegations that he used his business to engage in STing and other crimes, which we already know about all that stuff. Okay, tell us something that we don't already know, dagnabbit, right? But that is interesting, though, that they would say that they're trying to make it seem like she did these things on her own merit. She did this all on her own. She loved freak off so much that she wanted to do this on her own free time. And Diddy didn't even need to be there. But it's funny because Diddy didn't need to be there because he would watch via FaceTime or video chat or whatever the hell you want to call it. Again, that's very, very interesting. So we're still waiting on more information. Let's see what CNN got to say here too. Boom. So Stylist testifies Cassie kept a secret from him that Diddy's videos showed her with other men. So defense, they brought Nash back. Okay. And of course, this is when Cassie told him that the videos that Diddy was threatening to release showed her with other men and not with Diddy. Nash confirmed that even though that they had been close since 2008, this was the first time he learned that she was having relations with other men. She kept that part of her life secret from you. This is what defense asked. Nash said yes, she did. Now, like I said before, they're trying to contradict what Cassie has said before. So that, like I said, this testimony about Cassie from the Stylist, from Nash, is directly contradicting, and that's what the defense is arguing. Okay, we don't have to read all that. The defense says Nash's testimony on the stand doesn't match what he told the prosecutors before the trial. Again, see what I'm saying? They're like, well, wait a second. You said feet this time. You didn't say that when you were getting interviewed by prosecution a few weeks or a few months ago. And he's like, well, I wasn't asked those questions, right? So again, what the account that he had of Cassie Ventura's 29th birthday doesn't match what he told prosecutors about the incident in the pretrial meeting. Nash testified yesterday that the night they celebrated her birthday, Diddy and Cassie argued at dinner, and Diddy told her he did everything for her, but she couldn't do quote unquote this one thing. But Donaldson, the defense, suggested the government's interview notes didn't reflect those details. Nash also didn't tell prosecution that he saw Diddy pointing in Cassie's face in the corner of a karaoke bar that night. This is what the defense has brought out. Nash has testified several times. He didn't expand on many things with prosecutors during pretrial interviews and never wanted to be involved in the case. Now, here's the thing. Again, there are certain things that maybe weren't asked during their pretrial interviews. Maybe there was information that just didn't come out at that time and then suddenly is coming out now. But I will also point out there's still a possibility that as he's sitting there styling Cassie, that she starts giving him more information while he's styling her. This is days before her testimony. Remember that. So this is what the defense is trying to prove and try to point out, that maybe he is adding more information because maybe there's more influence, or he's using this opportunity to expand or, to elaborate or, to exaggerate on his story, to make it even more salacious, to make it look like Diddy's even more of a monster. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, he doesn't even need to add any more information. The fact that he saw what he saw, he experienced what he experienced, still shows that aside from him putting his feet on Cassie when she was down after she cut her face, the other times when he's choked him out on top of a car and all that stuff, still shows that Diddy's a monster. Still shows that he rules with an very iron fist. It does not matter if he added a little bit more, right? It doesn't matter if he adds and sprinkles a little bit more detail. But he does have a point, and I see what the defense is trying to do. Okay? I see what the defense is trying to do. Is it going to be successful? I don't know. But I do see Nash's point. If prosecution is not asking him the right questions, he can't answer the questions the right way with the right amount of details. So there might be something that pops in his mind while on the stand that wasn't even asked when prosecutors asked the questions in the pretrial interviews. That's still possible. That is still possible. He'd be like, I remember, this other time he's pointing right in her face right before they went back home and he attacked her or whatever the hell it is. You see what I'm saying? So it is interesting. But I can see also what the defense is trying to build up. That, hey, he is still close with Cassie. In fact, he saw her right before she took the stand, styled her. So they definitely were having conversations. And maybe there's some sort of influence here. Possible. And then again, maybe not possible. That's going to be up to the jury to decide. It's going to be very interesting. Let's continue on. Ooh, we're going into Mia time. Hold on, we're going into Mia. Oh yeah, let's get into this conversation. Like I said, this is not a good one for Diddy. This prosecution or this testimony, Nash, his testimony is not good. It doesn't matter if he says, "Oh yeah, I saw, him put his feet on her." It doesn't matter. He saw a lot of stuff. He saw a lot of stuff that was very bad. Okay? Lot of bad stuff. But like I said, they're trying to go off of technicalities, right? They're trying to over exaggerate the tiniest of things because they want to poke those holes in the prosecution's narrative, in the whole argument that they're presenting to the jury, so that the jury has moments of doubt. Oh, well, if he's not, why wouldn't he say these things before? Why are we hearing about it now, bruh? Why didn't you say that? That is weird. We need to talk about this, jury. We do. I feel weird about this. I don't know. He might be innocent. You only need one. He only needs one to sit there and say him innocence. Just remember that. Do me a favor, guys, as you guys are in here. I appreciate all y'all. Let me see where we at with the likes. Let me see. Just out of curiosity. Oh my God, that is just diabolical. Oh my God. Hit that like button down below. Let's get it to 1K, okay? A like don't cost a thing. It is on the free 9s and it helps this channel grow. So please hit that like button down below. Crush it. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, please. And thank you. Subscribe. We are almost at 170K. It's so crazy to me. So if everyone goes and subscribes right now that hasn't subscribed yet, we would be beyond 170K today. And that would be okay by me. Yay. Sorry. But subscribe. Okay? Make sure you subscribe, dagnabbit. All right? Whether you free Diddy or not free Diddy, we talk about it all right here on The Pascal Show. So make sure you subscribe. Subscribe. Stylist stopped working with Combs in 2018, but kept in touch. Here's another thing I want to talk about really quick. I'm going to keep it a bean with y'all. You have somebody who hasn't been locked up yet, who has not been accused of any type of wrongdoings. We're talking about Diddy. At the time. Now, I don't think people are going to be calling him up being like, sup, bro? Love you, bro. How you doing, bro? You got to remember, you got a person who's in a position of power that has a lot of influence and has a lot of powerful people at his parties. And I'm not talking about his freak off parties. I'm talking about just the regular old parties that he has. Do you really want to lose contact with that person? Do you really want to burn that bridge with that person if you are somebody who is in the industry that is doing everything they can to keep, climbing the ranks and keep grabbing at that brass ring of success, right? So I don't blame, because this is what the defense is trying to do. If you notice, they're sitting there going, well, seemed like y'all were cool afterwards, even after everything, even after all the vicious things that Diddy did to Cassie and to you. You still were calling him. You still were texting him. You still were in contact with him. You were still leading with love. So you must have been not that bad, right? But if you really think about it, it's Diddy. This ain't just some random guy who works at the McDonald's down the street. This is Diddy. And don't get me wrong, if that's your job, hey, stay strong, keep doing what you do, because we appreciate your service. But at the same time, those fries are phenomenal. But at the same time, though, it's Diddy. His level of power is indescribable. His Rolodex is one people would kill for. So really, you really think that there's not that somebody who's in the business, that wants to stay working in the business, loves what they do, they're talented, they're starting to create their own Rolodex as well of people that they can continue to work with, have continuous clients for the rest of their lives. You don't think that they're going to do everything they can to just keep at least the relationship copacetic, at least friendly, between one of the most powerful people in the entertainment business and them? I'm telling you right now, they would. I'm telling you right now, you're going to be like, okay, yeah, congratulations. Because you still want to be relevant and you still want to continue working. And I'm not sitting here saying, I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying I get it. I understand it. And it's terrible because it does question your character. It does question your integrity. Because it's like, man, do I really want to be dancing with the devil? Do I really want to make deals with the devil? Because that's what it is. Diddy's the devil. He the devil. All right. Do I continue doing that or no? And yeah, Tyler, it's almost like you just got to, for some of these people, which clearly is what happened, a lot of these people, basically everybody who surrounded his life, they all checked their morals at the door, which is sad. But now it's kind of coming back to bite them in the butt. Because now it's like, well, if you thought he was a terrible monster and you still were texting him all the damn time, you still were reacting and still reaching out to him. If he was so bad, wouldn't you try to put some distance between you and him as much as you can? Shoot, bro, you said you have a backpack with $1,000 just so you can go off the grid if you get him angry again. Right? And what happened? Still texting him. Congratulations on that award, man. You deserve it. In my mind, I'm like, okay, probably you deserve it as a stretch. You sure? Giving him, because he doesn't deserve anything. I mean, for him being so vicious, he doesn't deserve any type of award if these allegations are to be true, right? But nonetheless, it's like, well, he could blackball me. He could literally put me on a blacklist and I will never be able to work in this town again. So might as well be a nice guy. Reach out. Say congratulations. Because there's no beating this man. There's no outrunning this man. He's outrun everybody. He is Diddy. Which is scary, y'all. Like I said, people like this should never, okay? People like this should never have this type of success, this abundance of success and blessing on top of blessings on top of blessings. They take these blessings and they take it for granted. They take advantage of it. They take it for granted. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Those people with the Midas touch that think that they can do no wrong, that they're untouchable. What's so sad is that that's why they're there, because they have that mindset that nothing can stop them, right? It's the can't stop, won't stop thing, right? But even so, people like this, people like with this kind of level of power should never have been blessed with this kind of power. What happened to good people having access to this kind of responsibility and power? It doesn't exist, it seems like. It's so sad. Okay. But let's continue on. Again, it's so crazy, but Patricia just said, I was watching Tisa Tells when Gene Deals got mad. I'm wondering what you're talking about there about Gene Deal getting mad, but that's interesting. Love to get him on the show at some point. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. He's very choosy on who he goes on what platforms he goes on. So maybe one day. Mimi, thank you so much for all the super stickers. I really do appreciate all of them. Thank you so much. Mimi, again, thank you so much for the super sticker. Y'all be a good one. Hit the like. Yeah, hit the like, guys. Don't forget to do that, please, and thank you. Hit the like, okay? And yeah, become a gang member. Become a Famburger gang member. Yeah, come on through and be a part of the fam. All right? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So let's get into this. So he said he stopped working for him, but he still was reaching out to him every once in a while. All right? So he says he stopped working for him, but he kept in touch afterwards. He said, I've never spoken to Diddy, and he hasn't asked about Cassie. The jury saw text messages between Nash and Diddy from January of 2019. He messaged Diddy that he was sending love, and that that Diddy responded back saying, "Yeah, right. We was fam," Combs said, adding that he was disappointed. So he's like, "I'm just sending love, man. You know, I love you. I'm just sending love." And Diddy responded back saying, yeah, right. We was fam. You should have given me a heads up about this Alex Fine mother lover. So he was referring, like I said, I was right. He was referring to the trainer in a apparent reference to Alex Fine, who is obviously Cassie's now husband. And by the way, I'll say it again. Congratulations to Cassie Ventura Fine and Alex Fine. They just gave birth, or they gave birth yesterday, to a beautiful bouncing baby boy. So congratulations to them both, for real. All right. Prosecutors call Maya to the stand. We're going to get into it because Maya, I'm sure, Maya he, Maya ha. It's going to be interesting. I'm very excited about this. So what's interesting is like, you knew each other for 15 years, but she was holding secrets from you. I mean, that's people. People hide things from people all the doggone time. But let's move on. Nothing further. Redirect. Prosecution says, were you afraid for her? Things got violent fast, Nash said. What devices did he use to film her? Hers. You said they appeared under the influence at her 29th birthday party, right? He says, yeah, they were. Was Diddy in control of his actions? Yes, he was. It wasn't like he was totally wasted out of his mind. So, and what did you say? And what did you say? You're going to get some D tonight. I guess that's what he said to Cassie. Did she want to go? No. No further questions. Nothing from me. So, Mr. Nash has been excused. So, Maya, call your next witness. They're bringing Maya. How do you wish to be identified? So we will not see any sketch artists or anything revolving around Maya. Or Mia. Mia or Maya. I think it's Mia. But Mia. M-I-A. All right. Missing in action. All right. So moving on. Don't show this exhibit. So, just to you. What is this? That's my passport. Show it for the jury only. So, Brian Steele, I'd like to see it too, though. Okay, you can see it. Where are you from? Mia says, Virginia Beach, Virginia. Who is this? It's Diddy. What did you call him? Puff. I worked for him as his personal assistant. Then, as director of development and acquisitions for Revolt Films. How was it working there? Puff's mood changed all the time. Was he violent to you? Yes. He threw things at me. He's thrown me against a wall, into a pool, ice buckets on my head. Wow. Slammed my arms into a door. What? And he SA'd me. Oh my God. Whoa. Hold the press. Hold on. What? Say that again. Was he violent to you? Yes. He's thrown things at me. He's thrown me against a wall, into a pool, ice bucket on my head. He's thrown an ice bucket on her head, slammed my arms into a door, and then he SA'd her as well. What? He SA'd you more than once, right? Yeah, more than once. Did you want to be in the arts? Yes. This was before social media. I thought if I put my mattress on my car and drove to New York, I could do it. I went to work for Georgina Chapman, red carpet dressing. Then what? Assistant to Mike Myers. Mike Myers has now been brought into the chat. Now, again, Mike Myers may have no connection, no nothing to anything. Real talk. He may have nothing to do with nothing. But he may have some sort of connection here too. So again, that's very interesting. Okay, so all right. So she did red carpet dressings. Then she moved on to assist for Mike Myers. How did Diddy hire you? I met with a recruiter. I met with HR and Tony Baez Fletcher. Did Diddy interview you? He did at his apartment. He was on the phone wearing his underwear. Oh my dear God. That is a detail that makes no sense. But that's a detail. Like I said, the ripped pants, pacing back and forth, holding a pew, right? Him looking into an oven. Like, where's Cassie, man? I know she's in this house, man. Let me look in the oven. You roasting her like a turkey or something? Like, what the hell? He's in an interview with a possible personal assistant, and he's on the phone pacing back and forth, making deals in his underwear, in his skivvies. The HR lady left. So how fitting that the HR lady who's supposed to be going, sir, that's not what you should be wearing during this interview. Due to what we understand and due to our handbook for Bad Boy Records, you're not supposed to do that. HR, this is very bad. This is the HR lady, and apparently she was not there. Did he put on clothes? I guess eventually he did, yes. Did you get the job? Yeah, of course. I was excited. How much did you expect to work? A lot. But I didn't fully understand. I guess I didn't fully understand the scope of work I would have to do. How much were you paid? $50K. What did you do on your first day? HR told me I was on trial for 2 weeks. So she was on a trial. They're going to try her out for 2 weeks and just see how it goes. Where did you start? His Alpine, New Jersey house. I was there all day. Then where? Back to the office for a few hours more. Then I was told Diddy wanted me to go to the studio. How long were you there? Until about 1 p.m. the next day. Wow. Then where did you go? I went to Puff's apartment. Then I went home. How fast did you have to return? I didn't even take a nap. I didn't want to risk it. How much did you sleep during the first 24 hours of your job? I didn't. I took it as a challenge. There had been a TV show a few years before called I Want to Work for Diddy. It was kind of like that. That's what it kind of felt like. Like I was on this show. How did you deal with the lack of sleep? When I was young, I'd tell myself you could sleep at 3 p.m. Objection from defense. Overruled. How long did you stay up once? 5 days. Wow. I took Adderall extended release. I could quasi function and stay awake. 5 days, guys. 5 days with no sleep and just hopped up on Adderall. When did you go to sleep? My hearing went. I guess, when was the moment when you said, I gotta go to sleep? My hearing went. My equilibrium was off. Blurred vision. Lights that weren't there. I was seeing lights that weren't even there. I cried. Were you then told you could sleep? Yeah. After all of that, yes. By whom? Diddy. Oh! Listen, the prosecution is laying out the groundwork. Another perfect example, making someone out here not sleep for 5 days straight. And she was only allowed to go to sleep when Diddy said she could go to sleep. Do you understand? 5 days straight of no sleep is insane. Now, I will say this. Nicole B just said it too. She chose not to take a nap in the very beginning. But at the same time, there was no room. There was no time. We heard this from Capricorn Clark. We've heard this from other personal assistants as well, that they all were just ran ragged. Okay. And this woman was popping pills just so she can stay alert and stay on top of her tasks for this crazy, crazy maniacal man. My Lord. Were you then told you could sleep? Yes. By whom? Puff. Why did you stay awake that long? I was working. I'm introducing exhibits. This is what prosecution says. Wow. That is insane. That's insane. So they're showing some exhibits, I guess, or they're starting to put in exhibits that I'm sure the defense already knew they were going to be putting in, not left turns or anything of that sort. But let's move on, like the defense has been doing. Oh, we're just 5 minutes before the 5 days before the 5 minutes. I'm sorry, 5 minutes before today's trial starts. Oh, here's a whole bunch of text messages that we need submitted. We need the prosecution to look over 5 minutes before they started the trial today. That's insane. Sandwich just said, which is interesting. What's up, Sandwich? 11 days is the record. I don't know how anybody could actually do any of that. And I think, isn't that the Guinness Book of World's Record? Or is that, you mean 11 days is the record for Diddy, working for Diddy without sleeping? Yeah, and I'm wondering that too, Sandwich. Where was HR at that time too? Forget the fact that her first job interview is with Diddy walking around in his whitey tighties. Let's not forget that. Like, let's just put that on the side. But that's insane that this woman was up for 5 days straight to secure the job. Taryn, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Appreciate it. Okay, and guys, please consider becoming a member by hitting that join button down below, please and thank you. So let's get into some of these other articles. Mia takes the stand, former assistant to Diddy, who will be referred to only by the pseudonym Mia, okay, has taken the stand. She's expected to testify the forced labor and racketeering charges in this indictment. Not only was she forced to work crazy hours, just like some of these other assistants did, she was also viciously attacked, allegedly by her, what she says, viciously attacked, and also SA'd multiple times. Let's not forget that too. Passport is entered into court records under seal. Prosecution entered her passport into court records under seal with her true name, date of birth shown only to jurors. Witnesses normally take the witness stand and state their name in open court for record. But this witness is only being referred to by her pseudonym, Mia. She previously worked for Diddy as a personal assistant, with all the other stuff that we heard. Maya says it was a toxic working environment for Diddy and that he SA'd her. So she described working for Diddy as chaotic and toxic, but said that it could also be exciting. The highs were really high and the lows were really low. Puff's mood determined the environment, she said. He threw things at me. He threw me against the wall, threw me in a pool, threw something against my head, the ice bucket. He SA'd me. She said he SA'd her on more than one occasion. Diddy has gone by several names in the past, including Puff Daddy, hence the nickname Puff. All right. Telling us a whole bunch of stuff that we already freaking know, man. But we appreciate the information, I guess. Woo, boy, let's go on. So again, they got some exhibits. These exhibits are under seal. We review our objection, or we renew our objection. So judge says admitted under seal. Mia, what is this? A list of my responsibilities. I sent to Tony Bias Fletcher on November 10th, 2011. Puff has said, I don't know what you do all day. Wow. Let's focus on a few things in this document. Please read this, Mia. All of PD's Puff Daddy's social media presence. Who's PD? Puff Daddy, Sean Combs, Diddy. I wrote main liaison between Puff Daddy and Hollywood. Did you do that? BlackBerry. I was on the BlackBerry 24/7 nonstop. Can't stop, won't stop. I wrote anticipate his moods. Why was that important? I dictated the day. Or it dictated the day. That's interesting. You wrote every day is different, and that he could ask you to crack his knuckles or do his taxes. Did you have an apartment? Yeah, I did, in New York City. That's interesting that it's like anticipate his moods. She wrote that down. Anticipate his moods. Why is that important? Because that dictated the day. Because if he was in a bad mood, then the whole day was a wash. But if he was in a great mood and everything was all fine, then everything was good. Everyone's smiling. Everybody's happy. No issues whatsoever, right? Let's see what they say here. That's insane that she would not sleep 5 days straight. She would be up for 5 days straight. That's insane. So she testified she didn't sleep during her first 24 hours on the job. She recalled feeling like maybe it was a challenge that might have just been a part of her 2-week probation period. Mia said that working long hours on little sleep turned out to be the norm. She often didn't sleep for days when she was working, she said. One time she recalled working for 5 days straight without sleep. Extended release Adderall helped her stay awake. When she finally had a breakdown from exhaustion, crying uncontrollably, that's when Diddy told her she could go and get some sleep. So he really gets off on terrorizing people. Like, that literally is what is going on. Like, you remember, Cassie would be like, I can't do these freak offs anymore. I can't keep doing this right now. And they're in the middle of the freak off. And he would literally put his paws on her, right? Attack her. And while he's attacking her, he's like, finish strong. Stay strong. Come on. Stay strong. Right? And shoving her back into the freak offs. You see what I'm saying? So even this is insane. Okay? This is absolutely insane. Former assistant testified she worked days without sleep. I already said that. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it's like the same. Why they repeat the same doggone thing? Okay. This is weird too, that the former assistant said that he answered the door in his underwear when she met him for the first time in this job interview. So she says she was of course, she's testifying in his trial. Said she was about 25 or 26 when she first applied to work for Diddy. As part of the interview process, the woman who was testifying today under the pseudonym Mia, went to Diddy's apartment to meet him along with the head of human resources. She testified that Diddy answered the door in his underwear and the head of HR introduced them, then left. Why would you do that? Why would you leave when you got a guy in his underwear? Nothing but his underwear. She said he later put more clothes on, which is great, but still, you don't know what kind of person this is. Doesn't matter if his name is Diddy. Mia also was told that she would work 40 hours a week, but she testified that she always worked more than that and that she was told her starting salary would be $55,000, but it was actually $50,000. Yeah, she wasn't getting paid nothing. So she talks about when he was violent with her. He threw things at me. He threw me against a wall. He's thrown me into a pool. He's thrown an ice bucket on my head, she said. And then, of course, she also says that he SA'd her on more than one occasion. Yeah, he's a piece of work. I think this is going to be a very bad testimony for Diddy. This is going to be a bad one for Diddy, for sure. Let's see. Hold on. Let me go back to where it was. Okay. Do you have an apartment? She says, yes, I do have an apartment in New York City. Were you there much? No. My roommates joked that they lived with a ghost. In LA, where did you stay? In the staff house, then in Puff's house, 9933 Beverly Grove, then 9374 Beverly Crest Drive, then 200 South Mapleton. That's in Miami, right? Yeah, 2-star. So could you leave? Could you ever leave? Only at Diddy's permission. Once I left at 2 a.m. after he was asleep, I got into big trouble. Oh, wow. Then what happened? Security called me to say he was sending them to find me. It was at the first LA house in like 2009 or 2010. That's crazy. Were you allowed to lock your bedroom door? No. He said, it's my house. No locks on my doors in my house. So it wasn't really my room, you know? Did security get to lock their doors? Yeah, they actually did. One had a deadbolt. The other had a keypad. Interesting, right? Security is allowed to have their stuff locked up. But Mia wasn't allowed to have anything locked up. Man, it's crazy. So she recalls going 5 days without sleep, which we already know about, but we're just going to do it again anyway. She's okay. She was there for the job for a promised compensation of 55, but she only was getting paid 50. And then, of course, see, even that, she was okay with that. See what I'm saying? Even at that point, it's like, well, I'm working for Diddy, so it's fine. This is a big deal. I'm going to be hot, I'm going to be rubbing elbows and, meeting all kinds of celebrities. This is fine. Losing $5,000 to be in the room filled with celebrities and powerful people. F it. I'll do it. I'll just do the 50. That's fine. I won't even complain about it. Right? 5 days straight without sleeping. Oh, it's fine. No, it's cool. I'll deal with it. That's totally fine with me. As long as I still get to be in the room filled with kings and queens. Literally. No one ever said, excuse me, Puff. I'm realizing that I'm only getting 50 and not 55. What's up with that? So we were traveling to Las Vegas. There was always things going on. That's why she was up for 5 days straight. She noted that she had an Adderall prescription since she was 17, and it helped her function without sleep. I had a physical breakdown. My hearing went. It felt like I was underwater. My equilibrium was off. I got blurred vision. Out of nowhere, I was hysterical, and I could not stop crying. And at that point, that's when Diddy said she should go to sleep. That's what she recalled. He finally said, go ahead. You can go sleep. It's all good now. Relax. It's going to be fine. Just go get some sleep. Right? All the stuff that prosecution is trying to prove with that kind of treatment, with the forced labor, that's definitely one of them. That's big time. That's big time. I was told, this is what Mia said. Actually, let me go back a little bit just so you know. Okay, so security got to lock their doors to their rooms, but Mia was not allowed to lock her door, right? So she said, yeah, security got to lock their doors. One had a deadbolt, the other one had a keypad. I was told they were actively hiring other assistants. So how long till Malcolm, the assistant who was there when you started? How long did he stay? About 7 or 8 months. So then you were the only one. So then you were the only one then, right? Yeah, for like a whole year. Crazy. So she testifies she wasn't allowed to leave Diddy's homes without his permission. So she wasn't allowed to leave without his permission. She recalled a time in 2009 or 2010 when she left the home late at night when Diddy was actually asleep. So she may have, in his mind, she snuck out. Why is she sneaking out, right? After she left the house, his security called her to let her know that he had sent them to go find her. So she's like, I got into trouble. I got in big trouble. So Maya said that she was not allowed to lock her door when she stayed in his home. He says, this is my house. No one locks my doors. Security personnel were allowed to lock their doors. One security guard's room held the room's security camera system, she said. That's some interesting information that was not said from inner city press, but that is very interesting, though. Golly. All right, moving on. Let's see if there's any more updates. And please, guys, hit that like button down below. Don't forget to do that. We're almost at 1K. I mean, there's over 3,000 of y'all in the chat. Just go and hit the like button, y'all. Just crush it. Just hit the like button real quick. Just boom, bing, bang, boom. Boop. Just right down below. Hit that like button down below. We're almost at 1K. All right. It's a very simple ask. Okay. And of course, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Subscribe, please. And thank you. Don't forget to do that, please. That'll be greatly, greatly appreciated. All right. But this is pretty interesting. So she was there by herself, basically as an assistant for Diddy for basically a year. How did you feel about that? I didn't have time to feel. It was insane. Diddy gave me a pep talk like we were a team. He said, I need a second brain. Did he hire any more people? Yes, eventually. But I still felt like I was the responsible one. So you got punished. Yeah, in various ways. Getting cursed out, my intelligence insulted, my job constantly threatened. Who did those things? The cursing you out, insulting your intelligence, threatening your job. Diddy. So who's this? I guess it's another photo. George Kaplan. He's another personal assistant for Diddy. And he was after me. So we'll see what happens here. But interesting stuff though, right? Oh. Oh my God. So this is very, very interesting, right? And don't get me wrong. Some people, I saw somebody in the chat being like, "What? How is this forced labor? This is forced labor, y'all." Telling somebody that they can't sleep, telling them they can't have telling them when they can sleep, when they can't sleep. The other part is that she never really had any safety of her own. Like she couldn't just keep the door locked. And you got to remember, she may have been one female out of many men in that house. And I'm not sitting here saying that, given in light of everything that we're learning about right now, about Diddy, it does make you wonder, How safe was she in that house? She probably wasn't safe at all. What about all those people, security guards, et cetera, that were working there? You mean to tell me that he was hiring people that were Boy Scouts? Possibly not. And she was sleeping in a house filled with people that were just, you see what I'm saying? So again, it's messed up. Now that has nothing to do with forced labor, but what I'm talking about is just the fact that her safety was constantly hanging at the balance, right? Because any of those guys could have just walked right in her room, and attacked her at any time. They had locks on their doors, but she didn't. Why? So that he can have free access to her at any time in that kind of way? More than just him being like, oh, I need you to write up an email, or, oh, I need you to go to the Taco Bell. I got a crazy craving for Taco Bell, right? No privacy whatsoever. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. So still waiting. Let's see. There's got another update. Oh, I hate when this happens. Come on. Okay. Thank you. So, yes, of course, he would threaten her job and humiliate her. So there were various ways he would punish her, including threatening her job and insulting her intelligence. She said there were a lot of getting cursed out and humiliated and berated when she worked for him. Come on, inner city press. Nothing so far. But again, guys, I mean, it is pretty insane to think that any of this stuff happened to any person. And I also am wondering if her treatment was any different than the men that worked for Diddy as an assistant. If the treatment was the same. And the other thing is because we never heard anything about George Kaplan or from David James. We didn't hear anything about them living in the home. And so it would be interesting to hear if they were like, yeah, our doors did not have any locks either. Anybody could walk in at any time. You know? But she still stuck around. But here's the thing. I also want to break this down. I want you guys to see something here too. This BS right here. Well, hold on. So there was another assistant for about 7-8 months, and then that particular person, Malcolm, left, right? And then it was just her for a year. She said, the prosecution asked, how did that make you feel? She says, I didn't actually have time to feel. Obviously, everything was so crazy, right? There was so much going on, right? It was insane. So Puff gave me a pep talk, and this pep talk is how he manipulates these people. Hey, I want you to see you working with me. You're doing what you're working with me. We're a team, right? I need you. I need you to be on point with me. You're my second brain. You are going to have so much control on all these things. I need your help. I need that brilliant brain, right? So then all of a sudden they're in their mind, they're like, Diddy needs my help? The God amongst men needs my help. Oh my God. Now I feel special. You see what I'm saying? Now I feel important because I'm a part of this. And every single thing that he makes a decision on, I'm a part of. It's a trick. I need a second brain, he said. But here's the thing. Yes, he did hire more people, more assistants later, but she still felt like she was the responsible one. She still felt responsible for taking care of Diddy. You see this weird cultish type of vibe he has. But this man has something, and it's unbelievable. But again, he has that that ability to make these people feel like, because they're all looking up to him. I love the Sean John, and I love the Diddy stuff, and I love all the music videos and all that stuff. Look at all the movies he's in and blah, blah, blah. It's Diddy, right? And now I'm standing right next to him. I'm actually helping pick out what he's going to eat for the day. A God amongst men. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. But he knows that, and he uses it to his advantage and takes advantage of all these innocent people, right? So, and then of course she eventually moved up, right? But moving on. So George takes the job, and I think she got that job promotion. She moved up, right? So he turns into the personal assistant for Diddy after Mia, okay? So what was Revolt Films? Puff and I started it together. Were you still performing personal assistant duties? Yes, I was. How much were you actually getting paid this time? At first, it was $70,000, and then it eventually got to $100,000. There were supposed to be bonuses as well. Did you ever get them? No, never got any bonuses. Now they're on a break. Interesting. Let's see. Is it it's 11:30 their time right now. So, let me just check something here real quick. Let's take a look at this. Boom. It's just crazy to me that how brainwashed people will get because they're around somebody who has a lot of money. I mean, that's literally the vibe that I get. And yeah, Diddy, like the last few testimonies have not been very good for Diddy. They've all been really, really bad, for sure. Let's take a look at this. Former assistant testifies being Diddy's only assistant for a time, and it felt insane. So she says she was his only personal assistant for about a year, and it was difficult. So prosecution asked how she felt during that time. She says, I didn't have time to feel, but like insane. She said Diddy gave her a quote unquote pep talk when he told her that she would temporarily be his only assistant, and positioned it as though they were going to be going through this as a team. She said the fact that Diddy believed in her made her want to prove herself to him. See what I'm saying? Like, I believe in you, girl. You got this. We a team now. Now, I understand. We're going to get another person eventually. I know it's a lot of work, but I got you, girl. I need your help. I need you. Here's the other thing, too. it does make you wonder, why did this particular Malcolm guy leave? Was it because he left because he couldn't handle the craziness, or was it because they needed to cut back on money? I know Diddy makes a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but maybe there's a, maybe there was a low point. You never know. You never know. But it was an opportunity for her to step forward, step up, and show what she was made of. And it worked. If you really think about it, she eventually got a bigger gig. She eventually got promoted to a better job. I'm not condoning this. I'm not. I'm just saying she literally said, I'm going to put my head down and I'm going to put in the work. But at the same time, the things that she experienced, the things that she went through with this guy is something else. Okay? Is absolutely something else. So insane. Rianne, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Diddy, maniacal control freak who attacks females. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is bad. This is really bad. Really, really bad. Former assistant says working on TV and TV projects or film projects, I'm sorry, was a dream come true and probably a breath of fresh air staying away from this crazy mother lover. But I digress. Oh, dang it. Oh, that's so annoying. There we go. Was a dream come true? The former assistant to Diddy, who has been testifying about the extreme work experience, conditions under his leadership, getting to work in TV and film was a huge personal success. The ex-employee, who's been testifying under the pseudonym Mia, explained that she and Diddy started Revolt film production, the Revolt film production company together, and that it was a separate entity from his Revolt TV brand. She said she's been essentially running his production company, his film production company, for years, and had finally gotten the title to reflect her actual work. So she was working there for a while, and then she got the title later. She says working at Revolt Films was her dream, and working on TV and film projects was overwhelmingly awesome. Mia said that she was doing some personal assistant duties when she started the new role at Revolt. Her starting salary was $70,000, but then a few years later, it went up to $100,000. So again, she finally started getting money, but I feel like $100,000 for what she was doing for the past few years is still not enough, in my personal opinion. All right. So, seen inside the courtroom, Mia's answering many of the questions with her head down and face barely visible. Wow. Looking up only a handful of times. As she left for the break, her shoulders were hunched forward in a way that made her appear smaller. Diddy's mom and sons are in the courtroom as well. When Diddy first saw his mom this morning, he smiled and blew her a kiss. Goo. Because now when I see him blowing a kiss to his mom, I just instantly think of the video of him kissing his mom, and it's weird. I'm sorry. It's very weird. All right? But interesting, though, right? Interesting. And the fact that she's trying to conceal her identity while up on the stand is very interesting. Yeah, Nat. Yep. While doing the IV drip video, it goo. Goo. Just nasty. Mother loving nasty. Okay? Just nasty. But again, she is so terrified that she is trying to conceal her identity on the stand. But by the way, it's not going to change anything. Her doing this and all that, they're still going to be able to see who she is. Okay? they're still going to be able to see who she is. But that also shows how scared she is of this man. That's serious, y'all. That's serious. Like I said, this man is diabolical. From what we've learned, from what we've gathered, this is a very, very vicious man. Very vicious. So it's crazy to me. What do you think of her testimony so far, though? I am kind of curious about that. What you think? So they're like, what I hate about this is that they're like 20 minutes behind with their post, but it is what it is. So Mia testified that she traveled with Diddy and stayed at his properties, locking her own bedroom door wasn't allowed. So Puff said, "This is my house. No one locks their doors." That rule didn't seem to apply to the predominantly male security team, which stayed in rooms with deadbolts and keypad locks, Mia recalled. So again, the men could be locked up. They can lock up their own stuff, but she couldn't, which, like I said, doesn't make any bloody sense. Mm-mm-mm. Check something here real quick. Let's see what's going on over here. Nope.
Then says, "Don't show this exhibit. What is it?" Mia says, "My passport." Prosecution says, "Show it only for the jury." Combs's defense team, "I would like to see it too." Prosecution says, "Where are you from?" Mia says, "Virginia Beach, Virginia." Prosecution says, "Who is this?" Mia says, "Sean Combs." Prosecution says, "What did you call him?" Mia says, "Puff. I worked for him as a personal assistant." Mia then continued, then is her...
Notice that they're reading inner city press. That's all they're doing. They're reading inner city press. Let's keep it a bean. Okay. And I would love to know who Mia is. Okay. I would love to know who Mia is. But at the same time, respectfully, she doesn't want her name out there. So it's like, all right, if you don't want your name out there, all we could do is let it be. Right. She's here to tell her story. She's here to tell her testimony, and it is what it is. Because there are going to be other Jane Doe-esque type people. There is another Jane Doe that's supposed to be taking the stand here probably next week as well. So again, we're going to be seeing or hearing a lot of people stepping forward, hiding behind these pseudonyms. And all we can do is just respect it and just let it be what it is. Because you got to remember, these people are either still working in high ranking spots, or they just don't want the harassment. They don't want CNN and News Nation and Fox News and, all these news outlets trying to get in touch with them to try to get an exclusive interview with them and all that. Also, they just don't want the harassment. There's people who are diehard Diddy fans that are angry about this. Okay. And they'll do whatever they can to make that person's life a living hell if their identity was ever exposed. You see what I'm saying? So again, I get it, let them just do their testimony, hope that they're telling 110% the truth, that they're not committing perjury on that stand, and keep it moving. But I think so far from what we're hearing right now, forced labor, bad. As far as him with pew-pews, we've heard that from Capricorn Clark. That's also bad. We've heard other accounts of him doing vicious and terrible things, making people do certain things for him. Those have been said in this trial as well. Okay. But as far as, you're a savage. You know what? Sandwich is a savage. I'm just, yep. Let me Google. Let me Google it. It was Revolt Film. Okay. Nope, it's a man. Well, this is Revolt Media. Hold on. Hold on. We're going back to this because I'm sure we could all figure it out fast. We got to go all the way back here real quick where she says in the beginning, if I remember correctly, did she not? Director of Development and Acquisitions. And I mean, I'm sure she's not that anymore. And this was in, that's Nash. But that's the thing. What years? Let's try 2011. Sorry, guys. I'm looking off camera to see if there's. Let me see here. Hold on. No, everybody's just quoting this. It's crazy because unless it got like wiped off the internet, that which makes no sense. So in 2011, Mia, okay, held the position of director of development and acquisitions for Revolt Films. She previously worked for Georgina Chapman and then Mike Myers as his personal assistant before being hired by Diddy. According to CNN, she worked for Combs from 2009 to 2017 in 2 different roles: personal assistant and director of development and acquisitions for Revolt TV or Revolt Films. I'm sorry. It's almost as if it got wiped off or something. Yeah, no, they're not on a lunch break. They took a 10-minute break, so they should be back up here shortly. But I'm just looking to see who could it possibly be, right? But they are on a break right now, which is probably what they're going to say here in a second. But let's take a look at this here. All right. I mean, they will be going on a lunch break here, most likely in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes should be happening, right? Because it's going to be noon in about 15 minutes their time. So yeah, lunch break should be happening here shortly. So Mia describes duties including staying within Diddy's eyesight. What? So she said as an assistant, she managed his social media presence, served as his main liaison between Diddy and Hollywood, managed his daily routine, kept him on schedule, and protected him and his privacy. She said she had to stay attached to her BlackBerry, even within and staying within his eyesight, as well as anticipate his needs and his whims and moods. So in other words, she needed to be another him. She needed to know everything about him. Like I said, everything all the way down to his dirty drawers. Every single day is different, she said. Can be 17,000 things at one time. Range from cracking his knuckles, doing his taxes, or writing his next movie. He can also have you stand next to him for 24 hours and not ask you to do one freaking thing. So again, it could be the most chaotic days or it could be nothing all day. But that's wild. Doing his taxes and then writing his next movie is insane to me. Which I'm sure she was like literally sitting at a laptop and he's like, okay, we got to write this out. I got this idea. So on and so forth. This is what's going to happen. Aliens are going to be coming from the sky. And it's going to be raining nothing but baby oil. And Cassie is going to be the main character. You see what I'm saying? Write it down. Are you writing it down? It's insane. Yeah. Can be 17,000 things at one time, ranging from cracking his knuckles, doing his taxes, or even writing his next movie. He can also have you stand right next to him for 24 hours and not ask you to do one damn thing. Well, here's the thing. She could be white. Yes, she could be from the Caucasus Mountains. Yes, she could. Why, you may ask, is because not only that, Mike Myers, guys, she also worked with Mike Myers. I'm not sitting here saying Mike Myers was sitting there going, I only work with whites, personal assistants, everyone. No, I doubt that. But at the same time, it's possible she might have been white. But if you notice, except for Capricorn Clark, it looks like every single person that's been an assistant of his that we have had on the stand has been white, actually. If you really think about it. But the other two were men. You had George Kaplan, David James. Those two were white men, if I'm correct, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Two white men. And then now you had Capricorn Clark, and now you have this Mia person, which I think she might be white. But it doesn't matter whether she's white or black. It doesn't matter. What happened to her, what was what was done to her, what she endured is absolutely crazy. Okay? Let's see. Cletus, thank you so much. Manny Collins has been missing for now 20 days, and he is not a runaway. He is missing. Let's bring this boy home to his mother. Manny Collins Jr. Manny Collins Jr. Guys, check it out. Look it up. If you're in, I wonder where this was, what location this was, but just so you know, I'll look into it for sure. You know, I got a laundry list of cases. How old is he, too? When we get another break, I'll look it up so I can give you guys the information. And like I said, I may have to leave early today. I may not. So I'll let you guys know here fairly shortly. Okay. But thank you so much, Cletus, for letting us know that information. I'll look into it. I'll look into it for sure. Well, let's see. Let's see if they came back from their break. All right, they're back. Woo! Yay. All right. So they're pulling up an example, another piece of evidence. Okay. Prosecution. And so they're asking Mia, who is this? Clearly, it's Cassie Ventura. Fine. How did you know her? From working for Puff. We became close friends. Are you guys still friends to this day? Yes. How long How was their relationship? I'm sorry. How was their relationship? Highs, lows, absolutely unequal. Was there violence in their relationship? Yes. We'll get back to that. We'll circle back to that. What was Diddy's role with respect to her career? He decided on everything. Her shows, the looks that she had. Okay, pull up this example or this piece of evidence. So who's that? Or what is this? A mail from Cassie to Diddy and others. And it includes me in there too. I think it's an email from Cassie to Puff that CC'd everybody, including herself. When did she send it? It was about 4 a.m. It says 7 a.m., but we were in California. It was one of their hotel nights. What did she write? She was canceling, apologizing to Interscope and others. Did Diddy respond? Please read. So we'll see what happens. It's one of their hotel nights. Let me see something here real quick. So, just so you guys know, I'm just reading this off camera here really quick, okay? Because we're still waiting for updates here, okay? But this is about the missing kid, Manny Collins Jr. His real name is Jordan Collins Jr. Jordan Collins Jr. He is 16 years old, okay? He's been missing since May 8th. Let's see, local, state, and federal authorities say they believe that the Columbia Heights teen was actually taken. My son's been missing for 20 days, declares the mother of Jordan, aka Manny Collins. I'm just going to pull this up. I'm going to pull this up so you guys can see this. Maybe held against his will. What? Come on, bye-bye. Let's take a look at this real quick as we wait. So Manny Collins, I guess this is Manny Collins, okay? He's missing for nearly 3 weeks. Police worry he's being held against his will. He was last seen on May 8th, University Avenue in Columbia Heights. Police are begging for anyone with any information. So this is in Minnesota, Columbia Heights, Minnesota. Okay, they believe he's been missing against his will. Authorities have said, all right. They urge anyone with information to please come forward. He was last seen. Okay, we already said that, but he was last seen on University in the area of University Avenue and 49th Avenue Northeast in Columbia Heights. He is 5'8", 140 pounds. He has black hair and brown eyes. Okay, this is him right here. Young black kid. Searches have been conducted in the area of University and 49th. Police are asking businesses and residences in the area to check surveillance video between May 8th and May 12th for Collins for anything suspicious. And here's the kid right here, just so you know. So, okay, they're briefing the disappearance. During the briefing, authorities told media members that Collins may be missing against his will. Now, that's interesting because not every day do they say that in a press conference, that they believe that a person is being held against their will. That is some serious stuff, right? So again, usually they go, well, we're still, we're doing everything we can. We're doing all the research and we're still keeping a lot of things close to the vest. But the fact that they're saying that and they're telling that to media, we think that this person's being held against their will. That's a big, big move. That's a big statement. 16-year-olds just don't disconnect the way that Manny did. We are all convinced he disappeared against his will. The sheriff said the department does have some leads, and they're continuing to look into the case with the help from agencies, including the Minnesota BCA and the FBI. They also say there is a person of interest in the case. Okay. Someone knows something. So if you know of anything, if you know this kid, maybe saw this kid, here he is again. Well, that's not really a good photo of him. So if you know this kid, they urge you to call 763-427-1212. Again, 763-427-1212. Okay. If you know anything, please speak up. If you see something, most definitely say something. Do not fret. Do not get scared. Call 50 immediately. Let's get back into this, though. And I hope that they find Manny Collins Jr. very soon because he's 16 years old, okay? He has his whole life ahead of him. So hopefully he'll be found soon. And Cletus, thank you so much for the heads up about that. Just bringing awareness, sprinkling some awareness during the show while we wait. So let's continue. So when did she send it? I'm just repeating this again so that we can get to the next post. And I think there's another one. When did she send it? It was 4 a.m. It was 7 a.m., but we were in California. It was one of their hotel nights, right? It's one of their freak off nights. What did she write? She was canceling, apologizing to Interscope and others. Did Diddy respond? Please read. Cassie wrote about telling Slevin Hill. What does she mean? What do you think she means? Do you think? I think she meant Stephen Hill of BET. Cassie wrote, no support, no show. Why did you forward this to Tony Fletcher? I had to keep her informed. She was in charge of booking hotels. Did you ever see Diddy on a movie set? Yes. Everyone would be very nervous. He would insert himself. Wow. He would just show up and be like, oh, so this is the set. I sit down, just like it's his home. What was his role with respect to Cassie's appearance? He was in charge of it, period. Did you have exposure to to Cassie's finances? Yes, I did. How? I learned the company paid her credit cards and that the places where she lived were under his company names, even her cars. And did he take things away from her? Yes, all the time. Cars, jewelry, and support. If he couldn't get her on the phone, even if he couldn't get her on the phone, he would strip these things from her. That's crazy. Oh, the Sade Robinson trial has just started. Uh-oh. Well, I'll keep an eye on that one too, because, justice for Sade. I'm just saying, justice for Sade all day. All bloody day. All right. Day 2. Wow. Okay. I'll keep an eye on it. I didn't even know that even started. We'll see how that transpires, right? How all that goes down. I think I got something in my eye. How fitting. But moving on. So she learned a lot. He was paying her credit cards, Cassie's credit cards, all that. The places where she lived were under his company names because he had control over everything that she did, right? So he would take things away. If she didn't want to do a freak off, if she didn't want to do anything, he would just take cars, jewelry, his financial support from her. She was screwed. So it does make sense that she would send a email Where's my mouse? Send an email, something along the lines of saying that no support, right? I don't have any support right now, so there won't be any show. I can't pay for that. I can't pay for the background dancers. I can't pay for this, that, and the third. So I'm sorry, guys. I won't be able to do that performance, or can't do that appearance because I have no support and I can't afford it all on my own. I ain't got no money, right? Crazy. So he'd keep tabs on her through me. What is the part of the job to what part of the job, I don't know, to spend this time with Cassie? I don't understand what is part of your job to spend this time with Cassie? Was it part of your job to spend time with Cassie? I guess that's what they're saying. Yes, I had to do whatever Diddy told me to do. Could you go where you wanted? No. We had to go where Diddy told us we could be. Interesting. Whoa. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Okay. So yeah, that's very interesting. So yeah, I'm here with you guys. Okay. Just so you guys know, I'm here with you guys for the duration of the trial. All right. So that's cool. But yeah. Okay. So very, very interesting. Okay. Very, very interesting. Of course, they're going to be going into some sort of lunch break here in a second. And when that does happen, I'm going to be going into a lunch break as well. I mean, mine will be significantly shorter than theirs for sure. But nonetheless, it will be happening, just so you guys know. All right. So he'd keep tabs on her through me. Was it part of your job to spend that time with Cassie? Yes, I had to do whatever Diddy wanted me to do. So could you go where you wanted? Could you just go at any spot that you wanted to go at any time? She's like, hell to no. We had to be where Diddy told us we could be. So if it's like, hey, I don't want you to go to this, I don't want you going to this club. You ain't allowed to go out. You're staying right where you is. Don't even try, right? If you go somewhere, you get the fist. You see what I'm saying? Or you get no support from me. And if not, something very scary. The punishment was unpredictable, but terrifying. We talk some more about that as we get through your testimony. Okay, so we'll talk more about it as we get through your testimony. How would Diddy communicate with Cassie? Sometimes only through me. Did you see violence of any kind? And if you did, what kind of violence? I saw a lot of aftermaths and injuries that she had. I've seen him attack her and throw her on the ground. I've seen him like crack her head open. I've seen him chase her. Things like that. Did she ever fight back? No. Yeah, El Gato. El Gato. You know what I'm saying? Like, this sounds like a crackerjack job. You know what I'm saying? Sounds like just a freaking fantastic job. For $55,000, actually 50. For $50,000? Man, sounds like a great job. You know what I'm saying? Sounds like the job of my dreams. Yes, sir. You got to be kidding me. You know what I mean? Mia saw some things. And you let's not forget, she was also there in one of those vicious attacks where she was jumping on the back of Diddy, trying to stop Diddy from actually attacking Cassie. Let's not forget that piece right there. Please. That is insane. Okay? And again, yeah, Nicole B, I see your comment. That is not wrong at all, man. His whole staff condoned this behavior. Every single last one of them. All the security guards, all the house staff, chefs, etc. All of them people, they all condoned his behavior, and they kept showing up to this doggone work. Why? To this doggone job. Why? Because he's the freaking diddler. That's it. They're like, but this is This is Mr. Can't Stop, Won't Stop. They put all of their own integrity and morals, and they casted that aside for a couple of bucks. Literally, if you think about it, someone like Mia was literally doing services for Diddy that was like she was serving caviar, but she was selling it at McDonald's dollar menu prices. Real talk, $50,000 a year, and she was seriously, guys, for the amount of work that she put in, caviar at McDonald's dollar menu prices. Remember dollar menu at McDonald's? Because that don't exist anymore, but you know what I'm saying. Pretty insane stuff. And all of them are like, I don't get paid well. I'm seeing him just attack women viciously every single day. I don't sleep at all. But you know what? I love this job. I love this job. It's worth it. Yep, it's worth it. It's worth it. Everything's worth it. It's worth it, man. You know what I'm saying? See, like even so, I'm one thing I haven't seen yet is any of the security guards. Now I know that people are like, "Ooh, Gene Deal's going to come through and he's going to testify." I don't think he will. I don't think they're going to subpoena him at all. But I'm waiting for a security guard. Where is a security guard? And I'd want to ask every single last one of them, why would you stay? You're hearing a girl screaming bloody murder in the other room and you just standing there? Your job is to protect these mother lovers, man. What is going on with this world? Real talk. What is going on with this world? Hold on. Rianne, thank you so much. Just so you're aware. Oh, I already saw that. Sorry. But yeah. Yeah, this stuff is it's aggravating. I just don't understand it. I've seen situations in my life, you know what I mean? Being around powerful people, being around rich people, being around people with influence. I've seen how they treat, and it's like, I don't care. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like money. Yes, I want to be successful. I want to have, the lavish cars and the multiple whips and the lavish, trips across the globe and all that stuff. Just like any other person, everyone has that dream. I want to be rich. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wants to be rich. But at the same time, I'm not going to sacrifice and give up my soul for 7 figures. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like I said, I've seen a lot of situations. Nothing like this, nothing like this. But you see people's energy, and you see moments, and you go, I'm not cool with that. You know what I'm saying? Or they pull out the big old baggie, of powder, and you're like, nope, I'm good. I don't do that stuff. And suddenly you get judged because you don't do that stuff. So then they don't call you no more. Solely because you don't do that stuff. You see what I'm saying? I've seen my fair share of things. Fair share. And it's like, oh, well, if you ain't cool, then we ain't cool with you. And it's like, nah, I just have morals and I care about my body and don't know what is in that stuff. And I would never touch that stuff. So why would I touch it now? Oh, so you don't, oh, so because I don't do that. So we can't be friends anymore. What? In fact, it's like, I didn't even say anything to make you feel bad. I didn't sit there and go, how dare you do that? Yayo right in front of me. You know what I mean? I don't even say anything. I'm just like, all right, do your thing. I'm over here. I'm going to have my drink. I'm going to be over here talking to other people. Enjoy yourself. Okay? Take yourself to a whole other level. I don't care, right? Bye. I don't even pass judgment. I'm like, nah, bro, thank you, man. That's just not for me. And they're like, oh, okay. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I see you. Uh-huh. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, so I can't be part of the crowd, that the cool crowd, because I don't do that stuff? Man, go have several seats. Bye. What are you gonna do for me? You know, stuff like that. It's so stupid. But welcome to the world. And if you don't, and if you do it, then they suddenly welcome you with open arms. They're like, come on over. You know what I mean? Red Rover, Red Rover. You know what I'm saying? It's so stupid. But other people will sit there and go, well, I've never done it, but okay. You know what I mean? Because they're around all these people, these names and these in power. Room full of influencers, not influencers, but you know what I mean? People with a large amount of influence, right? It's sad. Like I said, it's really, really sad. But let's continue on. So, what did you see and hear? Suitcases being thrown into the foyer, okay? The hallway. Did you see Cassie after that? Yeah, she was outside. She was crying in a bush. She looked terrified. She gestured to me. So I'm hiding with her, and I'm not here. Oh, so she gestured to her. I'm hiding, like I'm not here. You did not see me. I am not here, right? What did you do? I retreated. I ran. I took off. I just acted like she wasn't there anymore. Did you tell anyone? I think the chef was in the kitchen. The sentiment was like, objection, sustained. What did this chef say to you? Objection, not for the truth, sustained. What happened in Cassie's apartment? We were there. Me, Cassie, Deontay, Nash. What were you doing? Helping her pack for a big trip to London. Puff came banging on the door, very irate. How did he get in? Key from front desk. What was Diddy asking Cassie? He said, have you been drinking or something? She hadn't answered his calls. What did Diddy do? He came after me and Deontay, screaming, has she been drinking? He was crazy aggressive. And then he started attacking her. He threw her on the ground. Me and Deontay jumped in and tried to stop it. What did you do? Deontay's very small in comparison to Puff. Now that answers the question. Because I'm like, is Diddy really that freaking strong? Damn. So Deontay is very small in comparison to Puff. There was a little tornado going on. He had Deontay in a position where I was scared he was going to take his life. Wow. Hamburglar. So I jumped in. I jumped on Puff. And then he threw me off and threw me against the wall. I felt it was like all in slow motion. I realized we were in big danger. He ran into the bedroom and grabbed Cassie. Under her bed was this like wood bed platform. He slammed her head into the corner. You know, this dude is a piece of work. I'm just saying. He's angry. He comes in irate because I guess he wasn't answering her phone because she passed out. She went to sleep. And he's thinking, oh, you guys were just having a good old time, just getting zooted, getting drunk and getting lifted, weren't you? Right? Hold on. Banging on the door, very irate. How did he get in? He got a key from the front desk. What was Diddy asking Cassie? He said, have you been drinking or something? He hadn't answered. He hadn't answered her calls. She hadn't answered her calls. What did Diddy do? He came after me and Deontay screaming, basically saying, has she been drinking? He was very aggressive, crazy aggressive. And then he just started putting his hands on her. He threw her to the ground. Me and Deontay jumped in and tried to stop it. What did you do? Deontay is very small in comparison to Diddy. There was a little tornado going on of just chaos. He had Deontay in a position where I was scared he was actually going to take his life. So I jumped in and I jumped on Diddy, and then he threw me off in against the wall. I felt like I was being thrown in slow motion. I realized that we were in big danger. He ran into the bedroom and grabbed Cassie. Under her bed, there's this wood bed platform, and he slammed her head against the corner. Like, why? Who does that? Like I said, who does that stuff, man? Son of a gun, man. I want to curse so bad. I want to curse so bad, but I'm going to be respectful because I know there's kids in the room somewhere out there. Okay. But what injuries did Cassie get? Her head was gushing blood. What about Diddy? What did Diddy do? He got into protector survivor mode. He said, call a doctor. He said, call Dr. So-and-so. Tell him Cassie was drunk and she hit her head. Why did you do it? Because Puff said to. Unfreaking believable. Her eyes were black, or his eyes were black. I'm sorry. It was like he was looking right through me. He was like completely. Let's get to the next question. Why did they cut him off? Judge, why did you cut her off? Anyway, it's like he was completely. Let's get to the next question. Did he take any substances? Party favors. Mia says yes. When he was high, how did he appear? I mean, shoot, sometimes he was the life of the party or like super hyper, right? So, you know, I'm the king of the world. I'm the king of the world. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. He'd be like that. Ain't that crazy? I'm the king of the world. I can do anything. Right? Or where is it? Where's that soundbite?
I am the fucking hardest hustler in the world. This is Savage Part 2. Don't tell me about shit. It's 2022 and I'm still a savage. Whatever I want, I get. Whatever I want, I fucking get.
Or like that. Right? I'm the king of the world. I can get anything I want. Right? Whatever I want, I get. Whatever I effing want, I get. We've heard that quite a bit, haven't we? So he inserted himself into the perfect match set. So this movie that, of course, Cassie was in. So Combs fancied himself as a pseudo director while Cassie was shooting The Perfect Match, which hit screens in 2016. Diddy was often on set and would quote unquote insert himself into production, asking all sorts of questions and making suggestions about Cassie's hairstyle, wardrobe, and even nails, Mia said. That's insane. Was that movie any good? Now I gotta IMDb this. Hold on. IMDb. The Perfect Match. Let's just take a gander. What's the rating for this thing? Oof. 4.9. Yeesh. Oh. She was the lead? She had second billing, y'all. She had second billing on this movie, y'all. Wow. Okay, so that is a real thing. And guy from Clueless. That's hilarious. 4.9 out of 10, y'all. She was in them. Okay. I guess he was like, well, if you can't sing, you might as well act. And put that pretty face to use. Timothy De La Ghetto was in this too. Wow. If you don't know who Timothy De La Ghetto is, I mean, he was a big time vlogger on YouTube and all that, a big time YouTuber. But that's very funny. And I'm wondering if Terrence Jenkins had any issues on set making this movie with Cassie and Diddy being like right there in audience the whole damn time. You know what I mean? But that's interesting. So on the set, he was sitting there just barking orders, telling people what she can and cannot do. Right? So if Mia and Cassie did something without his permission, the punishment was unpredictable and terrifying. So when Mia was asked what would happen when she did something without Diddy's permission, she said it would be bad, serious. She and Cassie Ventura would get into trouble. The punishment was unpredictable and terrifying. If Cassie didn't pick up Diddy's phone calls, multiple people would call and text her, and security would show up if they couldn't find her. Mia said she saw a lot of aftermath of Diddy and Cassie's relationship. She said she saw Cassie with injuries. She also saw Diddy attack Cassie and throw her on the ground. I've seen her she said crack her head open. She does not recall ever seeing Cassie fight back. Let's see what else. Okay, so again, she was a witness to multiple attacks by Diddy on Cassie. She says that Ventura never fought back against Diddy during multiple violent attacks on her by the defendant. In one particularly disturbing incident, Mia says she found Cassie hiding from Combs, outside in bushes with a terrified look in her eyes. Right. Because she's like, I'm hiding. I'm not here. You didn't see me. Go somewhere else. Ignore where I am. Right. And if I'm correct, that's the incident that happened in Jamaica, if I'm correct. Right. So again, crazy. Let's see if we got a new update. So yeah, he would get super under the influence and he'd get super hyper. Okay. Sometimes he'd be the life of the party. Where was this? Ibiza or Burning Man or music conferences? When he smashed her head, did he seem like he was under the influence? No. Did you go to Prince's party? She says yes. What happened the night before? So there was a big award ceremony, and then a suite in the Beverly. So he told me to stay with Cassie, that he was going to be at his house with his kids. But then I heard about Prince's party. So what did you do? Cass and I debated like little kids if we should sneak out of the house and go to this Prince party. I mean, it's Prince, for crying out loud, right? Prince performed on a little table. Then I saw Puff come in with his bucket hat. We locked eyes. I thought, oh, crap. Cash just booked it. Where did you go? Across the street where there were woods or bushes, but Diddy caught Cassie and had her on the ground. He started to attack her, but Prince's security quickly intervened. Oh! And then later, I went to another hotel. The next day, HR told me Puff was suspending me without pay. Did she say why? That Diddy said I was being insubordinate. So the next day, HR calls her and says they're suspending her without pay because she took Cassie out to go see a freaking legend. Okay? To go see a freaking legend. Do you realize how dumb that is? Ridiculous that is? Come on. It's an opportunity to see Prince. You know what I mean? Okay. Let's see what they say here. Ooh. See, like it's so interesting. You get, like I said, no disrespect. It's all love to inner city press, but you get so much more when you get. And I love having the combination, right? And I'm still trying to figure out how do we get these transcripts? Dag nabbit. How do we get these transcripts? Dag nabbit. Somebody tell me. I want the transcripts. Anyway, the court transcripts, not inner city. I'm saying the full transcripts. How do I get the mother-loving transcripts? Okay. Anyway. So Combs' ex-assistant, I saw him pick her up and thought, is he going to unalive her? So Mia started choking up as she described the time she witnessed Sean, Diddy Combs, attack Cassie Ventura. She testified that Combs followed Cassie into the bedroom. I saw him pick her up and thought, is he going to unalive her? He slammed her head into the corner of the bed, and it started gushing blood. When the attack eventually stopped, Combs told Mia to get in touch with an assistant to schedule an appointment with her with a plastic surgeon to fix up the gash on her head. He told Mia to say that she fell because she was drunk. Mia said that she followed Diddy's directions because she thought that was the only way to get her help and because Diddy told her to. So prosecution asked Mia to describe how Diddy appeared during the incident. His eyes turned like black, and there was like no getting through. Like I was trying to get him to stop, and it was like he was looking right through me. She testified that it was the first time that she realized the severe danger that they were actually in. That time. Okay. She noted that Diddy did not appear to be under the influence of any substances during the actual attack. So he was sober mind. He soberly was like, I'm going to put a hurt into this woman. Yep, I'm going to put a hurt into this woman right now because it makes sense, because it feels right, because it just feels like a Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? That's insane. Okay? That is mother loving insane. Now, they are in a lunch break right now as we speak. I am going to go and get my lunch on as well. Get some water and all that. Replenish. Use the restroom. But when we come back, we're going to be watching the rest, or reading the rest and watching the rest of this whole thing. This is pretty insane. This is very bad for Diddy. It's a bad look. But I will say we're still live. Don't leave, because right now I am going to be playing a little bit of this halftime show, basically, by Law and Crime. Of course, shout out to the fantastic Law and Crime channel, because they've been doing great mid-show or mid-trial coverage of everything. So take a look at this. I'm going to be right back. They're supposed to be back on in 45 minutes, but trust me, I'll be back on way before that. So take a watch of this. This is an opportunity for all of us to stretch our legs, use the potty, okay, and get that food in our bellies. All right. I'll see you guys in just a minute. Okay.
Assaulted her multiple times. She talked about how she was forced to stay awake 5 days on Adderall. She couldn't leave without his permission. She still has a relationship with Cassandra Ventura, the star witness in this case, victim number one in this case, says that she observed Combs attack Cassie, even tried to intervene, and then talked about this really harrowing incident involving a Prince party, a party for Prince. And actually, just to read you from the court transcript, it involves whether or not Diddy, and we'll get more clarification about this, actually tried to chase Cassie down at one point. But this is what it says from court. Mia testified. By the way, Mia is a pseudonym. We do not know her actual name. But it says, Puff started to attack her, but Prince's security quickly intervened. Prosecutor asks, and later, I went to another hotel. The next day, HR told me Puff was suspending me without pay. Did she say why? That Puff said I was being insubordinate. So there was a break. The jury has left. The judge, Arun Subramanian, says, Ms. Smizer, how much longer with Mia's direct? Prosecutor Smizer says the rest. And welcome to Law and Crime, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks for joining us for our continuing live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial at a federal court in New York. This is our lunchtime hour. We're going to spend the next hour taking your questions on YouTube about not only today's testimony, but about the case in general. We're in week 3. Where do you think it stands right now? You think the defense is winning? You think the prosecution's winning? What do you make of the testimony that we're hearing today? This is a very important witness that's currently on the stand. I'm going to have an expert panel on to talk more about it. Also, we're going to wait for Elizabeth Milner, who's our law and crime reporter inside that courtroom, our eyes and our ears. She's going to come out, give us a report. But today was important, right? So not only did you have the continued cross-examination of Deontay Nash, this stylist, but we really have to talk about that Mia has taken the stand. Now, Mia is alleged victim number 4. I believe they actually have just gone to lunch, by the way, so we'll wait for Elizabeth to come on. But Mia is alleged victim number 4 in this case. Personal assistant, former personal assistant to Sean Combs, apparently worked for Mike Myers at one point, talked about these changes in Sean Combs' moods, how he was incredibly violent, including towards her, allegedly threw things at her, slammed her arm into a door, and sexually assaulted her multiple times. She talked about how she was forced to stay awake 5 days on Adderall. She couldn't leave without his permission. She still has a relationship with Cassandra Ventura, the star witness in this case, victim number 1 in this case, says that she observed Combs attack Cassie, even tried to intervene, and then talked about this really harrowing incident involving a Prince party, a party for Prince. And actually, just to read you from the court transcript, it involves whether or not Diddy, and we'll get more clarification about this, actually tried to chase Cassie down at one point. But this is what it says from court. Mia testified. By the way, Mia is a pseudonym. We do not know her actual name. But it says, Puff started to attack her, but Prince's security quickly intervened. Prosecutor asks, and later, I went to another hotel. The next day, HR told me Puff was suspending me without pay. Did she say why? That Puff said I was being insubordinate. So there was a break. The jury has left. The judge, Arun Subramanian, says, Ms. Smizer, how much longer with Mia's direct? Prosecutor Smizer says the rest.
I'm right here, guys. Give me a second, because looks like Long Crime is having some issues right now. So, whoops. So let me just check something here real quick. Let's try this for a little bit. Here we go. Be right back.
Especially with Capricorn Clark, who was testifying yesterday. She worked for Diddy for 15 years on and off. She did a number of different jobs for him. She testified to the first day she worked for Bad Boy Mike that they threatened her. They said, look, if we find out that you have betrayed us because you used to work for Suge Knight, we will kill you. She testified to the fact that sometime later, some jewelry went missing, and Diddy was hell-bent on figuring out who was responsible for taking these jewels, and that they actually had basically put her in a warehouse for days on end, given her a lie detector test, and said to her, if we find out you're responsible, we're going to dump you in the East River, which is like straight out of a mafia movie. And I think, Mike, with that testimony specifically, it has really painted the picture of somebody who was running an alleged criminal enterprise, and that gets to the heart of this case. So I think, most people have really anticipated the Cassie testimony. I don't know that Cassie's testimony actually did, at the end of the day, paint the picture of a guy who ran this criminal enterprise, but I think we have since heard from people who did, Mike, and I think maybe next, 2 weeks ago, you'd have a jury who would say, I don't think they've proven their case so far. I'm not so sure right now as we sit here that that would still be their answer.
Yeah, that's really good intel, especially since, like you said there, yeah, some of this testimony is like ripped off like a Goodfellas or
Yeah,
Sopranos. I mean, it's just
right. The
talking
East
about
River, it's like
the
too
mob
much on the
style.
nose, Mike. Right.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
agree.
totally. Okay, lastly, Michael, really quick, what do we know about Mia, who is expected to take this stand maybe tomorrow into Friday? What can we expect there from the prosecution and Mia?
Yeah, I think the reality is here, right? The people who you could make a strong argument have been most effective, uh, well, when it comes to their testimony, Mike, is people who knew Diddy and who worked for him for for an extended period of time. Again, we're not talking about a singular incident here. We're talking about alleged behavior over a period that encompasses more than a decade. And if you look to Capricorn's testimony yesterday, and I think you're going to continue to hear from people who have worked for Diddy and who allegedly saw illegal activity. And I think that those people really have a story to tell, and potentially that's what ultimately makes the case here. So I would look for, much like we heard with Capricorn. I think you hear some things along those same lines, and be very interesting to hear, what she says, and what impact do we think that ultimately has on the jury here.
Yeah, so true. So riveting this case and folks worldwide for you back here on Live Now from Fox. So the former assistant to Sean Combs is on the stand, the first of two anonymous alleged victims to testify against him during this trial. The woman who is using the name Mia kept her head down, and as she detailed the alleged assaults by Combs, saying that he's thrown things at me, he's thrown me against the wall, he's thrown me into a pool. Mia said, staring at her lap. He's also sexually assaulted me, she said as well. So we'll keep an eye on the latest developments there of Mia on the stand right now. You're watching Live Now. Been worldwide for you here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to give you the updates in real time. Still on the stand is the stylist, celebrity stylist, now being cross-examined by Combs's legal team. Just want to read you off some updates here that we are getting from inside the courtroom from our great court reporters that continue to do the great job of updating all in real time. Cassie Ventura may not have been as jealous of Combs' other girlfriends as the defense implied, according to celebrity stylist Deontay Nash, who's on the stand now. Sean Combs' defense has argued that his relationship with Ventura was mutually toxic and abusive, and suggested she was especially jealous of a woman named Gina that Combs saw. Nash painted a very different picture, telling a defense attorney, honestly, she wasn't that pressed about Gina. He clarified that Ventura felt that Combs' relationships with other women were hurting her career. So let's just break down some of the back and forth that we are hearing right now from inside the courtroom, as Combs' defense team says. In these texts, you talk about Cassie with Michael B. Jordan. You say, no one better say to me, LY. What is LY? Nash says, love you, or maybe it's a typo. LY, know everything. I don't remember. I'm sure we were being antagonized by your client. Combs' defense says Cassie was upset by Gina. Nash says she'd say, girl, let's go out and do our thing. Defense says, do what she want to do. Nash says, actually, we are both pretty chill, staying in the house a lot, but that would be fair. Defense says, let's read these messages. You do the blue. Nash says, okay, you got some names in here. Defense says, just go ahead. Nash says, where are you going? Defense says, secret trip out town. Nash says, girl. Nash says, good friends don't pry. That's not my method. I just replied, girl. Combs' defense says, highlight the green part. Cassie is telling you October 30th, 2013, after the incident with the cut on the face, she says, I've already been turning up too much. Combs' defense says, you say you saw her with a black eye on FaceTime around the time of the Intercontinental. Nash says, I saw it in person when her makeup would wear off. You could see it. The judge then says, let the defense ask you the questions. Nash says Diddy stormed Cassie's place, yanked her by the hair, and beat her. Cassie hit her head on a bed frame and bled. Nash and Mia tried to stop him. When asked if Diddy kept kicking her, Nash said yes. Combs' defense says you read these after Cassie says this N is wasted. We both did the same. Nash says, is there a lot of people there? Oh, it's talking about a Gwen Stefani song. Defense says he said, take your broke ass home and ride into the sunset. Nash, and we did. Defense team says, did she mention to you having a threesomes with other men? Nash says, no, she didn't tell me. The defense says, Mr. Nash, read that to yourself, then lift up. On May 10th, 2025, you told the government the videos came from her phone. Nash says, no, I told them he would tape her on the phone. Combs' defense says, isn't it true she said videos were from her phone? Nash said he would record her on her phone. I stand firm on that. The defense says, you say Mr. Combs says, you won't do this one thing for me. Nash replies, yes. The defense then says, you said you saw Mr. Combs pointing out in Cassie's face in the dragon, right? But you never told the government, right? The first you said was at this trial. Nash says, I guess so. I gave them very little by phone. She said she didn't want to go. Combs' defense says, you helped pick her clothes for court. Nash says she couldn't fit anything. She needed clothes. The defense says for the pregnancy. Nash says, right. Defense says on that Friday after she finished, she called you and said, I'm done. Nash says it wasn't like that. The defense says, did you get Cassie super high? Nash says, what? No, I did not. The judge says, Mr. Nash. Defense says, this 29th birthday, you say she packed sex toys in her duffel bag from her bedroom, right? Nash says, correct. Defense says, Mr. Combs didn't say grab the sex toys. Nash then says, they were going. Defense says, on the golf cart, let's talk about Las Vegas, New Year's 2016, 2017. You said you were told Cassie was sleeping all day. Nash says, correct. Donaldson, defense says, put up an exhibit for the parties only. What's this? Nash says, Cassie. Then Combs' defense says, the low budget producer you mentioned was there. Nash says, yes, right next to me, snoring. Defense says, you say Cassie told you another man was coming over and asked you to leave? Nash says, both of us. The defense says, your reaction was, Nash says, yes, and sighed. Combs' defense says, you saw a man walking around knocking on the door and let him in? Nash says, yes. Defense says, they were not drugs, right? Nash says, we were doing them in our separate places. Once I started working, I just started going. I was packing my 10 body bags, he said. We'll continue to follow the very latest here for you on Live Now from Fox Worldwide.
From Fox, I'm Andrew Kraft. Kind of a gloomy night there in New York City. Live picture there in Midtown. You can see there the Empire State Building. Well, we have a lot to get to with what happened today in the Diddy trial. It was day 11 of testimony. Our colleague, Fox's CB Cotton, has more details. Let's listen.
Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers moving for a mistrial after they accused prosecutors of trying to suggest the music mogul had evidence linked to an arson incident destroyed. A judge quickly denied the bid and asked jurors to disregard testimony from a fire investigator.
Whenever the jury has heard something, you really can't unring the bell. What the defense attorneys are doing is also preserving appellate issues, where they will go back and say that this testimony should not have been admitted.
It comes days after rapper Kid Cudi testified that he believed Combs was involved in two incidents, a break-in at his Los Angeles home and a fire set to his Porsche. Combs has denied being involved. Today, an LAPD officer testified he saw a car near Cudi's house on the day of the break-in that was registered to Diddy's production company.
They don't actually have to show that Sean Combs himself engaged in the arson, but the fact that he was part of the enterprise and one of the predicate acts of the racketeering offense, it's helpful to prove that charge.
This week, prosecutors are also questioning a former employee who claims Diddy forced himself on her sexually. She is using the alias Mia, and during opening statements, prosecutors said she wanted to take her secrets to the grave. Diddy has pleaded not guilty to all the charges, and his attorneys have said all encounters were consensual. Prosecutors say they expect to finish their case a week early. In New York, CB Cotton, Fox News.
CB, thanks so much. In the meantime here, let's bring into the conversation right now our friend, legal analyst, and former federal prosecutor, Nima Rahmani. He joins me. Nima, always good to see you here. So I got to ask this. I think a lot of people are kind of wondering to themselves, scratching their head. On day 11 of testimony, pretty early on in the trial altogether, the defense makes a play for a mistrial. It's swiftly denied. Why make the play? Are they throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks, or are they trying to establish some type of predicate? What say you?
Well, they're doing both. It's sort of pitch high and inside. They want to put the prosecution on their heels. This is what aggressive defense lawyers do. They go on the offense and they want to put the prosecution on the defense. Really, it wasn't necessarily something any judge is going to grant, because if there's a mistrial, we got to start all over. We're talking about a new jury selection, opening statements. You got to bring Cassie Ventura back. And let's talk about what the basis for the mistrial was. You have an LAFD investigator, Jimenez, who was talking about fingerprints that were taken from Kid Cudi's home by LAPD officers. And that fingerprint card was destroyed. It no longer exists. So the investigator was not able to match any fingerprints from the Porsche to the fingerprints to the break-in. And I think what the prosecutors wanted to do is get out that evidence so the defense doesn't score any points on cross. What the defense argued, though, was because those fingerprints disappeared, somehow the government was implying that Combs, through his connections, his wealth, somehow made that evidence disappear. I think that was really a logical leap, to put it mildly, and a logical one more likely. And that's why the judge said, you know what, I'm just going to strike that evidence. It's not really relevant. Jurors, you're going to disregard it. We're going to move forward. No mistrial.
So, Nima, I want to talk about relevance, especially with regard to the entire kind of Kid Cudi episode here. Our colleague and friend, legal affairs journalist Megan Cuniff, she posted this photo from one of the exhibits in court, saying that jurors in the trial saw more photos today of Kid Cudi's burned Porsche convertible there in 2012. My question to you, Nima, is this. Diddy is not charged with trying to firebomb Kid Cudi's Porsche convertible. It is in the complaint. It's in the indictment. So what are they trying to establish here? I know it was included in the indictment, but it's not one of the charges. Is this a distraction? How is it relevant?
It's very relevant. And Megan's great. She's been covering these trials forever.
Oh, yeah.
So when you're talking about RICO, racketeering, you need a pattern of racketeering. So what does that mean? You need 2 or more RICO predicate acts within a 10-year period. So in this case, we've been talking about sex trafficking. But Andrew, there's many ways to get to RICO that don't even involve sex trafficking. So let's say the jurors believe that the freak-offs were consensual, that Cassie was a knowing and willing participant. She actually planned the freak-offs based on her text messages and emails. The government can still get a racketeering conviction if they prove 2 or more acts of arson, kidnapping, obstruction of justice, bribery, prostitution, witness intimidation. Those are also all RICO predicate acts. That's why the government is spending so much time on the arson. This is really a belt and suspenders type approach. So in case the jurors believe what the defense argued in its opening, that this was a swinger's lifestyle and Cassie was loving it and wanted to participate in these freak-offs and wished, and all the words that we heard her use in her own words and we saw in her emails and text messages, that doesn't mean that the government can't get a racketeering conviction.
So just some more details, because I think this is interesting here, about this episode. So this is what we know. The Molotov cocktail used to burn Kid Cudi's car in his Hollywood Hills driveway was fashioned out of a 40-ounce Old English 800 malt liquor bottle and a designer handkerchief. That's according to this witness. His name Lance Jimenez, an arson investigator for the LAFD, and these photos were shown in court here. Just, Nima, briefly back to the kind of mistrial attempt here. Do you anticipate that that will be used or deployed again? I mean, if you were prosecuting this or even defending Diddy, would you have it in your back pocket for a rainy day?
I would. And this is what good defense lawyers do. They're not just thinking about the trial, they're thinking about the appeal. And in Diddy's case, they're also thinking about a potential presidential pardon. We just talked about it with the Chrisleys. There are reports that that's something that Combs's lawyers are already working on behind the scenes. So that's what good attorneys do. So we're talking about the motion for mistrial today. We saw them trying to exclude some of Deontay Nash's testimony today to keep that out. Before the jurors walk in every day, there are these pretrial motions, and Judge Subramanian has to rule on it. And the defense is trying to make a record. Obviously, on one hand, they want to keep everything out. But if something bad comes in and it potentially violates the rules of evidence and it's prejudicial to the defense, when this goes up on appeal, when Combs is convicted, the Second Circuit, 3 judges are going to be looking at that and saying, you know what, should that evidence have come in? Did it result in an unfair trial to Combs? And if so, we may have to start this whole process over. So they are preserving that record for their client.
Okay, let's look ahead. We are kind of anticipating more testimony, this time from another victim who's going to go by the pseudonym Mia. This will be now the second victim since Cassie to take the stand here. And you and I have been talking about some of these victim statements, how the prosecution and the defense might approach them here. Let's talk about the burden for each briefly. What will the prosecution say? How will they approach that?
Well, Mia is important because not only she's a victim, she's a witness. So we heard today when Nash was testifying about this episode where Combs shows up to look for Cassie. He's really upset because she's not answering her phone and there's punching and kicking, and he hits her, and Cassie ends up hitting her head and getting a pretty severe gash right above her eyebrow. And this is something that she testified to earlier, that she had to go see a plastic surgeon because of this. So you have Nash testifying to this. Mia, a victim, is also there. She's another assistant. So we're going to hear her own trauma and her own abuse, physical abuse, and potentially sexual abuse as well. So that's going to come in. But she's also important as a percipient witness to some of these acts of violence that Cassie suffered. And I think that's going to be telling. And we're probably going to see her as early as tomorrow. We thought maybe we would get to her today, but I think that's testimony that everyone should be waiting for tomorrow, Thursday.
All right. Nima Rahmani, we'll talk then. Thanks so much, your insight into all of this, because there are so many details, so many twists and turns. It's very invaluable.
To bring you the very latest on the Sean Combs trial. And wow, there was a lot to talk about today, including even the defense trying to get a mistrial going. So let's bring it all down right now and bring in a friend here of Live Now from Fox, TMZ's Michael Babcock, joining us. And Michael, once again, this had a lot of fireworks early on where the defense said, hey, we want a mistrial.
Hey, Mike, thanks for having me. Yeah, look, I mean, if you don't count jury selection, we're 3 weeks in now, and there's been some explosive testimony, but this is the first time that the defense has actually moved and asked for a mistrial. Now, granted, the judge immediately denied it and said, no, essentially we've come too far. And it was a monumental effort just to get the jury seated and have Cassie, who was so pregnant and has since given birth, get her testimony. Kid Cudi. So a lot has happened, and you can imagine that he was not easily going to go along with the mistrial. But the bottom line is, Mike, that the defense here says, look, something was said, and they described the prosecution's tactics here as outrageous. But they believe that the jury has been given evidence, or there's an implication has been made that they will not be able to unhear, and that will actually negatively impact Diddy when this ultimately goes to their jury deliberations. And it all has to do with Kid Cudi, Mike, and that firebombing incident of his Porsche way back in 2012.
Yeah, I thought one of the key things that really came out in all of this is learning through that fiery investigator that was on the stand that those key fingerprints that were so crucial in that investigation, they went missing.
Right. That's exactly it. So January 2012, his Porsche, Cudi had this convertible Porsche. Somebody had cut the top, the soft top convertible, and actually dropped a a Molotov cocktail. It was a 40-ounce Old English alcohol malt liquor bottle, Mike, and it was lit on fire. There was some sort of accelerant in there, and the car burned. Now, police come out, arson investigators come out, and they do an investigation. They actually do find some fingerprints. They weren't any Diddy fingerprints, though. Then there was that break-in at at Cudi's home in the Hollywood Hills, and they did find fingerprints. Now, as police and fire are doing their investigation, these fingerprints are destroyed by the LAPD. Now, today on the witness stand, the fire investigator testifies to that. He says, "Look, somebody who is not affiliated with the case ordered these fingerprints to be destroyed. That's not normal protocol. It's not typical behavior from the investigators." Now, what the defense says is that the implication here is that, wealthy and powerful Diddy somehow did something and influenced somebody to get rid of that evidence. The prosecution, or the defense, Mike, says because of that, that was the outrageous behavior that they described. And they basically accused the prosecution of implying that Diddy had gotten these fingerprints destroyed. And because of that, that was the whole means to ask for the mistrial, which again, the judge denied immediately, but still, that was the case they made.
Yeah, and I wonder too, Michael, what are legal experts telling you guys? Because from the outside looking in on this trial, it looks like the prosecution is doing a really, really solid job of showcasing that Diddy not a good person at all. But are they making the case though on these federal racketeering and RICO charges?
I think that's a great point to make, Mike. I think you poll people. I think most people, almost unanimously, or almost to a person at this point, would say Diddy, horrible boyfriend. We've seen that on video, the Intercontinental video from 2016 in LA, where he was brutalizing Cassie on video. You've heard enough people testify to the fact that they have actually witnessed the domestic violence. So we know that he did those things. But the reality is, that's not what this case is about. These are sex trafficking charges, and these are racketeering charges. I think this week, the prosecution has done a really nice job in focusing the testimony and the direction here. And especially with Capricorn Clark, who was testifying yesterday. She worked for Diddy for 15 years on and off. She did a number of different jobs for him. She testified to the first day she worked for Bad Boy Mike that they threatened her. They said, "Look, if we find out that you have betrayed us because you used to work for Suge Knight, we will kill you." She testified to the fact that sometime later, some jewelry went missing, and Diddy was hell-bent on figuring out who was responsible for taking these jewels, and that they actually had basically put her in a warehouse for days on end, given her a lie detector test, and said to her, "If we find out you're responsible, we're going to dump you in the East River," which is like straight out of a mafia movie. And I think, Mike, with that testimony specifically, it has really painted the picture of somebody who was running an alleged criminal enterprise, and that gets to the heart of this case. So I think, most people have really anticipated the Cassie testimony. I don't know that Cassie's testimony actually did, at the end of the day, paint the picture of a guy who ran this criminal enterprise, but I think we have since heard from people who did, Mike, and I think maybe next, 2 weeks ago, you have a jury who would say, "I don't think they've proven their case so far." I'm not so sure right now as we sit here that would still be their answer.
Yeah, that's really good intel, especially since, like you said there, some of this testimony is like ripped off like a Goodfellas or Sopranos. I mean, it's just
right.
talking
East
about
River, it's like
the
too
mob
much
style.
on the nose, Mike. Right.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
agree.
totally. Okay, lastly, Michael, really quick, what do we know about Mia, who is expected to take this stand maybe tomorrow into Friday? What can we expect there from the prosecution and Mia?
Yeah, I think the reality is here, right? The people who you could make a strong argument have been most effective, when it comes to their testimony, Mike, is people who knew Diddy and who worked for him for for an extended period of time. Again, we're not talking about a singular incident here. We're talking about alleged behavior over a period that encompasses more than a decade. And if you look to Capricorn's testimony yesterday, and I think you're going to continue to hear from people who have worked for Diddy and who allegedly saw illegal activity. And I think that those people really have a story to tell, and potentially that's what ultimately makes the case here. So I would look for, much like we heard with Capricorn, I think you hear some things along those same lines, and be very interesting to hear, you know, what she says, and what impact do we think that ultimately has on the jury here.
Yeah, so true. So riveting this case, and it'll great everyone. So we are learning that the stylist has finished his time on the stand. We are learning under direct questioning from the government just yesterday. Deontay Nash said Cassie Ventura once told him that Sean Combs was making her go to a hotel for a freak off against her wishes. But on cross-examination, just moments ago, the defense attorney Xavier Donaldson asked why Nash hadn't shared this detail until a May 17th meeting with prosecutors the day after Ventura's testimony. As is common with witnesses, Nash met with prosecutors several times in the lead up to the trial. Nash has previously said that he gave prosecutors very little in their meetings, only information that explicitly asked for. When Donaldson asked why new details surfaced in his yesterday's testimony, Nash coolly replied, "It must have been something they asked." Deontay Nash, a stylist who has testified about Sean Combs' alleged abuse toward Cassie Ventura, said under cross-examination that he also helped Ventura find outfits while she took the stand in the trial's first week because she couldn't fit anything and she needed clothes. Ventura testified in her third trimester of pregnancy that she gave birth just yesterday, showing up the first 2 days in mock turtleneck dresses. She wore a blouse with a bow and a long blazer the following day, and concluded her testimony wearing a similar cut jacket in pinstripes. And here is Nash right now leaving the courtroom after his testimony. Nash testified that he also spoke to Ventura, whom he considers a close friend, the week she testified, to check up on her and asked how she was doing. He said they did not talk about the case. We also have some other key details coming out right here from this trial. Just moments ago, the defense asked Nash, and then they went to a hotel, and she didn't tell you she went there, correct? Nash says, actually, she said she wanted to stay home, work on her music. Defense says, read the green part. Nash says, enjoy y'all time together. Y'all don't get much of this. Combs' defense team then asked, that's you telling Cassie in January of 2017 to enjoy her time with Puff, correct? Nash says, yes. Defense says, Cassie wrote, I spoke up for myself, and you wrote you wish you were with them on vacation. Nash says, no, I meant in Mexico, not with them. Combs' defense says, Cassie wrote, the next room is on the beach, this one on the golf course. I have everything organized. Nash says, I wrote, LOL. Do you all have a lot of stuff? Donaldson, as Cassie, says, yes, but we made it all fit. Nash says, girl, you always on vacation. The defense then says, you stayed in touch with Mr. Combs? Nash says, yeah, because he was cutting up. The defense says, oh, I get it. You did a seafood thing with Cassie? Nash says, correct. The defense then showed an exhibit. You know Kim Porter, who tragically passed? Nash says, yes. Combs' defense says, you know Andre Harrell passed? Yes, Nash says. You texted Mr. Combs to make sure he's okay? Nash says, correct. The defense says, Mr. Combs wrote to you, the trainer, you could have given me a heads up. Black heart emoji, how is she? He meant Cassie. Nash says, yes. Combs' defense says, in 2020, you wrote to Mr. Combs, I love you. Anything you need, I got you. Nash says, yes. Defense says, Mr. Combs won an award that year and you congratulated him? Nash says, I don't think so. I asked how to RSVP to his party for someone else, Claire Summers. Combs' defense says, Cassie told you about a secret trip. The prosecution objected. The judge sustained. The defense says, you deeply care for Cassie for 15 years. Nash says, yes. The defense says, she kept secrets from you? Nash says, and I do from her. We don't have to tell each other everything. The defense says nothing further. Judge says redirect. Prosecution then goes, why were you afraid for her? Nash says things could get violent fast. Prosecution says, what devices did Mr. Combs use to film her? Nash says hers. Prosecution says, you said they appeared high at the 29th birthday party. Nash confirmed. Prosecution says, was Mr. Combs in control of his actions? Nash says, yes. Prosecution says, and what did you say? Nash says, you're going to get some D tonight. Prosecution says, did she want to go? Nash says, no. Prosecution says, no further questions. Donald says, nothing for me. And then he was excused there just moments ago that we did see. So we are going to continue to wait for more live updates here on Live Now from Fox, always worldwide, for you, bringing you these updates. All right, next witness on the stand is Mia. Mia enters the courtroom. Prosecution says, how do you wish to be identified? Mia. Prosecution then says, don't show this exhibit. What is it? Mia says, my passport. Prosecution says, show it only for the jury. Combs's defense team, I would like to see it too. Prosecution says, where are you from? Mia says, Virginia Beach, Virginia. Prosecution says, who is this? Mia says, Sean Combs. Prosecution says, what did you call him? Mia says, Puff, I worked for him as a personal assistant. Mia then continued, then as her director of development and acquisitions for Revolt Films. Prosecution says, how was it working there? Mia says, Puff's mood changed all the time. So again, the government has called Mia to the stand. Before Mia took the stand, the judge explained to the jury that Mia was using a name to protect the witness's privacy, and that the fact that she was using a name that wasn't her name did not mean her testimony had greater or lesser value. The jury and the parties will know Mia's real name, but it will not be used in open court here. So we'll wait for more updates as Mia continues her testimony here on Live Now.
Kind of a gloomy night there in New York City. Live picture there in Midtown. You can see there the Empire State Building. Well, we have a lot to get to with what happened today in the Diddy trial. It was day 11 of testimony. Our colleague, Fox's CB Cotton, has more details. Let's listen.
All right.
Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers moving for a mistrial after they accused prosecutors of trying to suggest the music mogul had evidence linked to an arson incident destroyed.
Okay, that's old.
What's being put forward so far is you took these allegations and you transformed them into these federal charges where there's not a statute of limitations issue. And that's what the defense would be saying. And you're saying this is sex trafficking. You're saying this is racketeering. But is it really? I mean, I was talking about this before. This is, I believe personally, I think the prosecution has been presenting quite a strong case in the last few weeks, but it's not a clean case. It's not the most easily digestible sex trafficking and racketeering cases we've seen in previous criminal cases, right?
I couldn't agree more with what Jesse Weber's saying here. I couldn't agree more. All right. Real talk. Yes. That's the problem. That's why I keep saying, like, the prosecution, I feel, needs to lay down the groundwork to make it abundantly clear. This is the RICO charges we're talking about, everybody. Here's the racketeering stuff. It's just so far hasn't really been cut dry, right? It hasn't been as, hasn't been as black and white. There's been a lot of gray in there too. So that's one thing that is clearly a concern of mine when it comes to how the jury is going to see this, how they're computing, how they're having all this, how they're processing this, right? The other thing is too, remember Courtney Burgess? Where the hell's that? Where's that guy? What happened to that guy? What happened to homeboy? We haven't seen anything. Nothing. He gone. Pretty crazy stuff, right? Ariel Mitchell kid, remember that all that stuff too? Like I said, where's all that stuff? Where is it? It's weird. It's very weird. And, there was countless videos and interviews with these guys. And I mean, again, it's like, were they telling the truth? Is this all just bold-faced lies? Like what's really going on here, right? It's crazy. But let me play a little bit more.
Right. So I wonder if, those criticisms are valid, that it's an interesting way to charge him, and you don't usually see someone like him charged in this way. Doesn't mean that he wouldn't be convicted, doesn't mean that the evidence isn't there, but you understand that criticism? Am I fair to raise that, Alexis?
I mean, I've heard that criticism. I disagree. I think when you are trafficking humans for labor or sex across state lines, we've got federal trafficking. So that we've got that down. But the question is why they do the RICO. And I'm hearing the same thing. I think that this is very agreeable to a RICO charge. I mean, there is an allegation that there's this enterprise and there were these criminal acts that were done. So I think to do it as a RICO, I think why it's taking the public back is it is an unusual charge. And I think we got to go back to why RICO was created. It was really to get the mob. It was a norm, to get the mob bosses. And I think that may be what is confusing the public as to not just charging them with the simpler charges.
I got a question here from Shop Girl. I'll throw it to you, David. In federal cases such as this one, does Diddy still have access to his money and estate?
Oh, no, he doesn't. I mean, he does to pay his lawyers and things like that. But look, all of that was frozen by the federal government when they arrested him and charged him with these crimes. So he does not have unfettered access to his estate, to his assets, to all of those things. Those are things that in a RICO charge have been, really locked down and prevented from him from gaining full access to all those things.
I'll throw another question at you, David. This is from Cheryl Willis. Are all his employees at all his businesses about to lose their jobs? What will happen to the contracts the artists have with Bad Boy?
Oh boy, I'll tell you, the fallout will be tremendous. Let's assume that he gets convicted of any of these crimes. The fallout is massive, and look at how many people will be affected by it. And sure, I mean, I don't know, does his businesses survive after this type of trial and these allegations?
Actually, that's a good question, but I'm also wondering wouldn't I feel at this point, before he even went into trial, I feel like he did all the paperwork to move things over to underneath somebody else or under another company or something of that sort. Because again, if he is found guilty, I mean, couldn't these things just dismantle? Couldn't his businesses, everything just go completely under? So that's something I would feel would be a major concern for him. You know what I mean? Because again, like I feel like he would just move everything over. All his money, hide monies behind his mother's name, under other entities, etc., just so that he doesn't lose everything. Because for a fact the feds are going to go after everything. And when I say everything, right? So we'll see. Doug D, thank you so much. Pacer website is where you can get the transcripts. I'm going to take a look at that. I mean, I've seen that, but it feels like there's like some login thing you got to do and all that. I don't know, and I don't have access to that stuff. So that is something I'm going to look into as far as the transcripts, though, because I see other people getting their hands on them, and I'm really wondering where. But let's continue because they're going to be opening up the getting things moving here again.
I'd be surprised if they do. Maybe they're transformed into a different name and someone else is running them, or they're sold off. But no, I think there'll be massive fallout in all of his business enterprises from this.
Got a question from Camilla. I'll throw this to you, Alexis. Do you think with the fingerprints missing, Diddy's team might try to tamper with the evidence or influence the judges? I believe this is in relation to what happened yesterday with Kid Cudi, right? Remember Kid Cudi had testified last week about his home being broken into, about his car being set on fire. There was a back and forth yesterday that turned into quite a show outside the presence of the jury where the defense objected to the line of questioning from the prosecution about missing fingerprint cards because they were concerned the jury would take away from that Diddy or his team were responsible for missing fingerprint cards. The judge even was kind of ticked off at the questioning from the prosecution, told the jury to disregard all of the commentary about that, all of the testimony regarding fingerprint cards. But again, the question is, do you think with the fingerprints missing, Diddy's team might try to tamper with the evidence or influence the judges? Is this a situation where we might again be, jumping too far to make an assumption?
I'm going to hope not. But I mean, there has been some concern that he may get to, a juror. There's been concern about him tampering with witnesses. But I'm going to hope that he's not doing that. And I'm going to hope that that does not happen. But it definitely, under the circumstances of what people have testified to, it is a concern.
By the way, so we're waiting for court to start up again. And one of the things I love about the lunchtime show here is we will report to you in real time what is happening in the courtroom, the testimony, and we will break it down for you.
Selection so that the lawyers can weed out
ahead.
certain jurors like that may have a hidden agenda. But hey, it has happened in other big trials. Who knows if it happens here?
Goes to another question that
I'm just checking to see if it's if things have started up again. Sorry. Okay, so Mia is coming back into the courtroom right now as we speak. She's getting sat down again. But yeah, there's here we are. Oh, I don't mean to yawn so much. I'm so sorry, guys. So we're still waiting on that, but let's see what's going on here. Okay. So here's some more information about that Prince party. Okay. So Mia recalled an incident in 2012 when she and Cassie went out to a party without Diddy's permission. They were in a suite at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and Diddy directed Mia to stay with Ventura, Cassie, there, as he was going to be with his kids. Mia said a friend called and said Prince was having a party, and she and Cassie, like little kids, snuck out of the house or out of the hotel room. They went to Prince's party, and they were having fun until Diddy showed up. I saw his bucket hat coming through the entrance. I locked eyes and crap. Cassie and I started running through the house to get out across the yard, trying to run and hide there, Mia explained. Puff caught Cass. He caught up to her and had her and threw her to the ground and started to attack her. Mia said Prince's security intervened. The next day, Mia was notified she was being suspended without pay, and Diddy said she was being insubordinate. I mean, it's just freaking crazy. So, of course, they're saying prosecution is saying they're expecting their direct examination of Mia to last for the rest of the day. So that's also very interesting as well. And I don't know if they're going to go an extra hour longer today, or if they're going to end at the 3 o'clock time like they have been, except for yesterday. Yesterday, they ended an hour later, an hour and like 20 minutes later than usual, if I'm correct. So we'll see what happens here for sure. But let's see if there's any new updates in this. So we have subpoenaed from Verizon phone records. So Ms. Garagos agreed that if Your Honor finds them admissible, you can give them to us and we to them. So Garagos says that's fine. Diddy's team. And then they're bringing Mia back into the room as we wait, as we proceed to give you what you need. Let's hear this question here, though. I'm curious.
We got, and I'll throw this to both of you, but I'll start with you, Alexis. This is a question from T. What's the likelihood of Diddy beating the case? And again, if you got one juror, a hung jury, right? You know, one juror, is that a win for Diddy or not? But I mean, what's the likelihood of Diddy getting a hung jury, or maybe better for him, obviously, an acquittal on these charges?
Well, I mean, if I knew that, I'd be betting on the odds in Vegas right now. But that being said, I mean, I think it was Suge Knight said he's very lucky. He's a very lucky guy. And then I think he also said in an interview that if he does get convicted, that there's a high probability that Trump might pardon him.
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen, David. I think what came out of this trial, whether he's convicted or not, is it dirties up a lot. It's going to be hard to justify a pardon. I don't want to get political on this, but I do have to say, David, look, my perspective, I think transportation to engage in prostitution, so literally transporting alleged victims and sex workers for purposes or the intent of sex work, I think they're going to have an easy time proving that. I mean, Cassie has been taken to different locations where she allegedly engaged in sex work with sex workers. And I believe she testified there was at least one who was used in multiple places. I think that might be an easier charge. At the beginning of the case, I wasn't sure about racketeering or sex trafficking, but the more I hear from these assistants and possibly bodyguards about what this organization was like, what this, these job duties were like, and whether it's cleaning up hotel rooms or setting up the freak offs or the violence or what happened with allegedly Kid Cudi, the more they're building the narrative of a criminal organization and the more they're building the narrative that he committed the predicate crimes here of sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, bribery, obstruction. I see them building the racketeering case. And with sex trafficking, at least with respect to Cassie Ventura, I've said it before, I'll say it again, the 2016 incident, right, of him purportedly beating her in that hotel room, wearing a towel, she claims right after a freak off. I think that is an easily digestible way to get sex trafficking. I think the idea also of him sitting, the allegation that him sitting next to her on a plane, showing her tapes of freak offs, allegedly threatening to release them. They land. He asks for a freak off. He gets a freak off. You have the elements of travel, coercion, commercial sex. Those are two areas where I think it would be easier for the jury to convict him of sex trafficking. That's my take. But do you think he's going to beat the case, David?
I'm in your camp, Jesse. I'll be, I was very skeptical of some of these charges at the outset of this case. And I followed it very closely, and the prosecution has won me over at this point. I mean, they have proven these charges, and let's face it, is there anyone on that jury that likes Sean Combs at this point in time? I mean, he comes across as an absolutely despicable person. I mean, the things that we have heard about him in the last few weeks, there's no way anyone on his jury looks at him the way they did on day one. And that's going to hurt him, and it's going to make it way easier for this jury to convict him on all these charges. There's absolutely, there's nothing there that this jury, I think, that they're going to sit there and want to fight for Sean Combs at the end of this trial. At least not at this point.
Got an update from court. The prosecutor says we have subpoenaed from Verizon phone records Ms. Garagos, this is Tenny Garagos referring to Sean Combs' defense counsel. Ms. Garagos has agreed that if Your Honor finds them admissible, you can give them to us and we to them. Garagos responds, that's fine. The judge says, let's get Mia back. So we're going to see the continuation of her testimony. We'll break it down in real time.
Important to these particular elements of these crimes, that there's transportation that leads to some sort of criminal act.
Got a question?
Let's see if there's any more updates here. Okay. So they're back in the room. Mia, you were speaking about the violence between Diddy and Cassie. Have you traveled to Turks and Caicos? She says yes, to Parrot Key. I'm sorry. twice in 2012, me, Puff, and Cass. What happened? I was sleeping in my bedroom and I was woken up. Cass ran in saying, "You've got to help me. He's going to unalive me." What did you do? We started pushing furniture in front of the door to try to block it. Puff was banging and screaming. I had a porch that went out to the beach. So we ran. That's crazy. She's asleep and all of a sudden getting woken up by Cassie being like, "Come on, we got to go. I'm terrified. He's trying to take my life." And they have to, he's so out of his mind that they push furniture in front of the door trying to block this ish because this man is that crazy, right? So they run out of the porch into the beach. So what do you remember about running? I remember being amazed that even while running fast, we could be attracted by bugs. That's interesting. Did you run another time? I have another visual of where we were hiding, of trying to escape like 2 separate times. Yep, pretty much. Just went running because the man was just lost his mind. Simi, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. And just like Simi, please hit that join button down below. Become a member. Okay. Oh, wow. Wow. 20 members. Whoa. Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much. Welcome to the family, all 20 of y'all. That's a massive gift. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Welcome to the family, all 20 of y'all. And again, Simi just gave you guys all a whole bunch of positive energy. Please pay it forward, okay? Open the door for somebody. Buy somebody a cup of coffee. Call your friend that you haven't talked to in a really long time. Call your mama. Call your daddy, okay? Just pay it forward. Do something positive with that energy. That's really beautiful, okay? Simi, thank you so much for gifting 20 memberships. That's dope as hell, okay? And thank you so much for the support. Welcome to the family, all y'all. So again, she's woken up by Cassie. Cassie says, "You got to help me. Diddy's trying to take my life. I think he's going to take me. He's going to take me out." So then all of a sudden, they push furniture in front of the door as Diddy is losing his mind, screaming and yelling, pounding on the door, all that stuff, right? They jump off the porch, or, maybe it was on the ground level, right? But it had like a patio, the walkout patio. They open up the door to the patio and they book it down the beach, right? And then she says, I remember just being amazed that even while running really, really fast, we were still attacked by like mosquitoes and bugs, which is kind of funny. Interesting detail, but it's a detail nonetheless, right? Do you run another time? I have another visual. I guess I have another memory of where we were hiding, or maybe she had another photo. Maybe they're showing photos at this time. I don't know. But I have another visual of where we were hiding, of trying to escape like 2 separate times. So we got onto paddle boards and went out on the water. That's interesting. They jumped on paddle boards and went out into the middle of the doggone ocean to get away from this erratic, volatile, monstrous Diddy, while Diddy's on the beach screaming from the shore at them. It was flat. And we went out far. So in other words, it wasn't super the waters weren't super choppy. It was a very calm time. The water was very calm. Ain't that crazy? Puff got smaller and smaller on the beach, and the sky got dark. And objection from defense. Judge says overruled. So they continued. We went back. So after some time, they turned around and went back. This is nuts. Did you ever call the police? No. Why not? I believe Diddy's authority was above the police. Thank you for saying that. This was before social media and hashtag Me Too. There were no examples of people standing up. I thought it was under the confidentiality deal with Puff's business. Wow. She felt that this man was above the police. Thank you for somebody saying that outright without the prosecution asking the question. Do you think that Diddy is above the law? Do you think Diddy has anything to do, influence with the police? Nope. She said it on her own time. Bang. Now, here's the thing. Defense can't do nothing about that one. Defense can't do a damn thing about that. Why, you may ask? Because they didn't ask the question. Prosecution didn't ask that question. All they said is, why didn't you call the police? If you were so scared out of your mind and all that, why didn't you call the police? Because we believed he had more authority, or even above the police, that he ruled everything. We couldn't do anything. Also, she says this too. I thought it was under the confidentiality deal with the Puff business. Like, I can't say anything. That these NDAs that I signed, these confidentiality agreements and all that stuff, non-competitive and all that stuff, right? Non-compete clauses and all that. I can't say anything because I have these NDAs. But the thing is back then, people weren't thinking about that stuff. They just think that NDA means I can't talk about anything, even if I saw a crime happen, which in actuality, had they just asked a lawyer, they would have been able to find out that, oh, that makes that NDA null and void if I'm seeing Cassie getting pummeled almost within half an inch of her life. Interesting, right? So again, yeesh. She said it, not prosecution. She said it. I believed Puff's authority was above the police. There were no examples of people standing up. This is way before social media. So it's not like you can pull out your phone and start recording this and post it online and start a whole campaign online. You know what I mean? Nope. So she felt like she was trapped. Now, some might look at that and go, she's just making excuses. Yeah, that's an excuse for sure, too, for sure. Because let's be real. If she really was terrified and like really concerned about her safety and all that, she could easily call up a friend that she knows, that she trusts, that is a lawyer of some sort. She's running around with very powerful people. You don't think that she knows at least one lawyer? Simply go, if I see or witness a crime, does my NDA still stand? That's it. It's a simple question like that. Does my NDA still stand with that person if I see that person committing a crime? And that lawyer hopefully would be able to tell them within some confidentiality that, yeah, you could talk about it. Because as soon as they break the law, that NDA is out the window. So, very interesting information here. Indeed. Okay. So, what's this? Another photo shown. She says, a photo of Cass eating a hot dog at the premiere of her movie, The Perfect Match. She had bruising under her makeup. I took this photo. Any other injuries covered up on the red carpet? Yes. Cannes Film Festival, she had covered up some bruises. What injuries did you see then? She had a busted lip. She was bad shape. She was injured. Where were you? In her hotel room with Larry Sims, her hairstylist at the time. Did you learn how she got these injuries? Did she ever tell you how this happened? Cassie had an audio recording of Diddy attacking her. Whoa, where's that? Where's that? Where's that information? You see what I'm saying? Where's that proof? She was playing an audio recording of Diddy attacking her. Where is that? How did Cassie sound in the audio recording? Objection! Overruled. She sounded panicked. I heard the sound of someone getting hit. Did you ever go to these events? The premiere of Brad Pitt's Killing Him Softly. Yeah, I was there. Oh, come on. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get this ball rolling. Mother lover. Let's get. Come on now. Now, listen. This is crazy. Okay? I think we could all agree on this is nook and foots. All right? But I'm here for it. Hey. Brought to you by As the gavel strikes. Right? Yeah, they sluggish after lunch. They getting that itis. That itis is kicking in. You know what I'm saying? They're like, well, we're almost done. We only got like an hour and a half or so. I mean, let's just do this. She said this. Blah. So again, as the gavel strikes. Brought to you by Colgate. Again, this is going to be, I'm wondering what she saw at this premiere of Killing Him Softly. And Brad Pitt's name is being brought into the conversation. So she heard the sound of someone getting attacked. Did you go to events? She said, yeah, I went to the Brad Pitt movie premiere of Killing Him Softly. You know what I mean? Strumming my pain with his fingers. No, that's not it. Maybe that's not it. No? Moving on. What happened at the premiere? Diddy was digging his nails into her arm and talking low. What did Diddy ask you to do? Take care of her and bring her arnica gel. For what? Bruises. What is that? I've never heard of. Hold on. Yeah, and gel is spelled wrong. Arnica gel. I didn't even know that existed, but okay, now I know. There you go. It's for, of course, what she said. It's for them damn bruises. Because he can't keep his damn hands to himself. Blood clot. Okay, so why? What was going on at the Killing Him Softly premiere that would make him dig his fingers, his nails into her arm? What would get him so angry? Because she looked at Brad Pitt too long? Because she waved at Brad Pitt? In fact, let's see who else is in this movie. Here's the premiere. I haven't seen that movie, but I heard it's boring, though. 6.2 out of 10. Yeah, sounds about right. Let's see. Who's in this movie that would make him just all bent out of shape? Ray Liotta? Maybe? The only other person I can see here that's in top billing, you got Mustafa Harris. A lot of these guys, there's a lot of... Ben Mendelsohn? Like, what would make her so mad, or him so mad, that he would dig his fingernails into her arm in that way? Sam Shepard? I doubt it. Like James Gandolfini? You know what I'm saying? Like, really? Really? The only person I can think of is Brad Pitt. If it was somebody, one of the actors on, from the movie. That's the only person I can think of that would make any person feel insecure. Because, I know how the ladies are ooey gooey for Brad Pitt, right? Big Migs. Here's the thing. Yeah, I'm hearing about this Sarah Snedeker. I've heard about it too, but I don't know. That's and DJ Academics. I mean, you got to take what he says with a grain of salt. With all due respect, I'm just saying, you just kind of have to take it with a grain of salt. It could be that girl, but I have yet to see anything of that sort. I'm waiting for other people who are in the courtroom. I'm sure people are going to talk. Okay. Because I even looked up her as well. Just so you know, because people were talking about it. So I pulled this up during the lunch break, and I was looking at these things, and I'm like, is this the girl right here? Is this who they're talking about? Sarah Snedeker? Is this the chica? Is this who they're talking about? And maybe that is her. Trust me, they're going to say, for a fact, somebody going to leak, like, she a white woman. She was sitting there. She had blonde hair. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, Big Bigs. Come on, man. I ain't dumb. I was sitting there going, who's this Sarah Snedeker? And I looked it up. You know what I mean? And this is what we have, right? Big Migs, I ain't sleeping on nobody. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I'm like, who could it be? And again, I have a feeling people are going to be like, yeah, okay, she Caucasian. Or they're going to say, oh, yeah, she a black woman. Somebody going to say something, some piece of information where we're going to be like, okay, it was Sarah. Or, oh, it's somebody else then. You know what I mean? Give it a second. Somebody will. Tonight, when they do their recaps, somebody going to do it. Okay, some of them be like, oh, yeah, here's some details about her. You know what I'm saying? You're going to look it up if you want to, do the math yourself. But she comes from the Caucasus Mountains. Okay, her lineage most definitely be pale. Okay, wait for it. Somebody going to say something crazy like that. Watch. Or they're going to be like, that she a black woman or she Latina. Okay. Wait for it. Wait. So what happened at the premiere? Dug his hands or his nails into her arm, talking low. What did Diddy ask you to do? Take care of her and also get some arnica gel. I feel like arnica gel sounds like an old, it's like Anacin. You know what I mean? Like an old medicine. You know what I mean? Get her some arnica gel. It's like, Diddy, they don't make that anymore. They made that in like the 40s. You know what I mean? Well, get something for these damn bruises. All right? Damn. So, moving on. Let's turn to December 22nd, 2011. The infamous Diddy inside Kid Cudi's house. Sorry, that was weird. Sorry, I should have finished the whole sentence instead of breathing between Diddy is inside Kid Cudi's house. Okay? Just so you know. But December 22nd, 2011, at Puff's house, the mood was darker than usual. This was more of a, Diddy was really upset. What did he tell him? That Cass had been talking to somebody else. Who? Kid Cudi. How was he? Well, he seemed really heartbroken. It was ominous. I'd never witnessed Cassie do something to really cause him to be that upset. I felt something bad would happen. Did you then see her? Yeah, I saw her later in a black car with Capricorn Clark. See, I want to know how he split his pants. Real talk. I really want to know how he split his pants. I really am curious about that. How did, because she says he was heartbroken. So she saw him at some point, either before or after him getting inside Kid Cudi's house, right? So I am kind of curious what happened here, right? How did he split his pants? Did she see him split his pants? Was he so mad he was eating a banana and like dropped the banana peel while he was angrily pacing back and forth in his house? And you know how these marble floors go with banana peels. Bad, bad equation, right? Bad situation. Steps on the banana peel, angry as hell, and he just splits his pants. You know, how did that happen? Was he angrily crumping? I'm serious. Was he so bad? Because back then, crumping was a thing. Crumping was still kind of a thing during that. It was 2011-ish, right? It was still kind of like dying out at that time. You know what I mean? Did Diddy get so mad that he was just angrily crumping his feelings out? Was he like, you know what I mean? Stomping and everything, just crumping, and he just split his pants mid-crump. I'm just asking. Just think about it. He was a dancer back in the day, and I don't mean like sliding the pole. No. But he used to be a dancer. He used to dance and stuff. Oh, you know what I mean? He used to do that stuff. So maybe, you know, he's just like, I just need to express myself through dance. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what it was. And he's just, you know, crumping. Just saying. Nobody? I'm just saying, what was he doing? How did he split his mother-loving pants? Can Mia answer that question? I'm just saying, his pants and you know, that belly on him just couldn't hold it anymore. You know what I mean? And just went. He just, you know, threw his dance. You know that stuff. You know, all that, but the pants just couldn't hold up anymore. Pants were like, I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I can't. Just saying. I'm asking logical questions that I would ask if I was the host of Law and Crime. Okay? I'm just letting you know. I'd be like, what? Can we have a conversation with his split pants? You know what I mean? That night on December 22nd, 2011, what actually happened there? Can you take us back there? The pants are like, yeah, man, I just couldn't hold it in any longer, man. He's a big boy. And he was just doing a lot of movements. And it's just suddenly, I'm just like, oh my God, I just feel the right side of my face just starting to kind of open up. And it's just like that. And it's never been the same, man. I got stitched up and everything, man. Hasn't been the same. Are you considering going after him in a civil lawsuit? I don't know. Maybe. But, you know, I found God. I found happiness. I got kids of my own, you know. Now I'm just a pair of pants somewhere else. You know, I'm just happy. But moving on. So on the black card with Capricorn Clark, did you reach out to anyone? Yes, to D-Rock. So they pull up another exhibit. What is this? These are my emails to D-Rock or with D-Rock. Only the redacted ones into evidence, so no one can see a bunch of stuff. Okay. Brian Steele says, same objection. And then prosecution's like, he was security. So judge says, with that foundation, admitted. So they're letting it go. He's letting it go, letting it flow. Okay. I mean, I'm saying D-Rock better. D-Rock better be called to the stand. That's one security guard I really would love to hear his take on things. And he might go in there specifically for Diddy. That's probably what's going to happen, if anything. But at the same time, he's one of the people that was there the entire time, just turning a blind eye, which is insane. Let's see NBC really quick. Right quick. Scary decision, facing Mother Nature or Diddy. That's very dramatic. They had two different decisions. One, go back and get attacked by Diddy, or deal with the forces of nature. So the witness recalled a scary confrontation in 2012 when she and Cassie were barricaded into a beachside room, hiding from an enraged Diddy during a vacation in Turk and Caicos Islands. Okay. They pushed furniture to block the door from Diddy as he was allegedly banging and screaming to be let inside. I was looking at Cass and she was screaming for help. You have to help me. Puff is going to kill me. This is what Mia recalled. She's usually chill and calm. And this time she was terrified. The pair dashed out a back door to the beach and onto a paddleboard, allowing them to flee into the water. So they said, F it, we going out in the water. Can he swim? I'm wondering if he's a strong swimmer. Anyway, the weather shifted dramatically and the sky turned black, Mia remembered. We were both debating. I was trying to weigh if it was scarier to face Mother Nature or to go back and face Puff. We eventually went back and faced Puff. Because, yeah, Mother Nature ain't nothing to F with, okay? So that's interesting. Let's do a refresh. Let's see what's going on. All I'm saying is imagine Diddy crumping and splitting his pants after finding out that Cassie is stupid Kid Cudi. Just saying. Dancing his feelings out. Okay? Just dancing his feelings out. Moving on. Read these messages. I wrote to D-Rock, I'm worried about P. Diddy, okay? This feels different. Hit this email when you get it. Love you. Were you romantically involved with D-Rock? Definitely not. That's just how we talked. Well, you're all bumping uglies. Okay, let's talk about the hotel nights. What was your role? I would sometimes take them there, unpack, set up. I would have to be just like on call, essentially, and clean up before housekeeping. What would you bring? His lotions and potions. Why is it potions? What does that mean? See, then that's why I'm like, can you explain that a little bit further? Is that what, voodoo potions? What the hell's this? His lotions and potions. What is that? What is that? Black Anonymous. D-Rock was all up in it. No, I don't think so. I believe her. I don't see it. I don't see her smashing somebody like D-Rock. I don't see that. But if you really think about it, if you're being held up in a way and you are a prisoner in your own job, it's kind of like prison. At some point, you're just like, damn, he kind of does look good. You know what I'm saying? You're being locked up like that. You ain't getting no nookie from no one. Eventually, you're going to start looking around. So maybe, but I believe her. But I do think his lotions and potions is very interesting. So hopefully they elaborate a little bit more on that, because that seems a little bit weird. Yes, she says astro gliding candles, some of them cheap Glade candles without the label on. Yeah, so in other words, they got them from the dollar store. And they had to be white. What else would you bring to the hotel? Anything he forgot at the house, like food, money. How much? A lot, like thousands of dollars. Yeah, because he has to pay them dumb freak off boys. Yeah, and yeah, his candles had to be white, like her fingernails had to be white, which is weird. Remember, because he likes the contrast of her hands wrapped around the. You know what I mean? Yeah. We got another one from NBC. NBC. Let's go into this one. Witness struggling to remain calm. Breathe. Interesting. So at times, Mia appears to struggle to keep her emotions in check and breathe while describing Diddy's tumultuous relationship with Cassie. Remember, she is also like talking like this and head down and shoulders hunched forward, scared as F, right? Scared as F, like this. Head down and everything. I'm just not, you know what I mean? You know for a fact he knows who she is. He's looking right at her like, come on. Why are you hunching forward? Everyone can see who you are. Like I said, somebody gonna go out here during their little breakdown and everything, and they're gonna be like, yeah, she a white girl, or she black, she a little biracial girl. You know what I mean? Wait for it. Wait for it. She almost appeared to be hyperventilating and had to catch her breath in describing how heartbroken Diddy was in December of 2011 when he learned that Cassie Ventura was seeing Kid Cudi. So that's interesting. Why was she hyperventilating about the conversation of seeing him heartbroken, right? So I'm hoping that they go a little bit further into that breakdown, because that does not make any sense to me. Let's go over to CNN. Okay. Combs seemed heartbroken when he learned Cassie was dating Kid Cudi. So she testified that he appeared heartbroken when he found out about them getting together. Instead of just mad, Puff was just upset. Normally, he was just angry and aggressive, but this time felt like almost this dark calm before a storm. Oh my God. She also added that she was bracing herself for something really bad to happen, aka Crump, split pants, running around with a pew-pew, okay? Just saying. Crazy. Combs' assistant said she saw him digging nails into her arm at the Cannes Film Festival. So they're at this festival. She recalled seeing her busted lip and other injuries in a hotel room with her hairstylist. Then Ventura played a recording from Mia, who testified that she could hear Combs yelling at Cassie as he attacked her. She could hear the sound of someone getting attacked, okay? Like just viciously attacked. During the movie premiere, she testified she saw Diddy aggressively talking to Cassie through gritted teeth and digging his nails into her arm. Mia also testified that Cassie stayed in hotels to hide her injuries. She would stay, her injuries in these hotels, her injuries were too obvious to cover up. Before she had her own place in LA, Mia, one of Diddy Okay, this is what she said. Okay. So when Mia visited Cassie at a hotel while she was recovering, they weren't even allowed to leave the room. Cassie would eventually leave after her injuries were healed enough to cover up, Mia said. So makeup on top of makeup. But it's crazy, like they're saying that she was just that Diddy was so distraught hearing that she's bumping uglies with another dude that it was like it was slowly brewing inside of him. That it was a calm, a dark calm before a storm. And then that's when he went and lost his freaking mind, right? That's when he split his pants, ran over to Capricorn Clark's apartment, demanded her to go out with another security guard, one of his bodyguards, to go out to Kid Cudi's home, to break into Kid Cudi's home. So hopefully they're getting more into that detail eventually. So do you remember seeing Cassie? Yeah, at the London Hotel in New York. I brought something to the room. Cassie opened the door. She was wearing a bright blue wig. How did she appear? Like she was struggling. I asked, "Are you good?" And then she closed the door. How told you? Okay. How were you told to clean the rooms, maybe? Or maybe who told you to clean the rooms? Puff told me to clean the rooms and the office. It was standard to sweep the room so no housekeeper can sell something to TMZ. How were the rooms? Absolutely destroyed. Candle wax everywhere. I've seen broken glass, sometimes blood, oil on walls, baby oil, lotions and potions on walls. What did he tell you about the actual blood? That it was menstruation. What happened in Cassie's car in LA? Cassie got a call, then told me he wants to do a hotel night, and I don't want to. She got sick. And this was after the hotel night. Man down. I don't know what man down means. This made no sense. Man down. Oh, okay. Maybe she sent a text message to her saying man down. So she calls Mia telling her that he wants to do a hotel night even afterwards, right? She didn't want to. She got sick. After after that hotel night, man down. What did that mean? They'd stay in the room sleeping, only up to eat. Did you do substances before you worked with Diddy or worked for Diddy? No. How about after? Yes. The M. Diddy gave it to me. He said, I was now part of the Breakfast Club. See what's going on? Hey, look, do these substances with me. If you don't do these substances with me, you ain't cool. You ain't down with us. You ain't rocking with me, man. You got to rock with me. And if you rock with me, you're doing these substances. And look at that. He gave it to me and he said I was now part of the Breakfast Club. I don't know why the Breakfast Club, but again, that's a very strange thing to say out loud. But yeah, you're part of the cool crowd. You're part of us. You're one of us. You're one of the misfits now. See, some weird initiation gang affiliation type of crap. You see what I'm saying? Trash, I tell you. Trash, right? D-Rock passed away? Did he? Oh, then I said something stupid then. I didn't know he didn't die. Did he die? I didn't think he died. Come on. Yeah, I was gonna say there's another D-Rock that passed away, and he's a guitarist. He goes by D-Rock as well, and he was the guitarist of Body Count. Like I just Googled that fast, and it's like, no, he passed away in 2004. This guy, also named D-Rock, who's a guitarist for this band called Body Count. And he died of lymphoma. But that's another thing. So no. I was about to say, he's not dead. What the hell are you talking about? He's still alive. He's still out here in these streets. All right. Moving on. Part of the Breakfast Club. He says, what does he mean by that? Like, you're part of the cool club. He said his M was pure. I felt like I was now a friend hanging out, and I could actually enjoy myself. Did you take K? She says, yes, I did. At Burning Man. We were partying on a tour bus. We had all the blackout shades down. Just say no, kids. Just say no. I'm just going to keep saying that. Doesn't matter if you're there with the most popular mother lover on the planet. Doesn't even matter. Just say no. So they had the blackout shades down after taking this K. He had the substances on plates like this, like old Hollywood. He had a tray of all kinds of possibilities, right? I tried to say no. I tried to say no. Prosecution says, so then what happened? Puff wouldn't let it go. It turned a little more serious. That I was going to mess up the whole vibe. I tried to fake take it. He got close to my face and humiliated me. How did he humiliate you? So in other words, she tried to do the Bill Clinton on snorting. I don't know how you do that. I really don't know how you do that. But apparently she tried to do that. What do? You blow out? You know what I mean? Especially if you're snorting it, you just go and just blow it out. So it's just dust everywhere, right? Maybe that's what she did. I don't know. But that's weird. Right? She tried to fake it. I don't think you could fake that. So then, come on. Let's go here. So she's claiming that he forced her to take K. That's what she's basically claiming. Through peer pressure. You're part of the cool crowd, right? You're part of the cool crowd. You got to do this because you're part of the cool crowd now. And this is the finest of the substances, right? Clean up hotels after Diddy's hotel nights. All right. So Mia testified that Cassie and Diddy sometimes had hotel nights that lasted multiple nights. Mia testified she would sometimes take them there, unpack, and set up. Diddy asked her to bring toiletries, clothes, candles, lotions, baby oil, Astroglide, and the Jimmy hats. One night stood out at the London Hotel in New York when Cassie answered the door in her underwear. She was struggling. I'd never seen her like that before. So much that I asked her, "Are you okay?" She said, "I'm good," and closed the door. Mia said Diddy asked her to clean up the rooms, to wipe up, quote unquote, enough stuff that the housekeeper couldn't clean. So she said the state of the hotels after they were used was a nightmare, destroyed and really nasty, including candle wax, broken glass, water on the floor, sometimes blood, oil on the walls, and wet towels. Man, when they go and they party. They go hard in the paint. So he got really close to her face and humiliated her. And prosecution says, how did he humiliate you? He separated out a dose and made me do it. I didn't want to fall into the K-hole. I'd seen a person, it looked like an exorcism. Did you want to take any of that K? I didn't feel I had a choice. Very interesting. Look at this. I didn't want to fall into the K-hole. I'd seen a person on this stuff. It looked like an exorcism. He cut out a piece, he separated out a dose, and he made her do it. He made her do it, right? And then she said, I feel like I just didn't feel like I had a choice. So I did it. Too much pressure. My boss was in my face. Interesting though, right? Interesting. Hamburger. Okay, so real quick, while we're waiting for more info to come out, hopefully soon we'll get some more info, because that's crazy. Because now he is alleged of forcing someone. I mean, he didn't really like put a weapon to her head and say, you better do this or you gonna lose your life. It wasn't like that, but still, that's crazy, right? That he basically was like, yo, you better do this. You better sniff this. And she said, okay, I'll do it. And so she did. So real quick, before we continue on, please do me a favor. That's crazy. Hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. I'd love to see it go to 2K. That'd be awesome to see 2K. Okay. It helps the channel, of course. It's free. I see a bunch of y'all in here waiting for all the updates. So please hit that like button down below. Let's get it to 2K. Let's get it to 2K, please. All right. And of course, don't forget to subscribe, please. And thank you. Okay. Let's see if there's any more updates. But that's crazy. Making her consume this stuff when she really didn't want to. She tried to fake it. Remember, she tried to fake it. I tried to fake it. He got close to my face and humiliated me. How? He separated the dose out for me, and he made me do it. I didn't want to fall into a K-hole. And then she said she saw somebody on it before, and it looked like someone was going through an exorcism. Here comes the conspiracy theories with spirituality here. That everyone is a sacrifice to the Illuminati. So why? And then they said, did you want to take that stuff? She says, I didn't feel like I had a choice. Prosecution asked, did he take the substances while working? He was always working. But once on the way to Chelsea Handler. So he was doing some stuff on the way to an interview with Chelsea Handler. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he was on some stuff while he was on Ellen too. You know what I mean? Just sitting there, just having a great time. Having a grand old time. Ha 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 ha. I love you, Ellen. Yay. Just totally zooted. You never know. Yeah, exactly, Nicole. This man was never, ever, ever sober. From what we've understood now, this man was always on something. Like I said, he is just on the same level as Keith Richards. A nuke goes off, it would be cockroaches Diddy and Keith Richards still on this planet. Real talk. His tolerance is at an all-time high. I've never seen this before. I don't know how anybody operates like this without having any health issues in the long term. He's in his 50s now, right? He's in his late 50s now, or later 50s. The latter half of his 50s. I'm surprised he hasn't had any type of heart issues, strokes, etc. I just don't know how you do this like this. I don't know. But anyway, how did Diddy treat you? Sometimes like a best friend and working partner. Sometimes like I was a worthless piece of crap. How would he compliment you? Well, he would compliment my work and he'd give me life advice. I am so sorry. That sounds like a joke. That sounds like a joke. Him of all people trying to give someone life advice while he's just completely out his mind, or he's putting his paws on somebody. Let me give you some advice. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying, Ho. Shut up. So let me give you some life advice, okay? Don't eat. Hold on. Shut up. Don't eat yellow snow. Like what? Make that make sense. Life advice. While I wouldn't take any of his advice. The only reason why people would ever take his advice is if they don't know anything about this. Anything about him putting his hands on people or doing all this crazy stuff that he's been doing. You know, the streets. Everybody out here is like, oh, he's a hero, man. I love me some Puff. Right? Because they think, what? He's such a pillar in our community, right? But he's not. Why? And if you are a personal assistant to him, you know everything about him. You know he's a dirty, 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 dirty little boy. So why would you even want to take any life advice from this man? It'd be comical. It's comical. So he'd give you life advice and then tell you that you were worthless? Long extended rants about how incompetent and stupid I was. Then he would also threaten my job. Well, let's get into it. Did he ever get physical with you? He threw things at me. I'm sure she's not done explaining her side. Did he talk about jobs for you? Yes. Before Revolt Films, he talked about other companies. I told him I wanted to create and develop TV shows, especially comedy. He said that's what he wanted to do too. Then he'd take away my credits. Hold on. So this must be her. This is definitely her. This white gal. This white gal. It's got to be her, because look at this. Here's a photo right over here. They're producing a comedy called The Hustle. And there she is again. She just said, I wanted to produce movies or TV shows, especially comedies. He said, I do too. Get out of town, girl. So do I. So it might just be this woman. It just might. Just saying. Yeah, Detective Pascal on the case. Where's my pipe? You know what I mean? I should have like a Sherlock Holmes pipe, you know? Oh, dear Watson, yes. By doing the math, I found out that she was doing movies and TV shows with Diddy. One called The Hustle, and it was a comedy. So there you go, guys. Oh, dear God. She's literally giving away her ish. She's showing her whole ass right now. You know for a fact, DJ Academics is probably doing cartwheels right now, being like, see, I told y'all. Okay? So, It's funny how he's like, I wanted to do the same thing. She's like, I can't escape you. I want to get away from you. I want to produce movies. You're over here. I'm over here. Can you just shoot? You know what I mean? So they go back to the part where she said, he threw things at me. So they said, what did he throw at you? A bowl of spaghetti, turkey meat, a computer, a phone. What? Like a bowl of spaghetti, turkey meat, a computer, a phone. So basically anything he had at his fingertips. He was carving up. He had the bowl of spaghetti. He got angry. He threw it at her. He was on a keto diet, had the turkey meat right next to him, threw it at her. He was working on an email. He threw the whole computer at her. The phone, he was on the phone. He didn't like what she said to him, so he just threw the phone at her in the middle of a phone conference. Just did it, right? Then they say, no, what's really interesting to me is not the phone or the computer so much, not even the turkey meat. What really gets me interested is the bowl of spaghetti. Can we talk about the spaghetti? What did he tell you to do that would get you a bowl of spaghetti thrown at you? To go get people? But I needed to change my tampon. So he yelled, yo, girl, I said, do it now. So I was on the, it was that time of the month, and I needed to change out. So it's not, hygiene, But he said, no, I need you to do it now. Literally, red was dripping down my leg. I said, I have to go change my tampon, man. So what did he do? He threw a bowl of spaghetti at me and then said, get the F out of my house. He chased me out. I was barefoot. I hid in a bush. Then I went to a hotel. All because I was leaking down my doggone leg. And I said I needed to go change, I needed to go change myself. This is real. She just said, I need to go. And that's insane. And it sounds like that was a heavy flow. That was a very heavy flow. And she's like, I need to change filters. Okay. I need to change them out. And he got mad about that. And he threw a whole bowl of spaghetti at her. How does that happen? How does that happen? Wow. Sorry, I missed the button. I'm just going to hit it, though. And then, of course, I would assume that she went to HR, because that's why they said, what did HR tell you? That I was going to be suspended without pay. That's what Puff wanted, because she had to change her tampon. Because she had some womanly duties to do. And this guy is insane. So she was going to be suspended without pay. That's what Diddy wanted. Where were you when he threw the computer at you? In a trailer. Swizz Beats was there. Whoa, Swizz Beats is in the chat. On to the next one, on to the next one. Anyway, the Wi-Fi was broken, and I went to look into it. So he just went after her. Please tell me it wasn't because the Wi-Fi was broken that he just threw a whole computer at you. That just doesn't make any sense. I came back and I said they were working on it. What did Diddy do? He said I should talk to Bill Gates if I had. He said I should talk to Bill Gates if I had to. Then he threw his computer at my head hard. It just missed me. I ran and hid behind a luggage van. What? There is no Wi-Fi? You mean there's no Wi-Fi? You better get on the phone with Bill Gates and have him solve this issue. And then threw the computer at her. And he's allowed to do this. He's allowed to do. And Swiss Beats was there and saw this and he didn't do nothing. She ran and hid behind a luggage van. No, now you know for a fact people are going to be asking questions about Swizz. Because Swizz not saying nothing while this woman's getting attacked. You know for a fact Alicia Keys is probably like, wait a second, honey, the hell? You did what? I'm going to write a song about it. Wait for it. How did you feel at that time? I wondered, what did I do to make him like this to me? Did he hurt you? Well, Turks and Caicos, and then another time at the Revolt offices. Where were you at Turks? A hammock by my room. He dumped a bucket of ice on me, screaming. Sad stuff. Very sad stuff. So former assistant says, Diddy switch from treating her like a best friend to actually attacking her or hurting her? Treating her like the best friend, like his best friend, and then work or a working partner, and then treating her like a worthless piece of crap. He would humiliate her. So he would humiliate me. He would curse at me. He would really go on long, extended rants about how incompetent and stupid I was. He would threaten my job. He threw things at her, including a bowl of spaghetti, turkey meat, a phone, a computer. Diddy knew she wanted to work on film and TV projects, which she did through his Revolt production companies. Mia said that there were times he would take projects or her projects or her credits on them away from her. So she'd work on a project, work really hard on it. He'd just go whoop, and strip it right from her hands. Same thing is put credits on a movie or a TV show that she's working on and just rip her name off of that. Yep, that has happened to me before too. Not from Diddy, but from other people. It's a terrible feeling. It definitely is a terrible feeling. Or threatened to do so when he was angry. Yeah. That has happened. I know that feeling, and it enrages you. And then it makes you look crazy because when you start speaking out about it and saying, hey, I got screwed over, right? Or, I helped direct that, or I wrote that script, or I shot that movie, but your name's nowhere seen on the project. That does happen. And that's happened to me about 3 different times. And then I decided not to shoot, write, or direct anything for anyone else ever again. Gave up on that. I mean, I didn't give up on creating stuff. But after being screwed over multiple times, almost back to back, I said, I'm done. I'm not doing it for anybody else anymore. Yeah, like I said. Yeah, you learn things quick. You learn things very quick. Moving on. The knowledge. Thank you so much. I'm late. Can I get a late pass? Yeah, you're good. You're good. Basically, real quick, guys, for those of y'all who are late to the party, very quick breakdown. Mia right now is on the stand. They finished earlier on in the day the testimony with Deontay Nash, which was very entertaining and very interesting as well. Very bad and revealing and bad for Diddy. Now we're on Mia. Mia is a pseudonym for one of his other personal assistants that wants to hide behind this pseudonym. She is terrified out of her mind, which I totally understand why, especially her being one of Cassie's closest friends, and of course, witnessing a lot of the attacks that Cassie went through. We are now understanding that she was also SA'd. She was also viciously attacked from Diddy. We're at the place where she was basically getting hit with bowls of spaghetti, anything he could get his hands on, he would just throw at her face, basically. And of course, I think we're going to start getting closer to more details of when she was actually attacked in that Eschuel type of way, the SA type stuff. So again, this is very bad, all very, very bad. And some things can be stranger than fiction, but also at the same time, the things that we see in movies, real talk, the things that we see in movies, like for example, because I talked about it a couple days ago, I rewatched Tropic Thunder, and it's still the most offensive but hilarious movie ever. It's a comedy. It is what it is, right? But that's the whole point. It's supposed to be the most deplorable people, the most deplorable characters in this movie, right? But it's hilarious. It still holds up to today. I thought it was really, really funny. But the character that Tom Cruise plays is exactly. He said he was using inspiration from people like Harvey Weinstein, stuff like that, right? So rewatching that, I was like, wow, because you think that it's all fake, that movie executives and movie heads aren't treating their assistants and their employees like trash. But why would they keep writing those in movies if it wasn't some semblance of true? Think about that. A lot of these stories that we see about Hollywood and the jokes like Casting Couch, we talk about Casting Couch. Casting Couch is real. The only reason why we know it in our zeitgeist is because it's real. Right? Now, I understand, like, well, we talk about Santa Claus all the time, but does it mean that Santa Claus is real? No. Of course, he's a character. He's a fictitious, entity that we created for holidays so we could make people buy more things and spend more money, whatever, right? A mascot for a holiday, for crying out loud. But I'm talking about the things where we see in movies or in books or anything of that sort, where these people are actually treating their client, their artists, their clients, their whatever, like absolute trash. It's because it's real. It actually does happen. I've seen it with my own two highs, where they are treating people like absolute garbage. Shoot, I even saw it. Let me just tell this quick thing, because I want to let it cook, the updates. I want to let the updates cook a little bit. And this will be a quick story. Hold on, let me just refresh this to make sure. Okay, we got a little bit. Now, just a quick story, okay? This is just a very fast story. And I'm not going to use anybody's names, but I'm at this event, right? And there was a person there that happened to start getting more popular online. The newfound popularity. Had a few things, have a few viral hits, get a couple million views, blah, 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 right? And she was female. She is female. She didn't pass or anything. But anyway, I'm at this event, and she has her assistant. There's a photographer there that's there to shoot specifically her, right? And here's the thing. This is also an important part. I've met her before, and before she hit it like big, I won't even say big because she hasn't really had anything big lately. And this was a few years ago. But when I first met her, before all the sudden bump of interest, she was a sweetheart, very down to earth, very kind, very sweet. But then she started having like a few hits, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, she gonna be the next thing, or what? She gonna be the next her. You know what I'm saying? And everyone's like, oh damn, this is gonna be dope. She gonna be incredible. Suddenly, I start seeing her demeanor to completely change. It was maybe a year later. She's a completely different person. She is barking orders at the photographer like he's nothing. She's yelling at her assistant, person who's just holding her coat, talking trash at her. And then, trying to get the hits, trying to hit the right mark, hit the right, look in the photo and all that stuff. And then she's like, I'm done. Leave me type thing. I'm not kidding. This was real life. And I'm looking at this on the sidelines like, man, I wish I had my camera on. You know what I mean? So I can just turn this around and make her see herself. Do you remember what you were like before and how you are now? You're completely different. Oh, I got a good one. Okay. I got a good one. Okay, here it is. Long time ago, many moons ago, I met allegedly one of the best guitar players to ever live right now. I think you know who he is. Arguably the best guitar player in the world. I don't know. When guitar even mattered. Okay. His initials are JM. I'm kidding. John Mayer. I've never told this story, but I'm going to tell this story right now. This will be a quick one. Met him 2 different times. Okay. One time, randomly in the street. This is very beginning of his career. Very nice guy. Randomly, I was like, whoa, aren't you? It was like that. I was walking right by and I'm like, stop it. Aren't you? And he's like, yeah, I am. What's up? And he was very kind. He was cool as hell. And we talked about his next album, right? The latest album he just came out with or something like that. And I was like, yeah, congratulations on everything. I see you on the TV and all that. That's amazing. He's like, yeah, I'm really excited about this new album. It just dropped, blah, blah, blah. And then he said something that was very, very kind. He said, hey, I always look at people in the eye. You really got something. Have a good rest of your day, bro. And he walked his way and I walked my way, right? So then skip forward a couple years later. Random again. That album, that big album that came out. I forgot the name of it. But where he's playing he's playing the electric guitar. He went electric and you know what I mean? It was a big deal. He won a bunch of Grammys. I forgot the name of it. But anyway, I run into him again. This time he's a completely different person. Because at this point, he's already been stupping like Jennifer Aniston. And he's like, he's getting caught on all these magazines and he's looked at as a heartthrob and all this crap, right? And so I'm sitting with him because a friend of mine was like, hey, if you want to meet him, he's here, you should, he's right there. Did you, he's right there, and I can introduce him to you again. I'm like, because I was like, yeah, I saw him a couple years ago. He was pretty cool. Now I was like, this is weird. He's right here. That's funny. He's like, do you want me to introduce you? I can. So I'm like, sure, why not? It's a celebrity. Let me go and talk to him. So I go over there, bought him one of the most expensive margaritas I've ever bought in my whole entire life. In fact, he owes me about $37. But anyway, I sit down with him again and we're having a conversation, but this time he's a completely different person. The fame has definitely gotten to his head. He was a complete a-hole, man. And I'm like, wow, I was expecting you to be as humble as you were when I first met you. But now you're just an a-hole. You're roasting me. So while I'm sitting there, he's just making fun of me. He's got his other friend with him there, and they're just both roasting me. As I'm like, oh, okay, man, I just bought you a very expensive margarita, and because he was only drinking margaritas, and now you're talking trash to me like I'm nothing. What the hell's this? I'm like, I just wanted to say I respect the album. You seem, you look at the success you've built. It's amazing. And I just wanted to congratulate you, man. So then after that, I was like, you know what? I'm out. That was very disappointing. But again, like I said, yeah, he was making fun of me, roasting me, that kind of thing. Because, he was asking me questions. I was asking him questions. But the entire time, as I'm answering questions to him, because clearly I'm not at the level of success that he's at. He's there. You know what I mean? He's getting Grammys, for crying out loud. He's rubbing elbows with the likes of Diddy. You know what I mean? He's out there doing his thing. But for some odd reason, he's just a butthole to me. And I finished, I finished having my conversation with him. And I just basically said, okay, peace. But what's even more upsetting about this story, because I was like, man, I really respect your career, what you've done, your success. I just really respect the success you've gotten. That's all I said. And he said, oh, you want my success? You can have my success. Guess what I got to do tonight? You know what I got to do tonight? There's a new movie coming out with Jack Nicholson and Morgan Freeman. You know what I got to do? I got to go into a studio tonight and I got to bang out a banger. I got to bang out a theme song for this movie that is coming out with Jack Nicholson and Morgan Freeman. I got to bring the genius out. The genius has to come out right now. That's the stress I have to deal with as he's drinking the most expensive margarita on the planet and roasting me, right? So then I leave because I'm like, I'm done with this. Oh, by the way, there was also a girl sitting there. She was like a waitress at this bar. She was sitting there at the bar or at the table. And I'm like, clearly you're going to go in and make a connection later with John Mayer for sure. Right. So I walk out. I'm looking for a cab to get out of there. And I'm not mad. I mean, I'm not happy. He was really rude. That waitress runs out and says, I'm so sorry. He's just been on one lately. I'm really sorry. He's usually really nice. I'm so sorry. And I'm like, I don't understand what his deal was, but that was unnecessary. That was not cool. And she's like, oh, well, I'm sorry about that. And I'm like, yeah, it's cool. It's whatever. I hop in my cab and I leave. Flash forward. Grammys. He wins a Grammy for the very song that he was bitching and moaning about for that movie. So now every single time I hear the say what you need to say, I want to shake the damn radio into pieces. Ain't that the craziest story? And that's one when I met him when he was very humble and very thankful. And just happened to be there, man, to where he became some jaded butthole. And he still owes me a $37 perfect margarita as well. So that's my story. That's why I don't like meeting celebrities. I mean, I do if it's like an interview, that kind of thing. But when I meet them like on the street, because the camera makes them nice. I said it. The camera, for the most part, makes them nice. But when there's no cameras around and they don't care, they show their true self. They show their whole ass. And that's what I experienced with him. That's what I experienced with him. I'm like, man, he's massive at that time. Massive name. And I'm like, dude, this is dope. Cool. I'm meeting, a real life rock star. Cool. Not just some, playing the acoustic in his feelings, whoop-de-woo. You know what I mean? But he was, I feel like he was too busy trying to impress his friend and the girl he was going to smash later on that night. And then, of course, he goes and he makes that song, Say What You Need to Say, or Say. That became a Grammy. He won a Grammy for that ish. So, yeah, quite the story. Quite the story. But people when you hear these rock stars and these celebrities acting like buttholes, you know what I'm saying? It's true. I got more stories than just that. Okay, I've met plenty of celebrities. I've, as you guys know, I've interviewed plenty as well. But a lot of times when you're just meeting them on a random, shaking their hand real quick, that kind of thing, I've had some very interesting encounters for sure. I just don't talk about them. I talked about that one because I've been holding on that story for a long time. So I definitely wanted to tell that story. But money changes people, man. Money and fame changes people, y'all. Real talk. But Khan, thank you so much. Karma will come scissoring Diddy on his itty bitty. Yup. Absolutely. I think that ate up a little bit more time. So let's get into this. Okay. So moving on. How did you feel? I wondered why do I make him like this to me? She said, did he hurt you? Yes. In Turks and Caicos and at the Revolt offices. Where were you at Turks? Let me refresh this really quick. A hammock by my room. Diddy also dumped a bucket of ice on me, screaming. Then Puff took my phone. I didn't want him to see it. The team, we'd messaged about his moods. So they started a group chat and basically said, this man is crazy, right? I didn't want him to see it. So I jumped on his back. Oh, snap. What did he do? He threw me back into the pool. And at Revolt TV, he was using my phone and I didn't want him to see my message. Maybe I called him an arsehole. I tried to get the phone back. He ran into the bathroom and slammed the door on my arm repeatedly. They said, did you get any injuries? Yeah, I got bruises. Did you see him later? Yeah, at the studio. He told me he sent all my compromising photos to his own phone in case I had stuff on him. Kind of like a bullying joke. How did you take that? I didn't have any photos, so I knew he was lying. What are these? My emails with Tony and Shannon. I said, Puff took my iPhone. I don't know when I'll get it back. Tony asked, what happened? I said, definitely an in-person story. Why? Why did you say that? I wouldn't put violence in writing. Who is that? Puff's engineer. At one point, we dated. I have more. And then they go into a break. Damn. All these damn breaks. Here's what's interesting is that unless they're continuing on till 4, they're supposed to be done in about 9 minutes. Allegedly. But unless they change the rules now, we'll see. Oh, yeah. And the whole John Mayer thing. I mean, that was way before he went on Playboy and said all that racist stuff. This was during the time when he was respected by all races. You know what I mean? Like that album that he did, everyone loved it, because there was like the epitome of blues rock. You know what I'm saying? Blues, rock, soul, whatever you want to call it, but then, years later, he decided to open his big mouth again, like he did to me at, when I sat down with him drinking that perfect margarita. And he was he doesn't know how to, it's like he has no filter. He doesn't know how to shut up, it seems like. But very interesting experience. So Combs took K, other pills, at inappropriate times. When he's about to go get when he's about to go get a colonoscopy, he's just popping pills. When he's about to get his prostate checked, he's just popping pills, right? It's weird. Like if he's getting his prostate exam, he turns to the doctor. Tell me I am nothing before you do that. But you have to say it really loud and say it really aggressively. Anyway, the defendant was frequently taking K and other substances, often at inappropriate times. She recalled him once taking these substances on the way to an appearance with Chelsea Handler. Because remember, Chelsea Handler had the TV show. Okay. The witness said hitting the road with Diddy was like being with a traveling medicine cabinet. Substances were stashed in plastic bags or in his Louis Vuitton pouch. He was hot and cold with Mia and once threw spaghetti at her. She described her dynamic with Diddy as hot and cold, sometimes treated like a best friend and working partner, and other times like a worthless piece of crap. In the good times, he opened up about personal things and complimented her work. Other times, he would humiliate her, or she would say, he would humiliate me, curse at me, go on a rant about how incompetent and stupid I was. She told jurors he'd throw things at her, including spaghetti on one occasion. In that incident, she started to go down to her room because she had been working since 8 a.m. without a break and needed to change her tampon. Outraged, he threw the spaghetti at her and started to curse at her, chased her up the stairs, and she hid and eventually escaped to a hotel because he's insane. On another occasion, she testified he threw a computer at her head while in Los Angeles in a trailer on a movie set. He was in a rage over the Wi-Fi not working, but the computer did not make contact with her head. Thankfully, she recalled. She ran out the trailer and hid afterwards. And it's insane that he would repeatedly slam a bathroom door on her arm just because he wants access to her phone. Do you realize that she should have filed a police report right then and there? I mean, the other times somebody throwing a computer at my head, I'm filing a report. The other time throwing a bowl of spaghetti, I'm filing a report. But at the same time, the fact that she had actual visual marks on her arm because he was acting like a child saying, I want your phone to see what everybody's saying about me is absolutely insane. Or if he was just grabbing her phone just to see if what Cassie is saying to her about him, that's the other thing too. But you got to be a special kind of dumb to be doing something like that. So it does blow my mind that he is not, you know what I'm saying? Blows my mind that she has not filed any police report after something like that. That would be immediate. I'd be like, F you, someone else who's got a phone around them, give me your phone. I'm calling 911 right now. I don't care. I don't care anymore. You are not hurting me like this anymore. F this. And I'd sue the pants off of him. But okay. The witness recalled an incident in 2012 in Los Angeles when Diddy allegedly slammed a door on her arm multiple times. You could have broken her arm. You could have chopped off her fingers, possibly. I mean, there's so many different possibilities, because you're trying to get your arm out of that, as he's slamming the doors over and over and over again. My God. At his request, Mia said she made a call for him on her phone, prompting her to stay close to get the device back from him immediately. But when Diddy tried bolting away from her into a bathroom, Mia said she followed him inside, where he then slammed the door on her arm multiple times. Yeah, that's insane. Come on, y'all. That's insane. How long is this break gonna be? He ran off with her phone, threatened to use anything he found against her. She scared her boss would see a text to his stylist where she badmouthed Diddy. She chased after Diddy, who slammed her arm in the bathroom door multiple times when she tried to follow him. He eventually ran into the street outside and left, leaving Mia with a badly bruised arm that she thought might have been broken. Yeah, because he's slamming a door against her arm. When she saw Diddy later that day, he told her, "I wouldn't want someone going through my phone if I had what you had in there earlier, or in there either. Sorry, I wouldn't want someone going through my phone if I had what you had in there either. I sent all of your compromising and inappropriate photos to my phone so that I got something on you, just in case you got something on me." Mia testified, adding that she was relieved to know she actually didn't have anything compromising on her phone. So he just made stuff up to try to have, a leg up on her, which makes no sense. The jury saw emails Mia sent to other staff members after the incident where she asked for someone to pick her up because she was stranded without her phone. When asked what happened, Mia said in the emails it was an in-person story. She testified in court today that the comment was a reference to never putting stories involving violence into an email because he has access to that stuff. I get that part. It's like, I can't tell you about this story. And of course, I don't have my phone, so it's not like I could take pictures of what actually happened to me. So I'm hoping that whoever picked her up, if that actually did happen, I would hope that somebody actually went up and took photos of those bruises. But I'm wondering if they actually did that. So jury is dismissed for a short break. So the prosecution said she won't finish the direct examination today and that they'll have to finish Friday morning. So tomorrow morning, they're not done. They're not done with her. They're not done with Mia. Maya here. You know what I mean? Crazy, yo. Let's see what. Oh, we were just reading CNN. Let's see. Oh, that's so annoying. Because it is it's 2:00 my time, so it's 3:00 their time. So I'm curious if they're going to continue. All right, if they're going to continue till 3, or 4:00 their time, or if they're going to adjourn for the day now. I'm curious about that because the defense still needs time to do their thing too, right? They still need to do their cross. And I'm sure there might be a redirect and a recross. That could be possible, right? The classic one, I don't know. Here's the thing. I might be on, I might not. It depends. I'll find out because again, if there is room to do a little bit in the first thing in the morning, then I might do it, but it might be a very short live. You see what I'm saying? So just be on the lookout. Okay. Classic. Just be on the lookout. But as far as I'm concerned, yeah, I will not be on tomorrow. Okay. I will not be on tomorrow, but I might surprise y'all. So it just depends. It really depends. Yep. They have not had her, Donna, you're very right. They have not talked about the essay yet. So far, they've only talked about him attacking her, putting his paws on her, etc. But we have not heard anything else yet. Okay. Diddy said, I must be on, right? Right? He's like, you better be on, Pascal. You ain't. I tell you when you take a day off. Well, I'll let you guys know for sure. Okay? I'll let you guys know for sure. Okay? And I will say also, just really quick with the John Mayer story. Okay. One, met him. It was a long time ago. From my understanding, he's a completely different person now, I guess. I don't know. You know what I mean? But, for someone who was trying to be respectful, meeting someone who is, successful in what they do, of course, a part of you is like, you would hope that they would be humbled and kind. I heard he's now a better person. And hopefully that's true, but golly, they say short break, and that's, I hate when it's all a lie. It was all a lie. Okay. It's all lies, man. So again, what say you guys on this? Okay. Joanne, thank you. The genius. Thank you so much. But yeah, I may not. Or like I said, if I am on, it'll be for a very short time. So I might be able to be on for like maybe 1 or 2 hours, and then I'd have to wrap pretty much. But like I said, I'm playing a lot of what tomorrow is going on. It's a lot of playing by ear right now. So, but of course, I'll let you guys know if I go on. Okay. I'll definitely let you guys know for sure. Hold on 1 second. Let's see here. Alrighty. Thank you, Brenda. Same to you. Have a great rest of your day. Have a blessed one. Let us see here. Come on, man. Okay, they're back. All right. So I guess they are going for another hour. They're going to keep on moving. Thank you so much for the support, everybody. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super stickers and the super chats and all that. I'll get to that one, Ivy. I see you. Okay, hold on. So they're back. So the essays. Now they're finally at the essays. Let's go. So these essays, when did they occur? When I was working for Diddy. Duh. Where was the first time? The Plaza Hotel in New York for Puff's 40th birthday. Were you his personal assistant at the time? Yes. I had been there for only a few months. So she was brand new to the game, brand new to the job. And yeah. Wow. She was only there for a few months. Remember, this is the same because, it's been a long day of testimony, but this is the same woman that was in his home, living in his home without locks on the doors. Let's not forget that. Security had locks, but she didn't have any locks to her home, her room, right? It was open sesame at all times. So I wouldn't be surprised if certain things like that happened on the reg. Okay. So again, this is the same person that had a door that was unlocked. Same person that was watching all these attacks happen. And again, she was there for a while and she never, see, that's the thing that just drives me crazy. They never leave. They never left. None of them have left. Why? Right? It just doesn't make sense. Ivy, what's up? Swiss was saying he's phony. She's fake. That's the type of people I hate. If you're real and you know it, clap your hands. Yeah. with Swiss Beats, if he really saw what he saw and didn't say anything, wild. And I'm sure the internet's going to go crazy about that information too. I wouldn't be surprised if Swizz Beats and Alicia Keys' names start trending suddenly. Like there's an uptick in their names suddenly out of nowhere. Let's see. So far, no. But seeing something like that and not doing anything about it is insane. So she had only been there for a few months. This happened on his 40th birthday. He attacked her. What rooms did Diddy rent out? The penthouse. Party guests and celebrities were there. What did Diddy do? He asked to speak to me in the kitchen. What did he do? He had someone else clear the room. Yeah, that's the ongoing theory that it could be the Sarah person. Okay, so he had everyone clear the room. What did he say? That we're going to be working closer together. Okay, he poured us two. Sorry, it's like poured use. He poured us 2 shots of vodka each for his birthday. What did you do with the shot? I took them. They hit me hard. Usually I could take it easily. Uh-oh. Could it very well be that she's talking about laced vodka shots? Possibly. Could it possibly be that? Could it? Something to think about. Because she says he poured 2 shots. He poured 2 shots of vodka each for his birthday. So she took 2 shots. She went bang, bang. That's from what I'm reading. He took 2 shots, I'm assuming. Or maybe she just drank 2 shots for him and that's it. And he just watched her take them. So she said, I took them. They hit me hard. Usually I take it easily. So, you know, the 2 shots of vodka is nothing. I mean, if you're working for Diddy, I'm sure your tolerance for alcohol is at an all-time high. So 2 shots of vodka is very much normal, right? I'm sure. 2 of them, bang, bang, easy. But she says this was different. This hit different and hit her hard. Because she's used to partying like a rock star. So that's very interesting. My eyes couldn't focus. His face was close. He put his arm up the side of my dress and he kissed me. Did you want him to? No. Were you able to say no? I was shocked. I froze. I didn't process what was happening. Uh-oh. Laced liquor has entered the group chat. That's a very big deal because now you got somebody saying that she took something that made her made her a little bit disoriented, right? My eyes couldn't focus. She took 2 shots. It looks like, from my understanding, took 2 shots of vodka. It hit her hard. Usually 2 shots of vodka is nothing. But for some odd reason, she reacted to these shots of vodka differently. I couldn't focus fully, she says. Then his face was close to hers. And then he put his arm up the side of her dress and he was kissing her. And she said she didn't want to do that. Were you able to say anything? She said, I was shocked. I froze. I didn't process what was happening because she was under the influence of something more than just alcohol. Golly gee willikers. Mama say, mama samu makasa. Let's move on. Next thing I know, it was the morning and I was in a chair in the penthouse. And had you looked at him? How had you looked at him? I'm sorry. How had you looked at him? Like an older adult. He was the boss. Here we go again. Or the king. What were your expectations? I thought it would never happen again. It was a huge accident. But of course it went again and happened again. I'm sure, of course it happened again. So now she drank some vodka, and that vodka has a little shumping in it. And then she couldn't do a damn thing. That's crazy, guys. Here we go. First testimony speaking on something being laced. This is a big freaking deal. Yeah, the buddy professors just threw me off too. Yeah. Hercules, yes, Hercules. Yeah. Crazy. Crazy, y'all. Now we sit and wait again. First time ever we've heard about something laced. Remember, the only other time that anyone's ever mentioned anything laced, I repeat, the only other time anyone mentioned about anything possibly being laced was Cassie. They talked about the possibility of the baby oil being laced. And she said, no, baby oil was not laced, with her at least. This is the first time that we're hearing about something being laced and someone consuming it or putting it on their body and it causing some sort of disorientation. Let's refresh this and see what's going on. So she said, next thing I knew, it was the morning. Again, she took 2 shots of vodka and it got her so jacked up that she blacked out. And the next morning, she's in a chair in the penthouse. Say what? How had you looked at him? Like an older adult. He was the boss or the king. What were your expectations? I thought it would never happen again, of course. It was a huge accident. Then, prosecution says, were there other times he made you feel uncomfortable sexually? She says, yes. I had to carry bags into his room. Downstairs was Uncle Paulie, part of security. What did he say to you? Objection, grounds, hearsay, for the effect. Overruled. Oh, come on, let's go. Keep on cooking. Let's see what they say here. Please be something, not like she's sitting there drinking a coffee. I don't care about what she's wearing. Okay? She testifies about the SA on her multiple times. So she testifies being sexually attacked multiple times while she worked for him. She said Cassie was not present when these attacks occurred, and she didn't tell her, so that Mia did not tell Cassie about these attacks ever. Her voice dropped to nearly a whisper when she confirmed that Diddy SA'd her and said it happened sporadically throughout her employment with Diddy. Now, what's interesting about this, all right, she never told her friend, one of her closest friends, Cassie, about this. In ways I wish she did. Because then you have someone else backing that story. I'm not sitting here saying that I don't believe her. Just her demeanor alone says a lot. Mia's there and she's just sitting there like this, like, I don't really want to talk. That's scary. Okay. But she's like, I thought it was a mistake the first time. She's basically putting blame on herself. Look at that. She says, I thought it would never happen again. Like, it was a huge mistake. It was a huge accident. It's almost like she's taking blame on part of it too. It was my bad. I should have controlled myself. Right? But that's not the case. She drank something that had something in it, y'all. And that's it. That's why she says few key words here, at least from what fantastic inner city press has written. Okay. They hit me hard. She took 2 shots back to back. Bang, bang. It was vodka. Easy. That's nothing. 2 shots of vodka, piece of cake, right? She says, they hit me hard. Next thing she says is, my eyes couldn't focus. I was shocked. I was frozen. Maybe she was frozen because of the substance that was in the drink and didn't process what was happening. Next thing she knows, she wakes up the next morning and she's in a chair in the penthouse. So she completely blacks out, right? Then she goes, oh, it just had to be, it had to have been, it just was an accident. 2 people drinking, getting a little, horny. And next thing you know, bing, bang, boom, we got together. But it doesn't sound like she remembers any of it. She just blacks out. Now, here's the other thing, of course, we got to put into consideration here too. We don't know what kind of things she consumed before she took those 2 shots of vodka. Now, she could have been completely cold turkey, taking those 2 shots of vodka, and then all of a sudden, bang, it hit her. Or she could have been drinking all that night and then took 2 shots of vodka and it took her all the way over the edge. That's possible too. So leave that and put that on the table for a second. Okay. But hopefully prosecution asks her the right questions, dagnabbit, here very, very soon. So we can get straight to the point here, right? So she says she was carrying bags up to his room. So this is another moment where he made her feel uncomfortable in an Eshwell type of way. So she says, I brought the bags. He asked me to pull something on his computer. He came and sat next to me. He leaned over me as if to put his face in the computer, like in an uncomfortable way. How did you feel? I pretended I had to go to the bathroom. He came and sat next to me. He leaned over as if to put his face in the computer, like in an uncomfortable way. That's weird. So in other words, he was trying to put his head in her lap. Maybe. That's a little bit odd, don't you think? So she said, I pretended I had to go to the bathroom. Where were you the next time Diddy attacked you, SA'd you? The Beverly Grove house. I was asleep on the bottom bunk. I wasn't allowed to lock the door. I woke up. There was the weight of a person on me. Who? Puff. Crazy. Again, I wasn't allowed to lock the door. So the Beverly Grove house, again, wasn't allowed to have a lock on her door. Remember that? But security guards did. They all allowed to do whatever the hell they want. They even had keypads and stuff on their damn doors. But no, she had a door that was wide open. Easy access. And what did I say to you guys a second ago? It's very unfortunate. It could be a recipe for disaster, given the fact that she is a woman staying in a house that's mainly predominantly male, and that anybody could just walk into that room and do whatever the hell they want to her. And guess what happened? Allegedly, he did something to her. That's crazy. So he accuses him of SA. So they say 3 shots of vodka. So she was SA'd after he poured her 3 shots of vodka in a hotel penthouse. After complimenting her work, Diddy, who was celebrating his 40th birthday, served drinks and then kissed her as he put his hand up her dress. She said, "I was shocked." And that's it. They didn't say much on this one. That sucks. Let's see here. Racky. Oh, this is just a legal expert. We'll talk about that another time. Come on. This is when things get saucy. So she felt the weight of a person on her when she woke up, and that was Diddy. She says it was so fast. He used one hand to get his pants undone. He put himself inside of me. You mean his manhood inside of you? I just froze. How did you feel? Terrified, confused, and ashamed, and scared. How long? It was very quick. So he's a 1 pump chump, it sounds like, with his Tootsie Roll. His itty bitty Diddy, right? Yeah, it was a quick pump. Crazy stuff, guys. His itty bitty Diddy. And he did this disturbing, disgusting thing. Can you believe that, Ish? He is something else, man. Something else. But she says it was very quick, but it felt like forever. But he wouldn't leave a job unfinished. Is that when it would end? Yes. The next time, the Beverly Crest house. I was in his bedroom closet floor, putting things in a bag. Then Puff was in the closet. He is in the closet, ain't he? Well, I guess this whole thing got him out of the closet. You feel me? But that's interesting. So he wouldn't leave a job unfinished. Getting, he got to the point, right? He finished. Okay. Reach the climax. You know what I mean? Moving on. Is that when it would end? She said yes. And then, of course, the next time was at the Beverly Crest house. I was on his bedroom. I was in his bedroom closet floor, or on his bedroom closet floor, putting things in a bag. And then he was in the closet as well. So where is this going? All kinds of bad, y'all. All kinds of bad. Let's see what they're saying here. So she was attacked. She says she was attacked at his home. So she testified about another attack, this time in 2009 or 2010 at his home. She was on the bottom bunk when she was awakened by Diddy on top of her. Asked if she had wanted to have relations with Diddy. She said no. It was very quick. She hadn't been allowed to lock the door when staying on his properties. And that's, of course, what she testified earlier. Again, it's, this is all very disturbing. The former assistant says internal alarm bells went off when he got too close to her. So she testified the next time Diddy made her feel uncomfortable, especially following an incident on his 40th birthday, was a time at his New York apartment. She didn't remember the exact date, but she said she was relatively new at her job. Mia said she was bringing Combs bags to his apartment, and his security said something along the lines of, "I've seen this before." When she got inside, Mia said Diddy asked her to look up something on a computer and then sat next to her. Mia said Diddy leaned over and got very close. He said her internal alarm bells went off. I felt really uncomfortable. I didn't know how to behave. She asked to go to the bathroom, and when she came out, she left the apartment. See, this is interesting. This one says two shots of liquor, of vodka, and we read from another place it said 3. So hopefully they get that clarified somewhere. So that's very interesting. When he was testifying had been working with Diddy at that time for a few months. He asked to speak with her, and the two of them went to into the kitchen, where he told her she was doing a great job and didn't need to be nervous about coming to him with questions. She testified. He then poured 2 shots. The former assistant says she remembers wondering if she had eaten enough beforehand because the shots hit me kind of hard. She was shocked when Diddy then leaned to kiss her against the wall. I was shocked and I froze. I couldn't even process what was happening. The next thing she remembers clearly is sitting in a chair in the main room in the penthouse as the sun came up. She said she thought it would never happen again, that her boss had just been drunk, and that, quote unquote, it was probably a huge accident. And she planned not to tell anyone, she testified, but it still allegedly happened. So back out there in the back at his closet, she's in there packing things in a bag, I guess for him, in his closet. He then showed up in the closet as well. He had his manhood out, and he grabbed my head, and then she starts crying, and he put it in. So he took his self out and put it in your mouth. Yes, I was frozen. I didn't do anything. And she starts sobbing. How did you feel? Like trash, scared, and ashamed. How long did this last? It was very fast. Another very fast situation. Were there other essays? Yes. I have a dark feeling. One time we were flying on a private jet. Everyone was asleep. By the bathroom, there was a bed. I went by and he was standing right there. I tried to make it about other people who might see or hear. It didn't work. How did you feel? Helpless. I had lost some layer of protection. I wasn't safe. I was terrified. Do you remember what happened? No, I don't. Crazy. I mean, I guess the question remains, I mean, do you think that, I know some of you guys are like, she's lying, yo. She's lying. That's what some of you guys are saying. I mean, do you still think that she's lying, or do you really think she's lying? I just don't think that she's saying all of this. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying that I don't believe her. That's all I'm basically saying. But yes, I see someone just said, you can't tell me that suddenly everybody on the plane's asleep and then this SA happens. But it could happen. If everyone's passed out, it's possible. It's possible. Right? Still very possible. And also not possible at the same time. I don't know. Think about this. If you have a history of people, just think about this for a second. If you have a history of employees, bodyguards, etc., hearing crimes happening on the other side of a door, who's to say that they aren't sitting there listening and hearing SA actually happening without doing anything about it? Think about it. There's already a history of these guys not doing a damn thing to help her. When Cassie's getting viciously attacked, when anyone's getting viciously attacked, a lot of times they sit on the other side and not doing anything. You know what I mean? So what if there was something going on a plane? And they're sitting there going, well, there goes Diddy doing his thing again. I'm going to be over here and I'm just going to keep my eyes closed. I don't know nothing. They're already doing it for every other time that he's putting his paws on people. So why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't they have something like this happen on a plane without them even twitching? Without even a twitch of reaction? Think about that. It's just a thought. It's just a thought, y'all. If they're sitting there doing that, then for damn sure they could do it the same thing on the plane. Maybe it just no. Maybe that's just they're moving luggage. They're just moving luggage. They're moving luggage. I'm not. Nope. They're just nope. Not listening. You know what I mean? That's possible, y'all. That's possible. Like I said, it could be a lie, but it also could very well be real. Oh, come on. Did they stop or something? Don't tell me they stopped. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. So he forced her to do top. Okay. Witness testifies. He forced her to perform, this thing on him with her mouth in an attack that made the victim feel like trash. Mia said that she was just frozen when he came out of the closet at his LA home, and he had his self out like that. Okay, there was definitely a draft in the room, if you get what I'm saying, before forcing her head down. She said the attack made her feel like trash, and when prosecution asked if she had consented to this, she said no, but it was really fast. So he is, like I said, a one-pump chump. And in these kind of situations, like I said, if these allegations are true, thank God. Because imagine, But if you really think about it, it does make sense. It goes with his MO. If he's standing in a corner telling people to do things to his girlfriend, watching other guys do things to his girlfriend, yeah, I could see him being a one-pump chump. Real talk. I could see him doing that. But let's continue on. Plain, helpless. I lost some layer of protection. I wasn't safe, terrified. Do you remember what happened? No. Now, here's the thing. Hold on. I had lost some layer of protection. Think about this. You got security on the plane, most definitely. You got private security on that plane. She is in the back of the plane with the bed and the diddler. I lost some level or layer of protection. What could that possibly mean? Meaning that maybe those people, she realized they're not going to help her. That she's screwed. That this man's going to do what he wants to her at the back of this private jet, whether she likes it or not. Whether any of those people that are on the plane are awake, they're not going to do anything. She said, I lost some layer of protection. I wasn't safe anymore. Officially not safe. You have everybody in that doggone plane and they're not there trying to jump on top of him, rip him off of her. No. They sat there and stayed quiet and took the rest of that flight home quiet. You see what I'm saying? So I get it. But like I said, if this is true, that's bad. Was Cassie ever there? No. Did you ever want these sexual acts with Diddy? No, I did not. Did you ever tell him no? I couldn't tell him no about a sandwich or anything. I couldn't tell him no about a sandwich or anything. Then he would know that I thought what he was doing was wrong. I couldn't tell him no about a sandwich or anything. Then he would know that I thought what he was doing was wrong. I'm confused by that statement. Hopefully they clarify that a little bit better, because that does not make any sense. I didn't want to lose everything I'd worked so hard for. This was the only world I had anymore. What would happen to your job? I would never work in this industry ever again. And physically, that I'd be attacked. I don't want to die. So she was definitely fearful for her life. That's interesting. Whoops. Rianne, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so very much. It's bad. Oh, sorry. My eyes are irritating the hell out of me right now, guys. I'm so sorry. But wow. Wow. So she's like, I was fearful for my life. I'm sorry. I don't get this part. I couldn't tell him no about a sandwich or anything. Then he would know that I thought that what he was doing was wrong. That sentence does not make any sense. Somebody news, explain that better. Clarify, please. Well, this is about the home. So, so she was asleep. He climbed on top of her. She was sleeping with the door unlocked because she wasn't allowed to lock it. Mia testified that she was woken up by the weight of a person on top of her. It was Diddy. Mia said Diddy told her to be quiet and used one hand to get his pants off. After a pause, he was in there. Okay. She said, I just froze. I didn't react. When asked how she felt, Mia said she was terrified and confused and ashamed and scared. It was very quick, but it did feel like it was forever. Audibly emotional and sniffling. So she went on to recount another time. She said Diddy SA'd her at his home in LA. She said she was on the floor in his closet packing a bag when he attacked her. I felt like trash, adding that she felt scared and ashamed and like an idiot. Let's see what they say. Witness testifies she hoped each attack would be the last. So she testified there were other SAs, but said she couldn't recall all the details. I just remember feeling like a specific horrible, dark feeling in my stomach. There was no particular pattern or timing of these attacks, Mia said, other than that they unfolded when Cassie was not around. I always thought this was the last time. Next time, I would somehow be more prepared. I had to get right back to work. There was so much going on. That's what's so sad. She just allows this to happen, and then she's like, I got to go back to work. A lot of things to do. Got to keep going. Got to keep going. And that I get the reason why the prosecution would be like, well, why? Like, were you really that worried about your job? And it's like, yeah, I knew that if I did anything against him, I would never work in this job ever again. I would never work in this industry ever again. And of course, she was like, this job is everything to me. Okay. This is the only thing I had anymore. That's what she said. This was the only world I had anymore. This entertainment business. This is all I got. And I don't want to lose it. And I'll do whatever it takes to not lose this gig. So yeah, just throw in a little little essay, and then, I'll go back to work. I got emails to do. I got things to take care of. I got places to see and people to talk to. You know what I mean? Which is insane. So I would never work in this industry again. And physically, that I'd be attacked. I didn't want to die. He threatened that he would tell Cassie that I had something to do with it. How did you feel? Desperate and trapped. Worst scary situation. I would have done anything. It was my fault. Did you tell anyone? No. I was going to die with this. I would be humiliated, never work again. And who would do these things? Diddy and all of his people. This was way before social media and hashtag Me Too. There was this confidentiality. Did others speak up? Kayla Faulkner, not sure of the spelling. Or that, I guess that's what he said, what Inner City Press said. So, okay. So, never work in this industry again. That he was like, you'll never work in this industry again. We will beat the crap out of you. Oh, and you'll lose your life. So she's like, I don't want to die. This is the only world that I've ever known for a long time. I don't want to lose everything that I've built, all this hard work. He threatened he would tell Cass that I had something to do with it, like expose her to one of her close friends about their relationship. She's felt trapped, desperate. She said it was the worst, scary situation. I would have done anything. And then she also said it was my fault. So she instantly starts putting blame on herself, saying this all has to do with being my fault. I did this. I put this on myself, and this is my fault, which is so sad. But this is the mental place, right, that this woman is in. Like I said, he would go essay her, and she'd just go back to work like nothing happened because she had things to do. She had work to do. She had people to see and things to do, right? And of course, she didn't say anything to anybody. She said, I'm going to go to the grave with this. Nope. I'm not saying it to anybody. So she said, of course, I'm not going to say any of this because he's going to make me look like a laughing stock, and then I'll never work. I'll lose all possible opportunities. And then he said, who would do these things? So she's saying Diddy and his people would make my life a living hell or make sure I'm never seen or heard from ever again. This is what she said. And of course, she said this was all way before social media and the Me Too movement. There was this confidentiality. So everything was hush hush and everything stayed within doors, right? Within the situation. Did others speak up? She says, Kayla Faulkner. How did you hear? I heard there was an urgent call among film people. What did you hear? Then he say, lay some context. So, okay, who was on the call? HR, C-suite executives. What were you told? If she sued, I'd have to testify. I was supposed to say she was drinking and punched me, and that's why she was fired. Oh, so they were like, we need you to lie for us. Was that why? No. It was because she complained. When else were you told that you'd have to testify after Capricorn Clark? Yeah, indeed. Wow. Crazy stuff, guys. Hold on. Ooh, almost there. Please, guys, don't forget, hit that like button down below, baby. Yeah. Hit that like button down below. We're almost at 2K. Hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Of course, follow me on my other platforms, please, and thank you as well. We're still waiting for more updates here, but that is very crazy. Let's see if what they say here. So she testifies these SAs were sporadic. So she told him that she never initiated any kind of actual contact with Diddy, or told him that she wanted to have any relations with him at all, for that matter too. She said that the SAs were always sporadic and didn't follow a pattern, but that happened when Diddy didn't have a girlfriend around. So when he just felt a little, a little something, he wanted to, do a little something, and his girlfriends were never around, he would just go and do this to her, which is insane. She said the dynamic was that there were never any boundaries. It wasn't weird for me to be in his room at all hours of the night and waking him up or talking to him while he was on the toilet. So Mia testified she always thought there would be a quote unquote next time because they were so random and spaced out. She never thought. She always thought that there wouldn't be a next time. Sorry. I always thought that the next time I would, if there ever was going to be a next time, I would somehow be more prepared. So she said after these essays, she would keep it moving. After these essays, she would just get herself together and just go back to work. There wasn't time to stop and think and reflect or anything. Just keep it moving like it never happened, she testified. So, former assistant explains why she didn't tell him no during the alleged essays. So hopefully they clarify things here a little bit. So she said she never wanted to engage in these acts with Diddy. They asked Mia if she ever told him no during these essays. So she said, no, I only tried to squiggle out of them if I could. So prosecution asked why she didn't tell him just straight up no. She says, I couldn't tell him no, like about a sandwich. I couldn't tell him no about anything. There's no way I could tell him no. He would fire me and ruin my future and somehow twist the story into making me look like a threat, she testified. Crazy town. Did you have to testify? No. Why didn't you go to the police about Diddy SHing you? I didn't even consider it. Did you have experience with police? Yes, I was speeding. I hadn't had time to get my license renewed. It was the only time I name dropped. I told her who I worked for, and she said, get him on the phone. I did, and she laughed. She said, oh, Puff Daddy, I love you. Did you get a ticket? She says, no, I did not. So it worked. So I didn't want anyone to know ever, she says, weeping. Oh, that was weird. That was really weird. That was really weird. But did they just delete that? There it is. Witness weeping and whispering as she describes the attacks. So she wept, struggled to get her voice above a whisper in testifying how she said Diddy's essays continued and that somehow it was her fault. So the witness said that she felt so desperate and terrified and trapped and that it was her fault. There was a point in her life when Mia said she was determined to take these alleged attacks to the grave. She said, I was going to die with this. I didn't want anyone ever to know. So did you ever get a ticket after using that I got a celebrity that I work for card, right? She didn't get the ticket. Why didn't you tell us at first about the essays? It was the most shameful thing of my life. Did you get a lawyer for this testimony? Yes, I did. Did you speak about those essays before or after you got a lawyer? After. Yeah, I mean, this person here said she's ashamed, but it's not her fault. I hope she can move past all of this. I hope so too. Like I said, if this is 110% true, right? These allegations are heartbreaking to hear, especially when she's the one taking all the blame. And then, of course, on top of that, she's terrified. Even on the stand right now, she's terrified. And I know some people might look at that and go, oh, it's all one big act, bruh. She just acting, bruh. She's trying to act like she's scared, but she ain't scared. She knows exactly what she's doing, man. This is one big act. She's just acting on that, on the stand. I don't know. I think she's thinking about all the stuff that she's gone through. I think that she's gone through some really bad stuff and scary stuff too. This is all scary. And of course, she still thinks that this guy's going to take her life away. You see what I'm saying? Just take her out, snuff her out. That's scary. Continuing on, do you want to be talking about these essays? She says, no, it's traumatizing. Why are you here today? So the judge says, prosecution, you've asked that. So she said, we can break here. Jurors, will see you tomorrow. Woo! Oh, shamalama ding dong, mang. So they have adjourned. Now, here's the thing. This testimony is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But still, question, is it showing racketeering? Is it showing racketeering? Is it showing RICO? Some very interesting things, right? Very interesting stuff. Now, as far as the stuff of like guys chasing her down, her witnessing, guys chasing, like security guards chasing Cassie down to find her and blah, blah, blah. Those things are definitely there. But I'm interested to see where this is going to go. Because again, there's got to be some sort of examples of coverage or covering things up, right? And trying, his team trying to hide certain things. I mean, yes, she is allegedly taking something that was laced. But they don't go any further in that, though. They don't say, well, when you drank that drink, what did that make you feel? How did that make you feel? Were you just drunk? Were you just blackout drunk? Or did you feel euphoric? What happened? What were you physically feeling at that time? Right? So again, that's very, very interesting. Let's take a look at this CNN part here. The assistant who's suspected was fired after an internal call. Mia testifies. Oh, that's good to hear. Interesting to hear. So Mia, one of Diddy, okay, we already know that, had previously told the Diddy's chief of staff that she thought Diddy had attacked Cassie. Mia said that she was told there was an urgent phone call with high-level employees to discuss how to handle the assistant. After the phone call, the assistant was fired, Mia said. Mia said Combs later told her that the assistant had filed a lawsuit and Mia may need to take the stand to testify against her regarding an incident where the assistant had punched her. Mia said she didn't end up testifying. Combs also told her that she would have to testify when Capricorn Clark was fired. He said that if there was a lawsuit, I would have to get up on the stand and defend him and say, what he wanted me to say. So she didn't report these essays out of fear. So I didn't know that you had to tell the bad things that happened to you if nobody else saw, adding that this was the most shameful thing of my life. She said part of the reason she's talking about it now is because when you're scared into silence, these things continue to happen to others. She said she absolutely did not want to be talking about these essays, but she felt that she had a moral obligation to share these experiences. It was the most traumatizing and worst thing that's ever happened to me. She felt trapped. She testified that she feared being attacked if she spoke out against Diddy. I didn't want to die or get hurt. She testified that she always was afraid of being physically harmed by Diddy, even if she ever told him no about anything. Her former boss threatened to tell everybody about the encounters, including Mia's friend, Cassie, who was dating Diddy at the time, as though I had something to do with it. Mia also felt so desperate and terrified and trapped, and testified that she feared that if she came forward, she'd be silenced, punished, exiled from my second family. I would have had a horrible reputation and I would have lost everything. Asked by prosecution why she didn't tell human resources about her boss, Mia said HR was not there to protect her. It was only used by Diddy to punish people who had crossed him. The former assistant has repeatedly emphasized that the alleged attacks took place before the Me Too movement. Before the Me Too movement forced a public reckoning with SAs by powerful men in the entertainment industry. I was going to die with this. I didn't want anyone to know ever. She didn't think that she could report SAs to police. She testified that she didn't think reporting the times she said Diddy SA'd her to the police was an option. She said based on that party, on some previous interactions she had with police officers, she described one time when a cop in Los Angeles let her go, even though she was speeding without a license, because she got Diddy on the phone to talk to the officer. Mia testified about a separate time she and Diddy were in a car and were pulled over by the police. The cops approached pretty aggressively, and once they saw Diddy, they were like, "Oh my God," she said, indicating the cops were excited to see Diddy. Uh-oh. See what I'm saying? Like, it's all bad stuff. That he's above the law type-ish, right? Very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. But what say you guys? You know what I mean? What say you? What are your thoughts on all this? This is a very, 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 very interesting situation. I will say that. I have a lot of questions. But like I said, testimony is she's going to be testifying again tomorrow. They're going to be finishing up, direct, and then they're going to do cross. And so I'm hoping that prosecution takes some time to look through the questions that they've done today and ask some more finite questions, especially when it comes to this RICO and racketeering things, right? And also talking about, okay, did these other guys, your goons, did Diddy's goons have anything to do with coercing you, intimidating you, or anything like that? Let's get into that conversation as well. When were moments that you saw them covering things up for Diddy, or getting things for Diddy of all kinds, his lotions and potions, as she said? Those are kind of things that I'm very interested in hearing about. But we'll see what happens, right? We're going to see what happens tomorrow. I don't know if I will be back on tomorrow fully. I don't know if I'm going to be back on even partially, but I will let you guys know. For sure, we'll be back up on Monday, getting everything back up and running again. But of course, when we get there, you'll hear from me. We'll talk about it. I'll let you know about tomorrow for sure. I don't know yet, but I'll let you guys know. But what say you guys? What say you? All right. What do you think so far? Do you believe Mia, or do you think Mia is lying? Here's the other thing too. I wonder how she's going to get in and out of the courthouse without people taking photos. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of curious about that. But don't worry. We're keeping an eye on this. I'll be watching this, keeping an eye on this on tomorrow, even if I'm not live, and we will talk about all of it and then some. Okay. But guys, that is the show. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for tuning in, being a part of the conversation. It's time to get going, but we'll be talking here very, very soon. Make sure before you head out, hit that like button down below, crush that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, make sure you hit that follow button. Follow. Subscribe here on my main channel. Please go to my second channel as well, The Pascal Show Clips, both on YouTube. Hit that notification bell. Make sure it's set to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because right now we're very scheduled out right now, but still sometimes I pop up a video randomly, okay? So make sure that notification bell is rung. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. Check out my locals. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Go check it out. We got some really nice hoodies, T-shirts, etc. over there. But anyway, guys, it is time to get going. Much love to you guys. We'll be talking here very soon. Have a great one. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.